Well, hello and welcome. It is time for pre-final action for the amazing Pro-Am Karting Championship of the Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati. I'm Taylor Burrows. Alongside me is Justin Prince. As the field works their way around, we'll go ahead and give you your starting lineup for your 206 Masters pre-final. On the pole is the number 19 of Matthew Lyda. Alongside him is TJ Pugh. Alan Elwood will be starting in P3 with Michael Davis in P4. James Ashbrook will be starting in 5th position with Mike Doty in 6th spot. Mark Kurt will be starting in 7th position with Nick Sullivan in 8th position. And then Adam Dargist rounds out your 9-kart field as they work their way around the circuit and get set to go racing here as we're about to have at it. Justin, it's great to have you on board and on the call as we get set for an exciting afternoon of kart racing action at the MCC.
Yeah, this should be a fun time again throughout the day today to see how the racing plays out. Lyda has been mighty quick, but Pugh throughout the season's been mighty quick. This should be an exciting front row from the onset.
Field now works their way into the start box to get themselves situated, and we will see if we'll get the lights out. They enter into the tram line side by side. It is time to go racing for 8 minutes, and green flag is out, and already Matthew Lyda checks out on the field. Alan Elwood slips down to second place as they work their way through turns 1 and 2, and as they snake their way on the back straightaway, Alan Elwood going to work with Matthew Lyda to try and just see if they can break away from the competition here as they work their way into the hairpin down the short chute towards the midsection.
Yeah, usually throughout this section of the racetrack, we see at the national level drivers sometimes get a bit daring through turn 7, but for the most part, everyone likes to usually wait until the run to turns 12 and 13. The far part of the racetrack, if they want to make a move, it's still early in the race to think about the moves per se, but right now it looks like the focus is on for your top 3, quite simply, to break away from the rest of the pack and make it a 3-kart race instead of, say, a 10-kart race.
Yeah, right now as they work their way out of the final corner here to put the first lap up on the board, it is Lyda, Elwood, and TJ Pugh, your top 3 in the standings here as they come across the start-finish line to put the first lap on the board. Everyone's just going to mind their P's and Q's here on the opening lap. And as they do so, Lyda and Elwood starting to pull away from TJ Pugh just a little bit, but they will continue on and pull away here. Michael Davis holds 4th spot, and Mike Doty, those two are trying to work together to see if they can close in on your top 3.
Not going to be easy per se because they're not really grouped together, not really working together in terms of full distance right now. They are just sniffing the edge of 1 second back, though, with that pack, at least to the stripe last time by. It seems like Lyda, Elwood, and Pewitt, though, seem pretty content with the way they're riding, at the way they're looking. Be able to just stay lockstep, be able to stay together, be able to stay in line. Don't even need to look back at each other. They just know no one's willing to make the moves quite yet unless it presents itself. Usually it presents itself there by turn 13. But right now, no major sends yet.
Yeah, everyone's just going to mind their P's and Q's here as they come across the line, and we already got about second lap up on the board for Lyda Elwood. Elwood looks to the inside, thought better of it, going to stay tucked up behind.
Yeah, just didn't like the line, it looked like, almost, with how that was going to be. It was going to be almost a late lunge, deciding, you know what, may as well stay working together again. As you've said a couple times, mind the P's and Q's. Well, if you miss one of those P's or Q's, you end up in the grass or you end up losing tons of time. They've picked up near 2+ seconds, almost 3 seconds by mining each other's space here. Still going to be an interesting time here, Taylor, though, the rest of the way to see throughout the day how the rest of these drivers try and send it on one another. There's a send there. Pugh seeing an opportunity. Elwood again for the second straight lap had an issue going to turn 13. Had to check up, cost him a spot this time. You can just see though throughout all of this with how things have played out so far in terms of these karts. Lida has stayed absolutely comfortable up at the very front of the field. Hewitt Elwood continuing to try and find a way to close back up here. Going to take some time to be able to fully close. Lida staying consistent. We talked about throughout the early parts of today, the point standings coming into today for this class for the Masters side. Seen Pugh lead the way. Pugh right now really starting to get the momentum drafted together to close up within 2 kart lengths, make it 1 kart length to be able to stay lockstep with Lida. Lida right now looking in the back mirror, back end should say, trying to see where Pugh is going to try and send it and lunge it. This is right around where they've been checked up so far in the pack. Lida seems pretty solid so far, but Pugh has 3+ minutes to craft an idea on how to make the pass. Does he make the pass this time around? It's going to be an interesting question. They are trying to break away together to get away from Elwood by 1 second right now the distance. Elwood lost the time from the initial check, has not been able to regain any of that momentum, has now lost the draft when it comes to the racetrack. So Lida continues to maintain himself for the time being up at the front. Pugh, the points leader coming into today, still staying in lockstep to be able to provide pressure. So far, 208 points as the average per race so far. Ronald Swift won a race earlier on in the round so far in this time. So Lida still maintains things up at the very front of the field. As well, Pugh still trying to find a way to poke his way around Lida. Lida in some of the previous races showed good speed in the first round of the season, showed himself the pace on point, 260. Ended up losing a lot of ground last time out in this series. So when does he try and craft the move? Right now, just the hand raised, and I don't know what to say for Elwood, it seems, as he lost half a second this time by. They still continue to craft themselves the runs around the racetrack for the time being. That's going to be the major question. When you see this end? Once this grouping, Pugh, we mentioned from Pugh Racing, comprised the Pugh family, known for the go-kart racing, also known for some dirt side a little bit. If you look towards some of the family roots of the name, we'll see how this battle plays out. Down to about 90 seconds to work with. Running out of time to be able to try and send things here, to be able to try and make a move. Remember, it is 8 minutes plus 1 lap for today's format for the races for the pre-final. Then it goes to 10 minutes and 2 laps from that point. The number plate seems to be almost falling off from Lida's kart with how it's flopping around in the wind, but should have a few more laps to get something done. It's going to be close on lap count. That time by, they were within about a couple seconds of the exact mark before 1 to go. 1 minute, 7 second lap times for the karts. They were about a 1 minute and 9 seconds at the stripe. Right now, the 68 still has not been able to find a way to poke around, just maintaining and crafting the move. Lida has been maintaining the runs throughout this entire race. For those tuning in, opening race of the day for the LO206 Masters for the karts today. The first of multiple pre-finals on the schedule. 3 wheeling it as Lida tries to hold on. TJ Pugh still not able to poke around. Looks like they will get an extra few seconds before the lap total here. Right there, 1 second the difference. Now they'll have an extra lap or two to be able to try and craft things out here. 2 to go. And now Lida starting to get a move on. It looks like TJ Pugh has lost some momentum for this time by. Lost himself a fair bit of ground on the racetrack in that final sector. Lida seems to be in full control mode for the time being. We'll see how long control lasts, though. We've seen control change in an instant. Still no major swap arounds up at the very front as they maintain the lines. Still lockstep almost as the gain of momentum this past time by Pugh to be able to close up the run. Matt Lina amongst those who came from CKNA Nationals just recently. Now he's going to have to play some defense. Here comes a poke. Final lap for this race. Final time around signaled on the racetrack. Last lap. Can Lina hold on for the white flag lap? Can TJ Pugh try and steal it away here this time around? Pugh stays within half a kart length. Now down to a quarter. Might come down to a dive if he wants to try and win this pre-final. He tries a tighter line coming out of turn 7. Now sets it up side by side, wheel to wheel. Pugh works it on by on the outside line. Pugh to the race lead. First lead change all class day today. Now can Lina try and defend back. Get himself a run back for this race lead. Lina sticks to the curbing. Tries to take a peek, defensive line from Pugh. He slams the door through 13, out through 14. Lina tries to build up the chance, tries to build a run. It's going to be close. Pugh tries to stick it to the grass, now goes middle. Poke out to the left of him. Lina drag race at the stripe. It is Pugh by 27/100ths of a second. TJ Pugh holds on in the battle for the pre-final. The next grouping, Doty holds on in front of Davis and Ashbrook to round out your top 6. It was about a near 15-second advantage over that pack at the very end, it seemed. Elwood does get third step on the podium as here's a look at your unofficial race results. TJ Pugh holds on over Matthew Lina on a last lap pass to be able to make the send to get the win. Alan Elwood coming away in third. Mike Doty, Michael Davis, James Ashbrook, Adam Darkus, Nick Sutherland finishing off in 8th. Sutherland should say. Ben Cotton and Mark Cirk rounded out your top 10 for this field today. But take a step aside. Our next pre-final, it's the 00206 Juniors on track next here on Kart Chaser.
So you will finally want to get behind the wheel, huh?
Yeah, I've been shooting for 3 years and I've never got to drive.
Well, you're going to need some more gear than just your helmet. Why don't you go to shopakr.com. They got their inventory online and they'll ship it the same day if you order before 5:30 p.m. Eastern.
They got shoes?
Yep.
Gloves?
Yep.
Rip protectors?
Got those too.
Can they make me go fast?
No.
Here at Acceleration Kart Racing, we've got everything you need to get on track. What happens next? Well, that's on you. Check us out online at shopakr.com. This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
And we are back here with Kart Chaser coverage of the Pro-Am Karting Championship here at the Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati. It's time for your 206 Junior pre-final. Here's your starting lineup Joe Shepard on the pole with Ace Rowland in second. Adler Klein in third with Lila Beck in fourth. Law Cotton and Jackson Lowry, your 6-cart field as they enter their way through the back half of the course. Going to be exciting to see, can Adler Klein find a way to get up towards the front of the field here in this 8-minute race as they negotiate through the S's here and try to get themselves sorted out, ready to go racing for the second pre-final action race of the day. Into the tram line, they will set themselves out of the final corner and go racing here. Get the warning for the slow. Make sure everyone's all nice and tidy on the tram line, set to go. Officials giving them the warning like, hey, stay lined up, get ready, get set. Lights are out, and away we go. Joe Shepard already checks out with the race lead, but here come around the outside. Adler Klein gets a big run, and trouble actually for Joe Shepard. He drops back to third as Ace Rowland takes over the race lead. Adler Klein to second.
Yeah, not sure if that was clean start. It is still blinking yellow lights, Taylor. We had several drivers there cross the lines. I was about to say Shepard absolutely put the left side tires past the line before the start and finish line.
Yeah, so we're going to reset and resack him here. So that will give Ace Rowland back up towards the front of the field, and we will try again. Officials already giving a little bit of a hand signal saying, hey, get back in line, slow back down here. We still got a lot of racing to go as they will negotiate towards the back half of the course. And everyone getting tightened up, slow down. Like, hey, let's get a little bit of racing in here. So Joe Shepard, Ace Rowland will be starting on the front row. There you see Adler Klein right there behind. Lila Beck, 24 of Law Cotton, and Jackson Lowry. So let's try again. Take two here for your 206 junior category. Mind the gap. Let's not cross any lines here. Take a moment as we... Yep, nice and slow indeed. All right.
Just had to hit those lines properly. It looks like they're having issues trying to get it lined up again. They nearly went over the lines again.
They certainly did. Let's see if they can at least keep it clean. We'll wait from officials. Yep, we get the green flag. We're off to the races here, and already you see the 3 machine start to pull away, and now down to the inside. They're working their way through Adler, and now there you see the driver of the number 33 take away with the race lead and lead the charge as they head down towards the hairpin.
Not a bad start. We'll see how things get ruled in terms of start later. There were right side tires for the left side line over those start box lines. But so far today, we've seen the 33 be lights out when it comes to the full pace. When they're up in front, it's hard to pass them. We've seen it qualifying. Now it's the matter of seeing, can we see how things go during the race here over the course of the next 7+ minutes?
Yeah, we got a 4-car breakaway from the field. Lila Beck sits in 4th, but there you see Adler Klein, Ace Rowland, and the rest of the field trying to work their way through. Adler leads the charge as they come out of the final couple of corners here, and he will try to pull away, but Ace Rowland's going to keep him honest as they come out of the final corner. He'll get tucked up right behind that number 33 machine and across the line to put the first lap up on the board for your drivers. And it's going to be as followed: Klein, Rowland, Shepard, and Lila Beck, your top 4. As those 4 will do battle, then you have, of course, Cotton and Lowry rounding out the field in 5th and 6th. So quite a bit of racing left to go, but they're going to really try to get the action going as here comes Ace Rowland. He tried to show the nose entering at the hairpin, but can't quite make it work. Joe Shepard watching in the catbird seat.
Yeah, right into that popcorn seat so far today. Seems to be a prime opportunity. We've seen the winner from the Master Race come, mind you, from the 3rd spot after the middle car at the checkup for the cart in front. Opened up doors by turn 13. So it's waiting for those windows to open in a similar fashion here. Lap times a little bit longer, mind you, in the 1:11 to 1:13 second. There's a lot, an extra few seconds at least is a better way to put it, to be able to think about the plan, to plot the moves, so to speak. But it's also going to be so tricky to build enough momentum to get the run like we've seen so far back in for Rowland to the back of Klein.
Yeah, so far as they come across the line here, Joe Shepard set a fast lap right there, sitting in that third position. But so far, no one's been able to touch Adler Klein sitting in the race lead. Ace Rowland starting to separate a little bit from both the drivers as they enter into the hairpin. Lila Beck right there also. In case these three get to battling, she can maybe work her way up into a chance for the race win in the pre-finals. As a big slide right there for Adler.
Yeah, a lot of slipping and sliding I'm noticing with these karts today in this class, where with some of the elevation change in through turn 13 especially, it almost tries to flick over. And the best karts today have been able to keep themselves gripped together for that corner so they don't oversteer. Right here in particular, those that are bouncing around, bumping around, aren't as good. In this case, Shepard lost some ground, and that's going to open up some opportunities possibly for Lila Beck to try and do stuff here.
Well, I mean, a lot of it has to do with it being a lot of bit of that temperature that's out there on the track. Currently, the air temperature is about 83 degrees over there in Batavia. It's going to get as high as about 88 degrees. So that asphalt there is going to get heated more and more. That's going to cause these karts to slip and slide a lot more. As we're seeing here, Adler, though, got to be careful with how much he's slipping and sliding, because that's going to cause a little bit of wear and tear on those tires and the equipment. And you got to realize you still got another finals that'll happen later on in the afternoon. So don't want to go and tear through your equipment in this pre-final alone. But so far, he's doing what he needs to do now. He's trying to take care of his equipment at the moment by managing the gap between himself, along with Ace Rowland and Joe Shepard, as they're starting to break away from Lila Beck. There you see Rowland thought about showing the nose as they enter into the braking zone. A great passing opportunity, but so far no able to make it work for him as they enter into turn 13 and 14.
Yeah, not bad angles when it comes to lines either. We'll say anytime there's been a slip up from Shepard, Beck's been right there. Here we go, though. A chance for the lead. It looks like Rowland's saying, I've had enough of this. I'm just going to try and go for the send myself. Make it stick through turn one, why don't he? And does. Rowland able to take the lead here in this one with 3 minutes to go.
Great pass there for Ace Rowland in the Cosmic Kart as he tries to now see if he can pull away from Adler Klein right behind him. Then you have Joe Shepard. This will bring Lila Beck back into the conversation as well, as it's now a 4-horse race between these 4 drivers entering towards this second hairpin. Got to be careful to see what happens here. No slipping of the tires right there for the moment out of any of your top 4, but they are putting the pressure on each other in the closing minutes. 2 minutes, 40 seconds left to go for them here in this pre-final as they crest up over the hill. Adler Klein looks to the inside, side by side. Tony Kart versus Cosmic, and the Tony Kart of Adler Klein gets a big push from Joe Shepard to move him up to the back of the race lead.
Beck having a big bobble as well, trying to think about a move on Shepard. Taking some very sharp angles in this one. Don't think this battle is over yet. Rowland seems to be quicker, trying to figure out a way to get another move set up, but Shepard has a better run. This is the first time Shepard's been able to make a pass attempt.
And he does move him up to P2, but Adler Klein crosses him back over into turn 3 and will take over that second spot as they work their way towards that first hairpin. Lila Beck watches on, trying to see if she can find an opening here. And now to the inside, Joe Shepard, crossover though by Ace Rowland. And with these 3 battling it out, Adler Klein starting to pull away further and further from these drivers.
Yeah, this has made it to where Klein has just about broken the toe as a result here. So this is going to be difficult to even close back up. Might take several laps now. I don't think they have several laps to be able to get this done here. They have maybe 3 or 2. So it's going to take a lot of work to be able to get back up there, to have a shot to get up to Klein because of all this squabbling. Better yet, they might start saying, our best chance is second. We're going to start squabbling in about a minute or 2.
I wouldn't wait. And there you see the hand signal right there by Rowland, like, hey, Joe, let's work together. We're losing time on the leader. Joe's like, no, thank you. I'm going to go by. Oh, little tire banging right there. Not happy of the driver of Ace Rowland due to the situation that Joe decided to not follow instructions from the standpoint of Roland, and they're going to do battle. They're just going to race it out here for second. Lila Beck watches on as they enter into the hairpin. There you see a look over the shoulder right there by Ace Roland. He'll take the spot away, and Joe Shepard going to get right back on the back bumper of Ace Roland as they enter into the hairpin.
You can definitely tell Shepard's in the mindset of Klein's got this. I'm just going to do whatever I want to do to gain points here. Obviously, that has now really been a costly move as a result for anyone else wanting a shot to get up to Klein. But you have to keep cool heads here. You can't use tempers, even amidst this battle that we're starting to see pop up a little bit. Shepard has good momentum for the front straightaway. We've seen the past couple laps. Might take another half a lap. Get back in that same position he's struggled since, and now Beck wants to do stuff.
Yep, Lila Beck wants to try to get into the podium spots here as they will come around. White flag in the air for your race leader of Adler Klein and his Tony Kart. Ace Roland looks over the shoulders like, hey, let's try it again. Joe Shepard's going to follow suit for the moment as they work across out of turn 3 and 4.
Not close enough for a lunge yet, though, Shepard is this time. So a little bit more calmer for Roland this lap, it looks like. At least for now, Shepard's been really solid once he gets about a lap or two built up. How about a dive into turn 7?
Oh, the aggression level kicks into overdrive here on the final lap for the pre-final. A little bit of a side, 3 wide almost. And Lila Beck looking to get into third place with these two battling it out. Sets her sight now on that second spot. Could she maybe send something in the final couple of corners? Gonna try as Adler Klein continues to pull away. Ace Roland looks behind and realizes now that Lila Beck's behind him for this pre-final event. But for the Tony Kart of Adler Klein, been a smooth sailing last few minutes here for him. He'll come out of the final corner and take home the pre-final win for your 206 juniors. Next up will be Ace Roland. Third will be Lila Beck. Joe Shepard drops to P4. Then you have Jackson Lowry and Locke Cotton still coming around the corner here. We'll give them a few moments as they work their way around, but that will be your top 6 here in the 206 junior pre-final event. We still have more great racing action. Next up, your 206 pre-finals are next here for your senior category.
Is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
Are you looking for an advantage in your competition? Well, Car Class has done the hard work for you. We've traveled to your racetracks to give you the inside knowledge. So what does Car Class offer? We've got drone footage that captures the racing lines, visual markers for your braking points, acceleration zones, and the best overtake opportunities on your racetrack, pedal cam to show you where to brake and when to accelerate, and 360-degree footage to make sure you don't miss any parts on the racetrack. We've covered 13 racetracks in the United States, and Australia, you're up next. So visit carclass.com to get your track information.
Welcome back here to Kart Chaser coverage of the Pro-Am Karting Championship here at MCC Cincinnati. It is time now for your 206 seniors. Give them a moment here and get themselves all lined up. And starting grid is not set up just yet. We'll give them a few moments here to get onto the track. Let the ticker get them all situated. But Justin, already some great racing action in two of our 206 categories so far. And hopefully that will continue all throughout the day here today. But give any thoughts here regarding some of the action we've seen so far?
Yeah, so far being smart has been, well, the smartest thing to do. Having the racecraft, having the ability to plan out the move and plot the move without trying to rush through said move has been, I think, the mainstay on how to be up at the front and be a player for the race win so far here today. It's going to be, I think, a chess match for the drivers to see if they're going to be able to make the right moves as the day progresses now by the time we get to the final with how it's looking.
Well, with that, let's take a look at your starting lineup here for your 206 Seniors pre-final. On the pole, it is Colin Evans in that number 5, followed by Peyton Klein in second place. Matthew Maccabee will be in third, followed by Benjamin Leida in fourth position. Nolan Holliday is your fifth place. Riley Davis starts in P6, followed by Braden Heber in seventh. Gavin Degenhart will be in 8th with Shane Hambrick in 9th. Rounding out the rest of the field in row number 5, is William Schmeck and Jeff Fricciolio. As 11 karts will do battle here, working their way around the circuit. Colin Evans, of course, going to be looking to see what he can do to try to capitalize on it, but Matthew Maccabee had some great pace in warm-up as well as qualifying. He'll be starting in third in that 166. That orange and green and white kart. Kind of a little bit of not the Miami in Ohio, but the University of Miami in Florida team colors as they enter into the tram line, ready to set, go, racing. A little bit of hand signal like, hey, let's slow it down. Let's get set. Enter in the tram line. Don't cross the line. Let's see if we get a clean and clear start. And looks like we do. We're going to go around one more time. I think a couple of drivers crossed over the line right there on the start.
I think that was half the field did.
At least the entire inside lane did, I would have to say. Or outside lane, I should say.
Yeah, can't cross those lines too early, and better yet, can't have half the field do it, especially from what was on your left side of screen. So you got to be able to reset that after that one.
Yep, reset, re-rack them, restack them. And hopefully we'll get a clean start on here as they'll work around the circuit, but we'll try again and hopefully have a good, hard-fought battle for the race here today in your 206 Seniors. Next up on the docket will be your 206 Cadet category with their pre-final. As there you see your top 4. And it's the number 5, Colin Evans, crest over the hill to lead the charge. Let's see if that's a top car he has or which manufacturer he's running for. Couldn't catch the logo on the nose there, but hey, we'll see what happens for him in that number 5 machine.
Yeah, so far Evans been very consistent. One of those who is in the main draft pack in qualifying. And now they're already trying to signal, let's slow down. Others saying, let's group together for this start attempt.
Well, let's try again. We're enter into the tram zone. Everyone giving a warning here from the officials, like stay in your line, slow it down. And I don't know about this one. We'll see if we get it. And we do. We get a green flag. We're back on our way here to start the race for your 206 Senior Pre-Final. Already Colin Evans leads the charge. Peyton Klein, Maccabee will try to move up to second as they go side by side for second out of turn number 3. Down over towards the short chute into the hairpin corner. Drivers jockeying for position. Maccabee moves up to P2.
Good whole shot of the heart of the field by some of these drivers, though, too. From the inside line, it looked like, oh, that's wow, Maccabee able to fully secure that second spot. It seems some side-by-side squabbling involving Holiday, still not yet able to get clear, finally does.
Yeah, he was battling with Braden Heber right there in the number 8 machine. But for Colin Evans, as they crest over the hill, he has about a 2 kart length advantage over Maccabee and Peyton Klein a little further back. There you see Heber trying to get around the inside of Riley Davis. Will push him up the track and try to see if he can get that spot away, move him up to P6 as your top 5 trying to work to see if they can close in on race leader Colin Evans out of the final corner here to start lap number 1. And as they come across the start-finish line, it will be Evans, Maccabee, Klein, Benjamin Lida, Holiday, your top 5 as they cross the line. And to the inside, Maccabee tries to send it in on Colin Evans, can't quite make it work, and he'll have to slide back into second.
Yeah, Maccabee seems to be pretty clear. He wants to lead, wants to dictate the tempo now. That's not going to be easy to be able to fully set, though, as we've seen today. The second you make a mistake on the squabbling, anybody behind you will take the chance to go forward. Klein seems to be in perfect position right now to kind of say, at least non-verbally, hey, if you don't make this pass stick on Maccabee on Evans, I'm going to take your spot away.
Certainly is the case. We do have a tram line warning. Don't have the number of the driver, but I have to say it's multiple drivers. It's already right there to the inside. How about Benjamin Lida? He'll fight and power his way into the 3rd spot. Beautiful pass to the inside of Peyton Klein. Move him up to P3 as he will now try to set his sights on Maccabee as they come across the front straightaway here. Here comes Maccabee to the inside. Side by side, battle for the race lead. He will get the spot ahead of Colin Evans. Lida up to P3 as they will try to jockey around more. As here comes Lida for second.
Lida doing a great job through this cutting, slicing, and dicing we've seen earlier on already. Looks like Lida able to make things stick up there to make the pass, and all of a sudden Evans is being swallowed up by the pack because of all this traffic. Lida just seems to be able to run away, all while Evans just seems to be struggling to get the power down for corner exits.
Peyton Klein will move up to P3 after getting around Benjamin, or of course Colin Evans, for that 3rd spot. Now Collins has got to reset, refocus, and lock it back down to see if he can try to recover. But how about Braden Heber? Fastest kart on the track and is picking up spots one by one. He's about to break into the top 5 if the opportunity presents himself as they work their way through the S's out of the final corner. Gets a big run. Got to be careful. We're going to lose a little ground, but he'll set his sights now on the 5 of Colin Evans. And from 1st down to about 6th position, Colin Evans will go, make it 4th for the moment in 1 lap. Tough break right there for your pole sitter, Colin Evans, as they work around the circuit. But Maccabee, Lida, Klein, your top 3.
And now it's about getting the work back together to close on up here. Lida seems to have closed things up quickly. These drivers, if they are in the popcorn seat, seem to have been wanting to pop pretty quickly so far. Lida doesn't need to pop out too much yet. He's still got 4 minutes to plot and plan, but it looks like he is quicker than Maccabee, already bumping the number plate almost, now getting bumped by Klein for the checkup.
Big checkup right there, and this could open the door for Lida and Klein to see if they can sneak their way up to the race lead. Everyone's now lined up nose to tail, your top 6 jockeying around for position, waiting to see who makes a mistake. Colin Evans thought about going to the inside of Peyton Klein, thought better of it, couldn't find the door that he needed open to get that spot away as they come out of the front straightaway here. Here they come side by side further back between Heber and Davis, and they will work their way through. Holiday in the mix as well, but your top 3 still pulling away with 3 minutes and 15 seconds to go.
Hence why you try and work together in this type of situation rather than try and squabble too much and try and battle too hard. You end up losing yourself tons of time compared to those who are playing the game of chess we touched upon, being able to think about the plotting and planning. Right now, Lida seems to be content on that as Maccabee having to readjust, it looks like, in his seat.
Field now works their way around the circuit here as they come around up to the top of the hill. So far, nose to tail between your competitors as Maccabee tries to get a good run and hold off the hard charge of Ben Lida as they work through the S's here into that wide sweeping corner. No opening yet for Lida, but he's still keeping Klein behind. And Colin Evans trying to see if he can get back into at least the podium position before the end of this pre-final event as they come across the line. 2 minutes, 19 to go.
Yeah, running tight on time for making these moves here at this point. Only a few more laps to do something. At this point, Lida, I think, has the pace to take the lead. It's just when does he do it, because you do it too early here, Taylor. You open up the opportunity for a pass back pretty quickly. If you leave it to the last lap, you better do it right. And if you can do it right, it leaves Maccabee in a bad situation where he won't have much time to be able to consider when does he make a bounce back, when does he make a crossover.
Yeah, it's all about when that opportunity opens the door for him. You got to figure out when to make that pass, because once you do it, you got to be ready for the onslaught of other karts that are going to try to follow suit as they enter into the sweeping corners right here on the back half of the circuit into turn 13, 14, and 15. And Maccabee's going to hold on for a moment as Klein is now under pressure from Nolan Holiday as they come out of the final corner.
Yeah, now this pack continuing to gather more and more drivers. Holiday's been slowly reeling some of these drivers in. We talked about him getting a little bit pouncy in the second group, able to get some chance to work back, to get back into this pack essentially. Evans is just absolutely falling back at this point.
Evans doing everything that he needs to do here as he tries to hold the 5th spot for the moment. He's got to worry about Braden Heber, who's been one of the faster karts in this race so far, but he is not able to lose Kane any time on your top 4 as they work their way through the S's right there. Up towards the top of the hill, they'll make the run towards. And with about 30 seconds here to go, we should expect 2 more laps for your leaders as they come down to the hill into the sweeping corner. And no one's going to make a move just yet as Evans thought about going a little bit wide to get some momentum for a crossover. Not able to make it work. He's going to stay tucked up behind in the 5th spot. Here they come. 10 seconds. 9. Will we get the white flag or we get one more lap? Across the front straightaway they will go. And we get one more lap plus this one here as they come across the line. White flag should be next time by for your leaders.
Yeah, that'd be it by about a couple seconds. That's about it. But now it's go time. If you're Lida, you've been in position to make a move for a while. You know that you have a little bit of time, but not a lot of time. So if you feel like the move can be made now, do it now. Already, Maccabee going defensive for turn 7.
Maccabee being very smooth right now as Lida looks over his shoulder, sees who he has behind him, see if they can try to make a last-ditch effort to make a charge up to the front of the field. So far, can't do it. Cresting over the hill. Let's see if anyone tries to set something up into the corner here. Goes into the defensive line for Maccabee to keep your top 3 drivers behind as they work their way through. Not going to work. Here comes Lida. He found the opening. He will now take over the race lead. Maccabee tries to go on the defensive as contact between the drivers of Holiday and Klein. That will drop Klein further and further back as they get the white flag. It's going to be a drag race here as they come across the line between Maccabee and the driver of Ben Lida. Final lap here for your competitors as they work their way over to turn 2.
Did Lida do it too early? Did Lida open up the chance for Maccabee to be able to defend for the final lap? Let's find out here. Lida already making it clear. Turn 13's the main send spot. We've seen that at the national level when it comes to this layout already several times. Now Maccabee playing full defense, tries to play wheel to wheel. Now they go this time to 8, 9, and 10. Right now, Lida in prime position to try and wrap the bottom for 13 if he keeps this distance.
He's got to be careful, though, because right here is where Ben Lida set the pass up to make the run on Maccabee. Here they come into that sweeping corner for the final time in your pre-final event for your 206 senior. There you see Lida try to see if he can cross him up into the S's. Can't quite do it. How about Nolan Holiday coming to the mix? But for Matthew Maccabee, he will be able to retain and hold on to take home the pre-final win in your 206 senior across the line. He will do it. Ben Lida, Nolan Holiday, your top 3. Braden Heber moves up to P4 with Peyton Klein rounding out your top 5. Colin Evans, Riley Davis, Gavin Degenhardt, William Speck, Shane Hambrick, and Jeff Crutchleo rounds out your 11 kart field. How about that race there, Justin? Exciting action, and all I could say is imagine that being in the finals later on this afternoon.
I almost wonder if Leida did the move a lap too early here, Taylor. That might have been part of it, but Bakaby did a great job to immediately get it in position to get a send back, to get the lead back, and be able to defend, knew where the move was coming likely for the next time around, takes advantage. So on that note, it's going to be an interesting time when we see what happens in L206 Cadet Racing. That class is next on the docket here, Taylor, here on Kart Chaser.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
Are you looking for an advantage in your competition? Well, Car Class has done the hard work for you. We've travelled to your racetracks to give you the inside knowledge. So what does Car Class offer? We've got drone footage that captures the racing lines, visual markers for your braking points, acceleration zones, and the best overtake opportunities on your racetrack, pedal cam to show you where to brake and when to accelerate, and 360-degree footage to make sure you don't miss any parts on the racetrack. We've covered 13 racetracks in the United States, and Australia, you're up next. So visit carclass.com to get your track information.
Welcome back to Kart Chaser coverage of the Pro-Am Karting Championship here at MCC. Your 206 cadets, it's William Richard, Liam Richter, Drew Schneider, and Colton Hoops, your top four here who are going to be battling it out in your pre-finals. And let's see if we can go just one attempt of a start with no issues. They'll give the warning here to let them know, slow it down, get in the tram line, and we'll see if William Richard in the Bandit machine can go ahead and pull away. We get the green flag, and we're off, and there goes the Bandit right there. William Richards pulling away once again as he will lead the charge heading off into turn 2 and 3.
Great launch, great run to start things off. Doesn't seem like too many issues this time for the tram lines. Already, Richard trying to stretch that distance out over the rest of the field. Richter and company, but that already seen Richard be so precise when it comes to the middle portion of the racetrack. He seems to be locked in on the line.
Seems that watching this battle here as Liam Richter is trying to close in with William Richards here for the moment, but so far everyone's about spaced out between 2 to 3 kart lengths as they crest over the top of the hill. And we'll continue to watch on this battle for the race lead between your top 3 as Drew Schneider trying to see if he can at least maintain his points lead or at least not lose too much with him running in 3rd position.
Yeah, right now I'm not too concerned about that at this point. It's more so, can I get to the next kart? And right now, Schneider seems to be almost struggling, if anything, a little bit to be able to keep up with Richter. We'll see how this plays out during the race. But Drew Schneider, the cadet ranks racer, needs to find a way to get back on the pace, close up the 7/10s at least, get past Richter, and then focus on Richard, who seems to be already gone.
He's about 1.5 seconds behind William Richard right there in the 587 machine as William Richard will pull away. Then you got to go another few tenths of a second back, 8/10 for Liam Richter in 2nd place. So a little bit of openings here at 7/10 of a second. Oh, a little bit of an off right there by Richard. Got to be careful. Keep it off the green stuff. Stay on the black pavement. Work your way around the circuit.
Also looked like he was trying to make an adjustment with the rat flap almost, it seemed, for a moment, with how he was trying to play around while going off on the racetrack. That might have had something to do with it there. Multitasking can be tricky, and you can see right there just having to adjust with the temperatures. You mentioned the temperatures as high as 88 degrees air temp. That's going to make these karts run pretty hot.
As you see right there on some of those drivers on the pit wall with some umbrellas out to try and keep cool in this hot weather here, about 80 plus degrees outside right now in Batavia, as they snake their way out of the hairpin. Richard still holds on by about 1.5 seconds over Richter. Then about 0.7 of a second back is Drew Schneider. He picked up a little bit of time on Richter, but he's running out of options here. 5 minutes to go for your race leader of William Richards, as he will lead the charge. Cresting over the top of the hill, he will go. A little bit smoother, no dust in the air, so we'll keep on racing.
Keep on running cleanly as can be here. And we'll say for Richter so far, solid job again to be able to keep running in the second spot, as we've seen here with these karts. How things have played out so far. Lots of experience in Fremont, Ohio in particular for Liam Richter as well. With how he's been able to play this, though, he is going to have to deal with the defense pretty soon. Snyder seems to have found some pace to close up.
Yeah, in fact, last time by, he was almost 0.2 of a second faster, so he was able to cut that time down by more than half between him and Liam Richter. It's now about a kart length separating second and third position, as Drew Schneider tries to set up for an opportunity to make a pass for second as they enter that second hairpin. Not able to do so this time, but he is really going to put the hammer down and focus in on that 07 of Richter.
Seems fully focused with it being within 3 kart lengths, should say. Talking about the previous experience when it comes to Snyder, we mentioned 2-3 years now at the national level, trying to raise funds to actually help with the karting side. How things have played out, seems like he is in full lockstep emotion and focus to be able to try and close things up here, close up at the kart. Right now, it seems to have the line pretty precisely down. Richter taking a bit more of a wider line, try different things with 3 minutes to go.
Yeah, he's got to try something different now, because then he still was in lockstep with Liam Richter for the most part, but you saw a couple of spots where Drew Schneider bobbled just a little bit and lost a little bit of touch. He still is gained a little time on Liam, but just not enough to where he could really send it in and make a pass for that second position. As they come out of the hairpin, making the run towards that secondary hairpin, they will go. And watch on for the battle here. It's going to be close as they work their way up through that small little kink and up towards the top of the hill here with 2 minutes, 45 seconds to go.
Right there, though, look at that with Snyder. He seems to be more confident on the gas, more confident when to lift, more confident on his braking points. That seems to be the major difference compared to Richter, who almost is feeling out the lines a little bit, trying to get things going as he runs, has a different way that he prefers it to go. That's going to open up the door pretty quickly soon for Snyder to try and get a run. The tough thing's going to be, where does it get side by side with 2 minutes to work with?
Field now works their way around the circuit. 2 minutes to go here, plus an additional lap, so they're going to work their way through. We're going to watch this battle here between Liam Richter and Drew Schneider. It's the best battle that we have on the track here. William Richards has checked out by 5.4 seconds as he set the fastest lap of the race with a 1 minute 7.695, as absolutely flying around the circuit here in the Bandit machine, as he will continue to lead the charge. But Drew Schneider trying to see if he can have anything for Liam Richter.
Anything at all is going to be the main thing, right? Right here again is where he's been stronger, where he's been able to find a way to reel him on in. The problem is that's not a passing section, right, Taylor? So you're going to need to find a way to get better for the passing sections, and that's where Snyder, right here, you see it. Seems to be struggling a bit. Now he's over the back end of Richter all of a sudden. Richter really backed it up through turn 14.
Richter tries to see if he can hold on, but here comes Drew Schneider, shows the nose there in that red, white, and blue and green machine. As he tries to set it up, can't quite make it work. He will try to find his opening here, maybe out of turn 3 and 4, set himself up for a run into the hairpin. Not able to do so. He's not close enough to set it up, but so far he will work his way around and continue on racing, trying to see if he can find that opening he needs to get second away.
And right now, there's the differences too that you're seeing with the positioning. A bit more skewed to the right. Snyder seems almost like he's seated on a tilt in that Kart. I almost wonder if that's playing a bit of a difference maker for some of these straightaways on speed and why Richter's been so much better in some of these sections. Richter has a bit more of a skew to the left. It's almost like they've had the opposites attract, so to speak, in their positionings. But it looks like they might get another lap, maybe. We'll see what happens here as they reach full zeros on the board. It's going to, yes, be one additional lap based on the leader getting there right as the clock reaches zeros. Now the white flashes.
Yeah, so this will be one more time around for William Richards, Liam Richter. So it's going to be an exciting one here as they come out of turn 2 and 3 and make the run towards that first hairpin. Down the short chute they will go. Drew Schneider trying to keep up pace, but he's just not able to get the run he needs, that opening he's looking for in order to take that second spot away from Liam Richter. He tries to show the nose into the second hairpin, can't quite do anything there, and nope, not able to, as we pick up your race leader, William Richards, in the Bandit machine, cresting over the hill as he works his way through, and so far not going to work as they come across out of through the final couple of corners here for William Richard. He's going to try and see if he can go back-to-back when it comes to the pole position, make it a triple threat for him today. The pole position, as well as also winning the pre-final and winning the final here today out of the final corner. Checkered flag in the air. William Richard will win your pre-final event.
Very dominant speed from Richard as an air reach up for Snyder. Not going to be anything doing there as Richter holds on. Colton Hoops actually went down a lap, unfortunately, I think, there in that one. Not the run that Hoops wanted.
It's certainly not the case here, but with that, those 4 drivers will head over to the paddock and see what adjustments they can make, except for William Richard, I have to say. That he's pretty safe to say that he doesn't make any adjustments for him, but for Richter and Schneider and Hoops, they got some work to do. So with that, we'll step aside and take a quick commercial break. But when we come back, it's your KA 100 Masters pre-finals. They're up next on Kart Chaser.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself, quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
Are you looking for an advantage in your competition? Well, Car Class has done the hard work for you. We've traveled to your racetracks to give you the inside knowledge. So what does Car Class offer? We've got drone footage that captures the racing lines, visual markers for your braking points, acceleration zones, and the best overtake opportunities on your racetrack. Pedal cam to show you where to brake and when to accelerate, and 360-degree footage to make sure you don't miss any parts on the racetrack. We've covered 13 racetracks in the United States, and Australia, you're up next. So visit carclass.com to get your track information.
Welcome back here to Kart Chaser's coverage of the Pro-Am Karting Championship here at the Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati. It is time for the KA 100 Masters, and let's quickly go through your starting lineup. Chris and Andy Kutcher will start on the front row with Zach Porter in third position. Scott Carpoletti will be starting in P4 with David Gaulonia in fifth. Brandon Estes in sixth. Chris Gorman, Neil Hamilton, Corey Albright, and Paul Meath will round out your top 10. Mike Doty and Kevin Simonelik will round out your top 12 as they work their way through. There's Kevin Simonelik as they will enter into the start line, the tram line, ready to go. And we're going to try again. Not a good start for your leaders at all. So, Justin, re-rack them, re-stack them, and let's go again.
Yeah, that didn't look like it was put together at all. They didn't have all the carts even ready to go yet, Taylor. So,
No.
Pretty obvious they're going to restack, especially since you're missing your 12th place cart.
Yeah, Kevin Simonelik was way behind your leaders there, so he's got some work to do. They got to slow it down. As we call with the KA Masters, of course, for those of you who are new to the karting broadcast, KA Masters are pretty much, of course, drivers over the age of 30. So for those of you who are normally following the Kart Chasers broadcast, these are the crazy old men, as we like to call them. These drivers here have had many years of experience racing in many different forms of motorsports and karting over the decades. And they just want to come out here, have some fun amongst their colleagues, and put on a good show for us here in Cincinnati as they work their way through into the start line. The officials letting them know, hey, slow it down, tighten up the gaps a little bit, don't cross the lines, mind your P's and Q's. And let's try this again as the Kutchers in their red speeds will get set and ready to go and lead the field. Let's see if anybody crosses the line this time. And it looks okay for the most part. Everyone seems to be clean and green. Will we get the green flag? Yes, we will. Green is out, and we're underway as they head on down into turn one. The Kutchers side-by-side battle for the race lead, but it will be Andy Kutcher who will take over the spot as they work their way over towards turns 2 and 3.
Nicely done on the start, but the Kutchers not nicely done in the heart of the field, but there was some near contact. Looks like they're able to keep it going, though, with some side-by-side for the middle of the field. Kutchers trying to keep things lockstep, though. 1-2 amongst their carts already. Carpatelli in that 206 machine having some good momentum to get and move up already in this one.
Good fighting up at the front of the field as the Kutchers and Scott Carpoletti will lead the charge. Zach Porter right there in the mix as he's trying to close up and fight his way through as everyone's trying to jockey for position here on the opening lap.
Jockeyiness going to be something to watch for, I think, in this class today. Usually we've seen this whether in other levels at the national side in Colorado or here before. Usually you have 1 or 2 races that play out in this class. Usually you have the leaders separated, then it becomes a brawl at the final lap. Or better yet, you end up having it to where one car controls the tempo, then fades back, then has themselves under attack by the midway point, and the Kutchers seem to be making it clear they want to try and break away.
Absolutely, as we watch this battle for the race lead between the Kutchers and Zach Porter right there in amongst the mix. They're trying to work their way through and pull away. Chris Gorman moving up to P4 with Corey Albright rounding out your top 5. Biggest loser so far has to go to Scott Carpoletti, losing 3 spots at the start of the race, along with David Golinia, who dropped 4 spots at the start of the race. So tough break for them in this opening lap. Out of the final corner they'll go. 6 minutes left to go on the clock as they come across the front straightaway. Andy and Chris Kutcher trying to work together. Zach Porter looks over the shoulder, sees he's free and clear, and goes ahead and drops the fastest lap of the race.
Yeah, just almost instinctual, being like, what's everyone else looking at? Oh wait, there's no one behind me. Why am I worried about what's going on there? So at this point, Zach Porter can pretty easily say to himself, if he feels like it, hey, I want to move up a spot here, break up the teamwork games up in front of me. That's not going to be so easy, though, with how so far the Kutchers seem to be lockstep. You're identical line to line, and if anything, Chris is seeming very content in the defensive maneuvers.
Yeah, we'll see how this plays out. We do have one retirement from the pre-final. That's Brant Estes in the 209. he does finally come across the line. So he is in there. I thought he did retire, but he just took a little bit to get caught back up to the field. So he is currently 6P12. But we're going to go up and watch this battle here for the 4th position between Chris Gorman and Corey Albright, the 234, as a couple other cars come across the line. There you see the 297 of Paul Meese working his way in 7th spot. And David Golina looks to the inside, and he'll take that spot away.
Yeah, very easily, in fact, you should say. Just had the better run, had the better speed. May as well say, you know what, I've got the run. I'm just going to take the swap and get up this spot. We have no one else in front that is within range to attack. May as well see if I can close up on my own without having to work behind somebody on the kart. Sometimes you get that right, depending on the momentum swings, and that seems to be the case right there.
Seems to be so. Now can these two work together to see if they can go and at least charge for a chance of a top 5 here. There's 4 minutes to go. There's still a little bit of time for them to make up some ground, but with how far back they are, they're currently 2.6 seconds. If the drivers ahead of them start battling, they have a shot. However, if they stay single file, it's going to be a different story.
Yeah, different story is going to be the major thing right now, because noticing that Chris is not as great right now in the 3rd sector at the start of it for turn 11. He's been a bit better compared to what we've seen from Andy, though, in the 1st sector, all the way up towards the edge of the middle sector. A bit of a trouble there at this time for Chris. Nothing that Zach Quarter can do yet, though, because he gets boxed in a non-passing zone, but he needs to go. Now that Chris has started to really struggle.
Here they come down into the braking zone of turn 13, and Zach Quarter try to find the opening he needs to get around for 2nd place. Can't quite do it. Andy Kutcher starts to pull away just a little bit now from the rest of the master field as they come out of the final corner. Nose to tail, Chris Kutcher, Zach Quarter leading away and losing time on Andy Kutcher as Chris Gorman and Corey Albright and Scott Carapoletti lined up nose to tail to see if they can have anything for your top 3.
Anything is possible, once again. And right now, Zach Quarter, I think right now, can very possibly do it. That 2nd pack, though, seems like they're starting to get into position to be a little bit feisty. Gorman right now has a bit more better pace now that he's at the clean air positions right now. But look at that send. Albright having to defend a little bit.
Absolutely, here as the field works their way around the circuit. And as they crest over the top of the hill right there, Chris Gorman doing a great job of holding strong over the rest of the field of Albright and Carapoletti. Scott really trying to put the pressure on Corey Albright. Can't find his opening, though, just yet as they will work their way through there. But there you see the Burrell Art 261 machine of Corey Albright trying to hold that 5th spot as they come across the line. Just under 2 minutes to go, and here comes Carapoletti. I believe that's a Lando Norris car, and now here comes Albright. He'll try to show the nose on Gorman, can't quite make it work, and he'll try to work his way through and put the pressure on them as they head to the hairpin.
No place for Carapoletti to go quite yet, though. That's the thing. Not close enough to make the full lunge. Not close enough to be able to get alongside, but not too far to be able to say, okay, I'm not going to have a true shot here at any point. All it takes is one big checkup. He's right there. Carapoletti seems to be looking very solid for this final sector, at least.
A little bit of a warning flag to Andy Kutcher as well. He had a little bit of a penalty, warning flag for the acceleration zone. So got to be careful on that start later on as we pick up your top 3 as they come across the line. It's still the Kutchers and Zach Quarter, but here comes Corey Albright to the inside of Gorman. He'll move up to the 4th spot, but here comes Gorman putting the pressure back on, but can't quite make the pass work. Carapoletti watches on, ready to make a fight for the 5th spot.
Carapoletti now is in prime position to pop around. This is exactly what I talked about. Chance to be able to try and make a move. But right now the problem is just doesn't seem to be fast enough for quarter entry / quarter exit. Get a run. Those 3 leaders, though, still maintaining lockstep precision amongst them. No move for Zach Quarter to get alongside any of them.
Here they come, though, through the field as they work through the final couple of corners. A little bit of a wheel hopping right there from the 296 of Andy Kutcher. As they come out of the final corner, we should get the white flag one more time around for your race leader as the timer expires to 0. White flag. Let's see what happens between the Kutchers and Zach Corder as they run through the corner into turn number 2. And there you see the pass for the race lead. Chris Kutcher up to the front of the field. Nope, I think it's going to be Andy who will hold on for the moment.
Here comes the pass attempt, though, alongside again, defensive. Now here comes Corder. Thought about a poke, couldn't make the poke work. So far, Andy and Chris staying in the same positionings for now. How long do they last as Zach Corder tries to find a way to break this up? Right now, looks like Andy's in the clear.
But Chris is not in the clear. As he looked over the shoulder, Zach thinks about trying to set something up here. Almost gets to the back bumper of Chris Kutcher. Can't quite make it work. He'll try again as they hop over the curbs once again for the final time in pre-final action out of turn number 16. Here comes Andy Kutcher in the Red Speed Machine. He will take home the KA100 Masters pre-final win. Chris Kutcher, Zach Corder will come home in second and third. And how about this drag race to the front straightaway for 4th position? Corey Albright will get the spot over Scott Carapoletti. Chris Gorman in 6th. David Golina in 7th. Paul Meese will come home in 8th. Here comes Mike Doty in the 9th position. Then Kevin Simonellic, Neil Hamilton, Brant Estes round out your field. Penalty is given to Brant Estes as well. 5-second penalty on lap 2, turn 2 with the 290 of Neil Hamilton.
Yeah, some good racing once again, but in the end, the Kutchers making it clear. You're going to have to drive through them, as I said, to be able to try and break through the win, and they make it clear they're going to be the front row for the feature.
They certainly are, and as they come around to enter into the pit area once again to the scale line, we'll step aside right quick. But next up, it is your KA100 Junior pre-final event. They're next on the docket here on Kart Chaser.
So you finally want to get behind the wheel, huh?
Yeah, I've been shooting for 3 years and I've never got to drive.
Well, you're gonna need some more gear than just your helmet. Why don't you go to shopakr.com? They got their inventory online and they'll ship it the same day if you order before 5:30 p.m. Eastern.
They got shoes,
Yep,
gloves,
yep,
rib protectors.
got those too.
Can they make me go fast?
No.
Here at Acceleration Kart Racing, we've got everything you need to get on track. What happens next? Well, that's on you. Check us out online at shopakr.com. This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
Well, it's time for your KA100 Juniors pre-finals. It's Kai Mars and Tyrone Kemper Jr. on the front row. Indy Anderson, Homer Heyman, Isaac Gardner, Julian Pollard, Isabel Simpson, Josiah Phillips, Adler Klein, Marcus Batshun, and Marco Romero round out your 11-kart field as we get set and ready to go racing here for your KA100 Juniors pre-final. Out into the tram zone they will go. Let's hope we get a nice clean start, no resets as they go and set themselves up. A little bit of hand signals there, but everything looks clean in here. And We're green, racing here into turn number 1, and already it's going to be Kai Mars and Tyrone Kemper Jr. battling it out, but Kai Mars will get the spot as Indy Anderson slots into second contact further behind as they try to jockey around for position, but it is a TKG Kart Republic 1-2 as they head into the hairpin.
And Kemper Jr. trying to learn this track quickly from the state of Texas right now, having to look back and see what's going on involving several of these teammates around him. They're all bundled together, all sorts of orange, green, and white cards, all sorts around him. Kemper Jr. not the start he wanted. How about a poke to turn 11? That's not usually a passing zone.
Absolutely not here, as that sea of green that we see Tyrone Kemper Jr. stuck in. He is trying everything in his power to try and work his way through. Meanwhile, a little further back, the 834 of Homer Heyman moves up here. It is working their way through, but of course we watch on and see how this will all play out amongst the competitors as they work their way through. And Kai Mars leads the charge. Anderson, Kemper, Heyman, and Gardner, your top 5.
Yeah, right now, this is where it gets lockstep yet again. Kai Mars picked up the pace earlier on, but Kemper Jr. already showcasing he's not afraid to wait. He's right now in push mode on the move on Indy Anderson. And now it's going to be difficult to try and get around the leader in Kai Mars. Kemper Jr. was flying in final practice earlier.
As they work their way through the field and keep an eye on the competition here, Tyrone Kemper Jr. thinks about trying to get that second or that race lead away from Kai Mars. Can't quite do it just yet. Has to be a little bit patient to set himself up as Indy Anderson and Homer Heyman battle for that third spot. Heyman moving up to P3.
Yeah, not bad at all to be able to take advantage. It seems like the patience level seems, outside of Kemper Jr., to be pretty solid so far in this early going. But Kemper Jr., he is one of your fastest cars on the racetrack. 1 minute 2/10 lap times. That's quicker than 1 minute 4/10 from the leader in Mars.
Absolutely here as Tyrone is trying to put the pressure on him as they work their way into that secondary hairpin. Not going to work this time around as they work. He now gets that race lead. Beautiful pass on Kai Mars. Tyrone Kemper Jr. back up to the race lead.
Not bad at all from Tyrone Kemper Jr. to be able to take the lead. As representing Noah Motorsports as one of its ambassadors. We've seen some good moves so far. There's Kai Mars with a good move on back. Able to make the pass back. Now it's looking to try and see, can Kemper Jr. regroup? Some drivers using the hand signals.
And as they come across the front straightaway here, Mars gets back up in front of Tyrone Kemper. Heyman is now in that third spot. Homer is trying to find every way he can to catch back up in across the front, or that short chute into that first hairpin. Kemper gets right on the back bumper of Kai Mars for that second spot, but can't quite find the opening he needs to get the race lead away.
Yeah, no openings opening up right now, but Kemper Jr. is trying to figure out every single thing. This is important for next week in theory, to be able to see where can he make up ground, where can he try and slice and dice, where can he not make a pass. That's going to be a huge thing for next week in particular if he ends up showing up the next week, what do you think? But right now, he's learning one thing's for certain. He needs to be smart for turn 13, under attack again. Anderson takes a pass back. Or rather, Heyman does.
Yeah, Heyman does get the spot back in the 834 machine, so it's now back to a Kart Republic 1, 2, 4, and 5 right now. So they're really trying to work their way through. Tyrone Kemper stinking up the party in a sense for the Kart Republic drivers as they try to work through turns 2 and 3. Got a little bit of work to do as they make the run to the hairpin. Kemper tries to see if he can find his opening around Heyman, but can't find it. Now he does. Big send into second place.
Yeah, another bold move from Kemper Jr. Make it stick. Be able to send it in an area that usually you don't expect through turn 4. But now, this has allowed Mars to get some breathing space for the next couple laps here. It's going to take a little bit for him to get back up there and in position to try and pounce back for the race lead. There's still 3 minutes to work with, mind you.
Yeah, a lot of openings right now for your drivers, so they got to be careful of that. You know, with this battling, this opens the door for other drivers to get into the picture. They stay single file, but wait for that driver ahead of them to make a mistake. That could be a big benefit for them. But for drivers like Kai Mars and Tyrone Kemper Jr., they very rarely make those mistakes here, so you got to be aggressive like Tyrone does heading into turn 2. He'll move back up into the race lead.
Getting a nice solid move, but now how to play defense. Mars trying to ride the bumper. That's allowing Heeman right back up into the conversation again. But now this is going to be where this is the test mark. Mars seems to be able to test his patience right now. Kemper Jr. absolutely being pressurized from behind as Mars tries to get a launch.
He's going to try it here again as we work their way through into the sweeping corner of turn 13. Kai Mars tries to find the opening. Not close enough to try anything here as Homer Heeman tries to get a good run out of turn number 16. Not working for him. He'll stay tucked up behind his teammate of Kai Mars with a 2-minute warning here to go for your drivers.
Yeah, only a few more laps to get the job done. Mars, I don't know about how this is going to stick. How about that, though? He makes that stick through turn 2. But for now, the thing is, every time Kemper Jr.'s been in second, he's immediately found the speed he's needed to make the pass back within about a lap or two. Right now, Kemper Jr. seems to be in that position yet again, trying to go full attack mode.
He is trying to do so, but does he have enough time to where he can not only go into full attack mode, but take away that race lead if given the chance here? As the field works their way around up towards the top of the hill, they will crest down the roller coaster through that wide sweeping turn 13 and 14. So far as Heeman looks to the inside of Kemper, he'll try to push his way through as Kemper fights back.
Heeman now under attack himself, though, from that. Anderson wants a spot back. Not able to make the run back, though. This is all helping exactly what Mars wanted to see. With under 50 seconds to work, with about 2 laps to work with, and with Kemper Jr. being swallowed up by those karts in the backdrop, this is exactly what Mars needed to try and win this.
So now it is a Trinity Karting Group Kart Republic 1, 2, 3 for your drivers as Kemper Jr. has fallen back. Kai Mars continues to lead the charge. Heeman in second place. I believe it's Indy Anderson in the third spot as they work their way through. So it's going to be a lockout of the podium for the moment unless Tyrone Kemper Jr. has something else to say about it. They crest over the hill with 18 seconds to go. They should get the white flag this time by.
One thing to note, though, we'll see how this works out for Mars. That bumper is dragging on the ground all of a sudden for the 806 from all the physical contact. Is that going to last?
And not only that, but that is going to be a big-time issue right there for Kai Mars with that penalty because that bumper it's got to stay on tightly as they get the white flag. So we'll wait for the words from officials, but for Kai Mars, not in a good predicament spot here for him.
We'll see what the bumper situation for Kai Mars later on. He's had the pace to be up here this whole time. I don't think Mars realizes that the bumper's dragging behind him, but Kemper Jr. has absolutely lost all the ground that he was holding on to earlier on. Sometimes you can be so aggressive you lose it all, and it looks like Kemper Jr. played over-aggressive.
I think for sure that's the case here. He was a little over-aggressive, but now he's going to try something here to set up into the final couple of corners as they work their way through. Can Homer Heeman think about getting the race win in the pre-finals away from Kai Mars as they work their way out of the final corner? Kai Mars with that bumper dragging there. It's going to be a big issue as they come across onto the front straightaway. Yep, penalty right there for the 806. He got the warning. So that should, if things go certainly, that should give the race win over to Homer Heeman.
Yeah, there's that flag right there, mechanical. I think they call that the meatball flag. Remember in iRacing with the orange and black?
Yep. So with that, it will unofficially, it's Kai Mars who will get it as mechanical flag does come out for Kai Mars for that rear bumper. Homer Heeman will finish in second. Indy Anderson, Tyrone Kemper Jr., Isaac Gardner, Isabel Simpson, Marco Romero, Adler Klein, Julian Pollard, Josiah Phillips, and Marcus Batshoon rounds out your 11 kart field. Next on the docket, it's time for Pro Shifter action next here for Kart Chasers coverage.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
Are you looking for an advantage in your competition? Well, Car Class has done the hard work for you. We've traveled to your racetracks to give you the inside knowledge. So what does Car Class offer? We've got drone footage that captures the racing lines, visual markers for your braking points, acceleration zones, and the best overtake opportunities on your racetrack. Pedal cam to show you where to brake and when to accelerate, and 360-degree footage to make sure you don't miss any parts on the racetrack. We've covered 13 racetracks in the United States, and Australia, you're up next. So visit carclass.com to get your track information.
Welcome back to Kart Chaser coverage of the amazing Pro-Am Karting Championship here at the Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati. Taylor Burris here along with Justin Prince as we are getting set for Pro Shifter action. We'll give a moment here for the drivers to get themselves situated. Justin, though, exciting racing action we're about to see here with the Pro Shifters. And these drivers are ready to go as it's going to be an exciting one to watch. The Pegrams and Safa Haddock battling it out for the pre-final win here today.
Yeah, this has been an exciting day so far of racing, but this class is going to be one to keep an eye on with the Pegrams continuously keeping the speed up in the final qualifying sessions earlier on in today. In particular, we've seen a lot of these drivers go two wheels with some of these karts today, especially with the amount of the throttle liner, and better yet when it comes to just the elevation and the grip roll with these karts. Some of the best karts today are the ones that have been able to manage that while also maintaining speed. It's been a fun day, and now these Pro Shifters are going to be the ones truly put to the test to see, can they manage this racetrack while working their way through the gears. Looks like the green lights are going to start to flicker on as the umbrellas come out from undercover here, Taylor. As these drivers get themselves ready to go and get themselves from the pre-grid as well as fired up to hit the racetrack.
Absolutely. They're heading out to hit the track indeed to get set and ready to go. As once again, it's going to be an exciting finish here in your pre-finals with these drivers about to do battle for about 8 minutes here, and we'll keep an eye on the action and bring you all the coverage. Of course, this isn't the only Kart Chaser broadcast happening here today. Of course, not too far in Whiteland Park, it is the Route 66 Championship happening here. Of course, Xander Clements, along with his crew over there, are covering the action over at Whiteland Raceway Park, as the Route 66 has their first time return in about a year or two since they've been a part of the Kart Chaser broadcast.
Yes, some exciting racing all about here in the Kart Chaser networks of broadcasts so far. But these karts here for Pro Shifter are ready to go, Taylor, for the grid.
They'll work their way through and get themselves warmed up. They'll have one formation lap, and then they'll enter into the start box and get themselves ready to go racing once again. Here for your pre-finals, 8 minutes plus an additional lap if need be. And this is going to be exciting. Let's go ahead and give you your starting lineup. Larry Pegram's on the pole with Safa Haddock the third in second. Riley Pegram will be in third with Mitchell Lowry in fourth. In the fifth position is John Disselzweig in the fifth spot. Fred Robertson in sixth. Doug Duff in seventh. Rocky Johnson in eighth. Nathan Williams ninth. Jeff Carroll 10th. Gary Mockel in 11th with Paul Rydzetsky rounds out your 12 kart field.
Yeah, and as you said earlier on in the discussion, Larry Pegram with some experience in American motorcycle racing, all the way back in Superbike competition, as far back as the 1990s he appeared in that series. And so far he has been difficult to be able to get the edge on when it comes to speed here in the speed traps, setting the pole time by a good 6+ tenths of a second earlier on today. And he's now wondering, where's the rest of the field so we can get all gridded up and ready to go?
Absolutely. It's like, where did everyone go? We're waiting on you.
Yeah, everyone just trying to catch up here because they did give them the 1 to go signal. They might not be getting in position here at this point. Yeah, they're going to have to go around an additional time here with how long they're separated here at this point. There's no way they get this all set up.
We'll find out here. They're entering into the start boxes. Yeah. Yep, they're going to go into the standing start boxes already, so they're going to have time.
There we go. Yes, was about to say. Now let's go to see how they get through the standing start now and get themselves rolled up here as they get themselves all lined up for the grid boxes. Looks like a couple karts aren't lined up fully.
There we go, checking everyone over here. We'll wait to see if we get the official word, if we get the chance to go racing this time, or we got to go around as they work, checking every driver. Got to be careful, make sure, hey, don't make the engines get too hot here, otherwise it's a problem. We get the cross flags, thumbs up. Wait for the lights here as we get set and ready to go for 8 minutes. Light one, lights are out. It's time to go shifter racing here at MCC, and away they go. And already Larry Pegram checks out on the field over Safa Haddock.
Not bad start so far. Larry Pegram already up by a sizable margin with that launch. Exactly what he wanted to see here. As now, we'll see how Riley Pegram tries to close up Lowry and Haddock, also with some solid jumps.
How about this here as they work their way out of the first hairpin, making the run over towards the back half of the course here. Larry Pegram just continues to charge away and work through the field. And crests over the hill, but here comes Safa Haddock with a big head of speed as Mitchell Lowry gets the third spot away from Riley Pegram.
Solid move still, but right now, there's still 7 minutes to work with. Be able to have to go quicker through the gears here. Right now, Larry Pegram is absolutely zooming away to get the separation. 55-second lap time to start. It's going to be difficult for Haddock to go toe-to-toe right now with how this start's played out and how quick Pegram's kart is absolutely blistering through the corners.
Really great job by Larry Pegram. Safa Haddock 0.6 of a second back. Then you got to go another second back to Mitchell Lowry, who's in a tight battle for third with Riley Pegram. There you see them on screen as they work their way through. There you see also the 73 trying to work their way up. That's Fred Robertson and John Distelweig, who is right there in the battle for the fifth spot.
Yeah, separation is starting to really grow, and we were expecting some separation. It's a driver-intensive kart when it comes to these pro shifters. It really trends to the best drivers, not just with the karts, but also with how well they take the racetrack and how well they know the lines and how well they know how to shift to the gears without causing any stallouts or anything along those lines. Haddock seems to be keeping Pegram, at least Larry, in lockstep form and pressurized, while Riley seems in position to try and make a move herself pretty soon. Or themselves.
They're working their way through. And so far, Mitchell Lowry in that 221 Magic Kart, trying to pull away, but still trying to make sure they can stay ahead of Riley Pegram. But how about the driver of Safahadik III? He is closing in on your race leader, Larry Pegram. Half a second separates them. We'll pick them up coming through the S's here before they hit turn 16. He has made up that time very quickly on your race leader and is ready to do battle here with 5 minutes, 15 seconds to go across the line. And he sets another burner lap here, a 54.051, 4/10 of a second behind.
Yeah, Riley doing the same right now. Riley, of course, coming off a big momentous moment. The first driver to ever race in TCR competitions, part of the Kuma FIA TCR World Tour last month. Just 19 years old, taking part of the action at Mid-Ohio last month. Able to make his history in TCR competition.
Absolutely incredible here for him. And we'll have some more exciting news to talk about. Get ready to say we'll have some more exciting news to talk about when it comes to racing from karts to cars later on when we get to our KA senior category. We'll have a lot to talk about, but as they work their way out of the final corner, Larry Pegram, Safahadik still will battle for the race lead. Pegram, though, stretches that out a little bit to 7/10 of a second as Mitchell Lowry tries to hold off the hard charge of Riley Pegram.
So far, seeming like Riley seems to be close enough to get to about here. The tough part is trying to close up the gap fully to Lowry. That doesn't seem to be closing up fully. Riley's a little bit quicker for the middle sector, but the Rhino Liner section seems to be right where Lowry seems really comfortable, where Lowry is able to really pull away and stretch out their legs to be able to get away. You see Riley Pegram trying to go a little bit deeper now. Try to change up the complexion of this group. Close it up by kart length. Now getting a little bit loose.
Gets it back together, though, and up on two wheels she will go and gather it back up. But Riley Pegram puts the power down, loses, though, about a kart length on Mitchell Lowry for the time being. Have to wait and be a little patient. Try to set it up here again on this lap.
Yeah, that area almost flips karts over. Grip roll, as I call it. With what they're doing in that section through turn 13. And again, I'll emphasize, the best drivers today, Taylor, have been the ones to not only tame that section, but do it without having too much grip roll. You almost need a looser kart for that section to make sure you don't grip roll it.
Yeah, you certainly got to be careful of where you set your kart up here in these parts of the track when you go through that area. So we'll see if everyone makes it through cleanly all throughout the day today. We don't want to have any red flags or any major issues, so hopefully we'll keep it clean and green throughout the entirety of today's racing action as they feel will work out of the final corner. Larry Pegram, he still set some good personal best times last time by. As he tries to stay ahead, he's stretched out to a 1-second lead over Safahadik III. Lowry and Pegram, though, still battling for that third step.
Yeah, Mitchell Lowry still has played a great job defensively this whole entire race so far. It's been interesting. Keep an eye on the shifters so far and how they've raced it out today. We've seen Mitchell Lowry race in the rain, mind you, over the years, too. He knows how to race rain or dry to be able to make it stick in a shifter kart.
Here we go. This is going to be interesting. Your race leaders now approaching lap traffic. They just put Gary Mockel a lap down. They also did that same thing with Jeff Carroll a little bit ago. So they're working through the final corner here, and as they do so, 1.5 minutes left to go. Safahadik trying to now put the pressure on Larry Pegram. He'll look to the inside, can't find the opening just yet, but he's patient, see if he can set himself up for the hairpin.
Haddock not in the prime position to be able to pounce quite yet. To rejoin with TKCO's boy back in 2020, but right now trying to take that kart and take it to the point right now. Seems to be able to get this distance, seems to be better in some of the corners, not all the corners, Taylor. That's the main difference right now. It's going to come down possibly to a last lap brawl if he wants a chance here to take Larry Pegram's spot away. With how he's trying to close up, you see him right there trying to go a little bit deeper in the corners and is making it stick, especially in 13 with the different lines for 14.
Absolutely. We're going to get 2 more laps to go. This lap and then 1 more lap immediately after this. They're going to do battle. 45 seconds plus the lap here as they head off into turn 2. Safahadik thought about it. Can't quite get the run they need here in order to get the race lead away from Larry Pegram. And Safahadik shows the nose. Can't get close enough, though, to make a pass into the hairpin.
Yeah, right now, 2 kart lanes different still. I don't know if this is going to be fully closed up by Haddock at this rate, even with the amount of speed. It's almost going to come down to a final second lunge through turn 1 or turn 2 to do something. Haddock closes up a lot through turn 11. That's where Pegram keeps it nice and conservative with just making sure the line's there. But that time, Haddock got way loose in the Rhino liner sections here.
It certainly did here, so we'll see what happens, and that will give enough of a gap there for Larry Pegram to break away from Safahadik briefly as they come out of the final corner. One more time around for Larry Pegram as he looks to try to go and pick up another win here at MCC as they snake their way through out of turn 2 and 3 down towards the hairpin.
Right now, that's exactly what Larry needs. At this point, Haddock is almost saying, you know what, I'm taking the points. That gap is not closing whatsoever at this point. It looks like Haddock's gone in conservative mode, Taylor.
He certainly has. He realizes, you know what, let's save some stuff, save some tires, save some equipment for the finals this afternoon for them. He wants to try to make sure he can make it to the end as they work their way down the hill once again for the final time in the pre-finals. And as they crest through that long sweeping corner, a little bit of lap traffic up ahead for your race leader. They'll give way. Could Safahadik make a last-ditch effort? Not close enough. But out of the final corner, Larry Pegram will take home the pre-final win in Pro Shifter.
Very dominant run as well on the way there as Lowry does hold off Riley Pegram for that third step of the podium. 6.7 seconds, that difference between the first spot and third. Larry had the pace, so did Haddock, to be able to try and run.
And with that, it goes as follow with John Disselwig will be in 5th. Fred Robertson comes across the line in 6th position. Doug Duff will finish in 7th. Paul Rydzetsky, Nathan Williams will also finish 7th, 8th, and 9th as Gary Mockel moves up to P10. Rocky Johnson, 11th. Jeff Carroll will finish in 12th position. We're going to step aside briefly, but it's time for a little multi-class racing action with your Micro and Mini Swift pre-final. They're next up on the docket here on Kart Chasers coverage of the Pro-Am Karting Championship at MCC.
Brandon, why are there all these charges for just over $200 from Acceleration Kart Racing's website?
That's because AKR gives you free shipping on orders of $200 or more within the continental US.
Okay, but I thought you were just getting a pair of gloves. That's what, 70 bucks?
But if I'm getting a new pair of gloves, I might as well get a new pair of shoes to match. And then on top of that, I'll get a neck brace because with the shipping, it's basically free.
Yeah, I do not think the math checks out on that.
Everything you need, all in one place and shipped to your door for free for orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Spend responsibly. Shop AKR.com.
Kyle, I need a new 219 chain. I need a 77 toothbrush sprocket. I need some more chain lube, and I need it probably as soon as like tomorrow. Dude, are you even listening? Like, we need this to run this weekend.
Want anything else?
What do you mean?
I already got it in the car on Acceleration Kart Racing's online store, bro. All orders over $200 get free shipping.
Oh, throw in a set of tires.
Done.
Everything you need, all in one place and shipped to your door for free on orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Shop AKR.com.
Are you looking for an advantage in your competition? Well, Kart Class has done the hard work for you. We've travelled to your racetracks to give you the inside knowledge. So what does Kart Class offer? We've got drone footage that captures the racing lines, visual markers for your braking points, acceleration zones, and the best overtake opportunities on your racetrack. Pedal cam to show you where to brake and when to accelerate, and 360-degree footage to make sure you don't miss any parts on the racetrack. We've covered 13 racetracks in the United States, and Australia, you're up next. So visit kartclass.com to get your track information.
Welcome back to Kart Chaser coverage of the Pro-Am Karting Championship here at MCC. It's time for your IME Micro and IME Mini Swift category, and let's go ahead and give you the starting lineup. It's going to be for your mini class, Alex Kutcher, Robert Lash, Ben Gleberman, Eli Furnish, and Camden Swindling, who will be your 5 karts. And in the micro category, it'll be Miles Wilson on the pole with Drake Williamson, Jackson Frank, Leah Simonelik, Wyatt Huntsbarger, Drew Schneider, and Brooks Swindling, as it's a 12-kart field here today. And we'll be excited to bring you this little bit of multi-class racing action as they get themselves lined up 2 by 2 and ready to go racing for the next 8 minutes.
Yeah, back to the rolling starts here for these drivers, believe here. So it's been interesting to keep an eye on how these karts have played things out so far. Williamson seems so in control for his respective class, though. For the very end, it looked like Wilson, I guess, got the edge on the time. So we'll see how the front karts play it out in these micro mini Swift classes.
Field now enters out of the final corner. A little bit of separation from each class here. And let's see, slow it down, gentlemen. We got to get ourselves ready to go. And we get the green flag. We're racing here for your mini and micro multi-class racing as they head off into turn number 1. Robert Lash, Alex Kutcher, Eli Furnish all jockeying for position inside the top 5 as they do so. Meanwhile, in the micro category, as they pick their way through the field, Miles Wilson leads the charge as they come through the hairpin.
All the way through the middle sector already for those drivers. Good separation to be able to let the karts breathe over the course these next few minutes. But now, right now, with how things look so far, a bit of contact at the back of that grouping between Swindling and Gleberman, believe. Outside of that, the top 3 have been able to break away in their respective class, while 4th and 5th are absolutely battling like it's the lead.
Well, that's Swindling and Eli Furnish, who we talked about. Eli Furnish had not a good qualifying effort. He had some contact and had to be towed out of the track. So we'll see if he's able to catch up and make some runs here as we pick up Alex Kutcher leading the charge in your mini Swift category as they come across the line here. And Robert Lash will now take over the spot in his TKG Kart Republic as Alex Kutcher and Ben Gleberman now moves up and see what he can do as Gleberman drops up to the 2nd position. Alex Kutcher drops back to P3.
All sorts of sends back, though, to go back and forth up for the front spots right here. The slingshot's going to be something to keep an eye on in this class for today. Seems like the aggression level's very high in the pack with Gleberman and company. All well. Look at the air cards. The top 2 are just calmly running away.
Yeah, just moving consistent here as we pick up the micro category. Miles Wilson, Drake Williamson battling it out for the race lead in that class as they will crest up to the top of the hill. Wilson holds strong over Williamson for the moment, as there you see him right there on screen. And they'll continue to do battle, but they're currently about a kart length separating the 2 of them for that. So we'll keep an eye on that as Ben Gleberman takes over the race lead in the mini Swift category.
So all sorts of battlings back and forth we've seen with Gleberman trying to push that kart. But right now, in regards to what we're seeing micro side, these karts still just remaining patient in terms of on screen, just trying to work together. Williamson, I think, might have the better kart based on what we've seen in the practice time so far. Just has to wait for the right time. The outside's not going to work. I like that lunge there, going a little bit deeper on the brake. Yeah,
it seems to be the case here between these 2 drivers in the micro category as we'll keep watch also on the Mini Swift as those three drivers of Gleberman, Lash, and Kutcher still battling strong as they work their way through. They should be coming up on the start-finish line momentarily as they crest up the top of the hill. They're having a good fight amongst the two as we go up to the front of the field and across the line. Alex Kutcher, Robert Lash take over and get the race lead away from Ben Gleberman as Kutcher takes the race lead away as he will lead the charge in that blue and orange machine. As Gleberman now's got a little bit of work to do. Can he recover and fight his way up to the front of the field once again?
That's the huge question right now as they battle it out. They've gone back and forth for 2 laps now in the midst of this. It's been getting aggressive up here with how this has looked. Kutcher, we've seen the Kutchers look very strong throughout the day today in the respective karts, but right now, Gleberman coming from essentially towards the rear end, trying to make some slice and dice moves here.
He's going to try everything he can here as he's slicing and dicing. Oh, big sin right there by Gleberman to get a little bit closer to your race leaders as he tries to send it in. Robert Lash sits in the second position as he will push the driver of Alex Kutcher further across the line. Thought better of it. Now they'll go side by side, heading off into turn number 1, and it will be Robert Lash, new race leader here, but here.
Mike pendulum swing going back and forth on the lead. That's exactly what I was talking about, Taylor, with this class. For whatever reason, when it comes to the Swifts, for the Minis in particular, they go a lot of swinging back and forth based on how much speed they carry, but better yet, just how they race. But it's all about competition. If you want to be amongst the top karts in this class, if you get over-aggressive, you can cost yourself a good second plus a lap.
Absolutely, as here comes the driver of Gleberman. He will retake the race lead. Robert Lash slots into second. Kutcher drops back to P3 as these three are putting on one heck of a show in your Mini Swift category as they come out of the corner here the final time, and it will be under 3 minutes to go as once again Robert Lash sends it in on the inside and Gleberman drops back to P3.
Yeah, a lot of swaps. A lot of swapping is the better way to phrase it there, as Lash trying to get leash broken away. The problem is they are having to go full defensive. The thing is, these are still your 3 fastest karts on the racetrack when it comes to this class right now. And again, another poke and another chance to try poke and plot there from Kutcher. Just no place to send it. He got pushed out of the groove through turn 12 last time. We'll see if he tries to do the same or he tries to be a little bit more patient in terms of his way to get the lead back. A little bit wide again.
A little bit wide indeed. Robert Lash, though, is going to hold on and keeping an eye on the driver of Ben Gleberman as he will drop back to P3 as they're swap another position here. Could we see a trade-off, crossover? You name it, we'll call it as they head into turn 1. No, going to be a little bit patient this time by.
Trying to go back and forth still. This has been an exciting one. There's still 1 minute and 30 seconds on the clock for those wanting to keep track. They've been racing like there's only been 3 seconds on the clock since the drop of the green flag. But right now, Kutcher seems to finally get a chance to breathe as that person on the attack, because it's almost been a horny on a swivel of when does Gleberman try and make a pounce back or etc. Now he can finally have a chance to focus on his own battle here. They're running close on time with 1 minute to go on the clock.
Let's see if we can find any more swippity-swappity positions here as they work their way through into the final couple of corners, and Robert Lash approaching some lap traffic up ahead of him. That's Brooks Swindling and Drew Schneider up ahead, so they got to be careful. This could change the whole outlook of your micro and mini Swift category. There you see the Lash go around the inside, and that will break up the field. Meanwhile, a little further back, Miles Wilson has gone up to the back end of Cadman Swindling for position to move further up the field, as he's got a always filled mirror of Drake Williamson, as he's got to be careful as Williamson tries to make a run around the 27 for the Micro Swift race lead.
Big state there for the micros right now, but for the minis, this is getting exciting again because Kutcher seems to be now exactly where he wants it to be. A 2-kart battle instead of 3. A chance to breathe already coming around towards the final lap. Here comes the one inside of Paul Kutcher. Just couldn't make it stick yet. Has to regroup, wait for the final lap.
Here they come through the final couple of corners. Robert Lash holding strong for the moment, but he's got to be careful of the final push that Alex Kutcher could possibly pull out of the hat as they come out of the final corner. Checkered flag in the air for your race winner, and it's going to be Robert Lash.
Not yet. It's final lap right now. Yes, you got it a lap early, but now Kutcher did get it a lap perfect to make the pass to the white flag. Can Lash make the swippity-swappity back, though, for the spot?
He's going to try to set himself up here as they enter into the hairpin. Robert Lash thinks about looking, but you see right there, Kutcher tries to be defensive and keep running that low line as here comes Ben Gleberman with a head of steam as he will go side by side with Robert Lash for second. Drops back to third now as he tries to hold on for the position at the moment. They'll crest over the hill for the final time. Here comes Robert Lash. He'll try to send it in deep, not close enough. Kutcher will hold strong through here, and here comes Gleberman. He'll send it in, pick up a 2-for-1 special as he will get the race lead away out of the final corners as Kutcher will battle with Robert Lash. And how about Ben Gleberman being a dominant from third to first in a couple of corners? And as they cross the line, it will be Ben Gleberman winning your Mini Swift and Micro Swift pre-final. Let's pick up the micros as Drake Williamson is in a hard-fought battle with Miles Wilson. Those two have been swapping the race lead here for multiple laps as they come through the final couple of corners. And as they come into this final chicane, Wilson trying to find an opening as, a little bit of held up right there by one of the slower traffic cars. This is going to be a big breakaway as Drake Williamson will come around and take the checkered flag in the micro category.
Yeah, not too shabby whatsoever in terms of the micro, but that mini lead, that was a 2-for-1 into turn 13. That takes a lot of bravery to make that stick and a great amount of kart control to do so there in the Rattle Ladder section. Gleberman absolutely perfect on his send. Any mistake, and we would have probably seen contact.
Absolutely. Let's go ahead and give you a quick rundown of your full field in the Mini Swift category. It's going to be Ben Gleberman, your race winner, followed by Robert Lash. Alex Kutcher will finish third. Eli Furnish in fourth. And rounding out your top five in the Mini Swift category is Cadden Swindling. In your micro, it's Drake Williamson who will win in class. He'll finish fifth overall. Miles Wilson coming second in class. Leah Simonelik will finish in third in class, eighth overall. Then it's Wyatt Huntsbarger and Drew Schneider rounding out your top 10. Jackson Frank and Brooke Swindling round out your 12 kart field. But now it's time for the big show, your KA100 Senior Pre-Final, your Pro-Am category. We got a lot of cool things to talk about, but we'll cover that next when we come back from this commercial break. You're watching the Pro-Am Karting Championship here at MCC live on Kart Chaser.
So you finally want to get behind the wheel, huh?
Yeah, I've been shooting for 3 years and I've never got to drive.
Well, you're going to need some more gear than just your helmet. Why don't you go to shopakr.com. They got their inventory online and they'll ship it the same day if you order before 5:30 p.m. Eastern.
They got shoes,
Yep.
gloves,
Yep.
rib protectors.
Got those too.
Can they make me go fast?
No.
Here at Acceleration Kart Racing, we've got everything you need to get on track. What happens next? Well, that's on you. Check us out online at shopakr.com. On the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
on schedule for 206, so you'll go green at you'll leave good at 2:15.
Well, we welcome you back here to Kart Chaser coverage of the KA100 Seniors pre-final, and we are getting set to go. It's going to be Carter Thompson and Lucas Zasbo on the front row as they come into the start box, and we'll see here. We get the green flag. We're off and ready to go to the races as Carter Thompson leads the charge. Big issue, though, right there in turn one. Multiple karts into the barriers as we'll try to pick up a number here. That is Gary, one of the drivers involved in that one. Rush Gary in the 919 TKG. Tough break for him on the opening lap. There was another kart involved, but he was able to continue on. We'll wait for the lineup to fully update before we give you that rundown as we see Carter Thompson pulling away in the TKG Kart Republic as they make the charge through. Logan Mueller in third, watching on and seeing if he can get around Lucas for that second spot.
Yeah, the clouds settle over the racetrack, and then bang, incident for the first time in a major way. We're still green. That's the main thing. Thompson working with Zabo to try and run and try and break away for the rest of the Hornets' nest. 19 karts, the largest field for the season for the KA100 Seniors, and a lot to talk about for these karts, mind you, because earlier on, one thing to note, this series sponsored by Mazda this season here, Taylor. So whoever wins these championships at the end of the year, they have a test drive on their hands.
Yep, thanks to the courtesy of both Mazda and the Trinity Karting Group, they will be able to test a Spec Miata. And, of course, it's a lot of these young drivers, these future superstars in any form of motorsport they choose to go to. That'll just be another step forward in the amazing step from karts to cars, and we'll see this work out for whoever wins the championship in the KA100 Senior category as Carter Thompson looking to do so. Currently, Scott Oliver was your points leader going into today. Well, Scott Oliver currently sits P7 for the moment. He's got a little bit of work to do, but Carter Thompson, Lucas Zasbo, and Logan Mueller is really putting on a good fight up there. Zabo sits in second. He's 0.4 of a second back from Carter Thompson.
Yeah, just the two-shooter train effect so far. Oh, that's a loose moment for Mueller. Just about off into the grass. Something's down there on the exit of turn one or something. Just absolutely four-wheel drifted it into the grass, Taylor.
He certainly did. He gathers it back up, but he is going to lose a little bit of time right there, as there you see the rest of the TKG team right there trying to keep up with their teammate.
Yeah, so at this point, they have to settle on down. The sun coming back out. Just have to be able to take a breather. This is allowing Thompson to really stretch his legs a bit and be able to get a breather up at the very front here, since it's been absolute bedlam almost in the heart of this field with how chaotic it's been getting behind Zabo and company.
Yeah, Zabo has been really making sure he can hold on to that RPM machine as he tries to come across the line. That Ryan Perry Motorsports Tony Kart, and there you go. There goes the rest of the Trinity Karting Group Kart Republic drivers as they try to keep pace here. And Nikola Dukov moves up to P4 and sets the fastest lap of the race with a 59.120. Dukov sits second in the point standings, and with Scott Oliver in seventh position, good points day for Dukov to see if he can have a shot of winning the championship.
One of the drivers we were talking about a lot, though, speaking of championship, Scott Oliver, seventh position on the racetrack right now in the 944 kart. And we talked about that was a horrific qualifying session for Oliver, based on what we were expecting. Same carried over to warm-ups around the teens for the day today. It's going to take a little bit of work, to very least, for his car to move on forward. Seems to be doing so to be able to get himself in the battle. You're starting to close up on here to get it within range of the battle going on for fourth, just in that next pack of karts you see.
Yeah, we're watching on as Carter Thompson responds and sets the fastest lap of the race with a 59.019. About to break into the 58-second bracket mark. He's checked out to a 1.3-second lead over Lucas Zasbo as they come out of the hairpin. Logan Mueller getting a little help from Nikolai Dukov. Will Nikolai help him out? And nope, he will not. He will take over that third spot away from Logan Mueller as Nikolai gives a little bit of a wave of the hand saying, hey, let's go. I'm faster. Let's go chase down Lucas for that second spot.
And the nonverbal communication critical to be able to make sure on that, right? If you know somebody's quicker, know somebody is closing in, obviously in the kart going to be hard to know if they're setting purple sectors while racing in said kart. But sometimes you just get that feeling that somebody's just going to be that much quicker and going to be more of an asset to work behind and use to gain spots, less than being able to just fight even your teammate at that point. At some point, you have to decide, is my teammate going to help me? Absolutely is the case here.
And especially when it comes to the entirety of the team over at the Trinity Karting Group. They are very team-based, a great organization for those who are wanting to get into karting up there in the Ohio Valley region. They prioritize working and developing their drivers very well. A lot of big superstars have come out of that camp, and currently some big ones are currently in the mix of working their way up through the ranks of karting and into other forms of motorsports as the year goes on. But how about this? Here comes Dukov to the inside of Zabo. He will get that spot away, move him up to P2, and Zabo's under an immense pressure from the Trinity Karting Group.
Zabo, I believe you're referring to, may have had an issue in turn 11. You've seen a lot of smoke there initially and dust up. So I think that one mistake opened up the pass so quickly. Thompson up by almost an unbelievable 3 seconds so far.
Yes, indeed. So Dukov moves up to second. Zabo moves to P3. Will Steele has now dropped back to fourth as Logan Mueller, one of your biggest losers, is in fifth position. He was up inside the top three at one point. Now sits in fifth as he has to be careful as Zabo to the inside of Dukov to get that second spot away.
Yeah, just said, you know what? I want my spot back, please, and thank you after the mistake. You lost a second because of that dust up through turn 11 last time. At this point, the battle's on for second, Taylor. You're not gaining 3, 4, 5 seconds in 1 minute and 15 seconds unless there's a massive problem.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's battling for second here. Dukov drops back to P3 for the moment, make it fourth actually, as Zabo will now hold on to the second spot as they get 1 minute plus 1 lap to go here as the TKG Kart Republics are trying to catch the Ryan Perry Motorsports Tony Kart right there in second as they crest through the hill of turn 3, and it's going to be a hard fight for the finish for that second position as they head over to the hairpin and make the short shoot to that secondary hairpin. Great fight here for second.
A brilliant fight for second, if anything, so far might now be for third of the way things are shaping up here. Getting close to the possible white flag lap. They've been near identical on the clock in the lap for much of this race. We'll see if there's any movement here from Dukov to get back around Steele in a moment or so. Also, don't throw out of the mix at all this drivers like Fountain and Lida who are in this choo-choo train.
They are. It's about a 7-kart, maybe 8-kart train here amongst your drivers. Scott Oliver in the 8th position. He's able to recover some points inside the top 10 as, nope, we got 2 more laps. Still green flag, no white flag this time by. So we got 2 laps to go for your race leaders.
Just by a couple seconds yet again. They've been near on point with the clock today on the pace. Near 1 minute lap times for these drivers in this class today. But here's that shuffle I was talking about. Some of these drivers like Fountain, like Lida, don't want to wait behind teammates. They want to break up the teammates.
They really do, and they're going to try to do that here in the closing stages as they head to the top of the hill. Zabo tries to pull away. He's got a little bit of breathing room as now in that 4th position. Dukov under pressure from drivers such as Mueller, Fountain, and Lida as they try to make a hard charge up into the top 5.
And this is going to get interesting for the white flag lap. Thompson's having a very fun time up front, and Zabo seems to be in prime position for second, but third is not done yet. Dukov, Mueller, Fountain, all those drivers ready to scrap it out mid-pack.
They're going to give it everything they got with the white flag in the air. They make the run down towards the hairpin here. Dukov trying to be a little bit defensive to hold off the hard charge of his teammate of Logan Mueller. Blade Fountain right there in the mix in that KRS machine as he's trying to put the pressure on. find his opening and get a run he needs out of the hairpin. Not close enough to make anything work. He'll have to hold for top 5 at the time.
Yeah, so far, it seems like it's going to stay stagnant for the lap, but don't count out any runs, all while Thompson puts up a dominating performance.
Here they come out of the final couple of corners. Carter Thompson is looking to take home the checkered flag as he will bring home a TKG Kart Republic win in your KA100 Senior pre-final event. Szabo will get second, Dukov third, Mueller and Fountain round out your top 5 as the rest of the field will come racing across the start-finish line here. As we can report, it was Rush Gary and Chase Adams who will receive a DNF along with Matthew Maccabee, who will not get a finish as well. He'll finish 17th. So tough break for those 3 drivers on the opening lap.
Yeah, wild start to this one, but a dominant run for Thompson. You're 5 seconds in about 8 or 9 minutes, Taylor. That says a lot for the feature and his raw pace.
Absolutely. It's going to be incredible to see what he can accomplish in a 10-minute feature. So we'll see and keep track. But I think we have a moment or two to step aside. But when we come back, we will have opening ceremonies for the finals that are about to kick off. And it'll all go back to the top of the field as we get set for 206 racing. The Briggs and Strattons are up next here on Kart Chaser.
Brandon, why are there all these charges for just over $200 from Acceleration Kart Racing's website?
That's because AKR gives you free shipping on orders of $200 or more within the continental US.
Okay, but I thought you were just getting a pair of gloves. That's what, 70 bucks?
But if I'm getting a new pair of gloves, I might as well get a new pair of shoes to match. And then on top of that, I'll get a neck brace because with the shipping, it's basically free.
Yeah, I do not think the math checks out on that.
Everything you need, all in one place and shipped to your door for free for orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Spend responsibly. Shop AKR.com.
Colin, I need a new 219 chain. I need a 77 tooth sprocket. I need some more chain lube, and I need it probably as soon as like tomorrow. Dude, are you even listening? Like, we need this to run this weekend.
Want anything else?
What do you mean?
I already got it in the car on Acceleration Kart Racing's online store, bro. All orders over $200 get free shipping.
Oh, throw in a set of tires.
Done.
Everything you need, all in one place and shipped to your door for free on orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Shop AKR.com.
Are you looking for an advantage in your competition? Well, Car Class has done the hard work for you. We've traveled to your racetracks to give you the inside knowledge. So what does Car Class offer? We've got drone footage that captures the racing lines, visual markers for your braking points, acceleration zones, and the best overtake opportunities on your racetrack. Pedal cam to show you where to brake and when to accelerate, and 360-degree footage to make sure you don't miss any parts on the racetrack. We've covered 13 racetracks in the United States. And Australia, you're up next. So visit carclass.com to get your track information.
All right, 206 drivers to your carts. We're going to be kicking off this round of finals here in about 2 minutes.
And of course, hello and welcome everyone. It is time for finals action here. As we just heard over the announcers right there, it is time for your 206 finals about to kick off and set to go racing. Of course, 4th of July this weekend, or the 4th of July weekend continues on for some of those who are having a great time. We hope everyone had a happy 4th of July as we get set to kick off another great round of racing here as the finals for your 206 Masters is about to kick off. Justin Prince here along with Taylor Burris as we get set to go racing. Justin, first and foremost, great racing all throughout the day today. Excited to see how this all plays out as we now go for the hardware, the trophies, and the points to see who will come out on top, step of the podium here at MCC.
Yeah, we'll see who's able to come away with the top points here today. It's been an interesting day so far, especially when it comes to some of the championship battles and how they've turned because of how some of the things have played out today. We'll see if everyone times it up right. Last time we were on the racetrack with the 206s, the Masters put on a show with the last lap pass, some fighting and a lot of the racing all throughout the day today. Being smart has been the critical part of the day though, Taylor. Can people remain smart when it comes to scoring the points and finishing out strong today here for the finals?
Well, we are about to find out and kick things off as now. Here we go, finals racing here as tough break for that one person out there in the paddock who had an issue with their umbrella. But here is your starting lineup for your 206 Masters. TJ Pugh is on the pole with Matthew Lyda in second. Alan Elwood will be in third with Mike Doty in fourth position. Michael Davis in fifth. James Ashbrook in sixth. Adam Dargis, Nick Hewlin, and Ben Cotton, your 9 kart field as they will work their way around and get set to go racing here at MCC.
And last time we've seen TJ Pugh really put the show on towards the end of the last race. Wait until the last lap to be able to make the set of Matthew Lyda. And those two seem to be able to break away. We'll see if that happens here in this one.
They'll crest over the hill. A couple of fist bumps ready to go racing between Adam Elwood and Mike Doty. Everyone just all getting themselves pumped up. There you saw the 98 machine. Getting himself waving those arms, pumping the blood into the muscles to get set to go racing for the next 10 minutes. As they work their way around into the final couple of corners to get set. We're happy to have you with us here on Kart Chasers Grassroots Edition as set to go racing at the MCC for the Pro-Am Karting Championship. They'll enter into the start box to get set to go racing for 10 minutes of action. Into the start tram line they will go. Everything looks clean and green, and it is green flag, and we're racing here at MCC, and already TJ Pugh gets a great jump on the field. Alan Elwood will try to follow suit as Matthew Lyda drops back to P3.
Lyda already having to put in some work. Elwood already with a solid start here, but we'll see how they get through the tone setting start of this one. Right now, already looking like Elwood trying to signal with the hand gestures a little bit because of how it's slowing up right now. Lyda just seems like he's a little bit quicker right now, just no place to send it.
Yeah, just a little bit here as we have a little bit of changing up the front of the field right now. Elwood holds strong. TJ Pugh is now your race leader still. Alan Elwood tries to set himself up in second place with pressure from Matthew Lyda as they come through the wide sweeping corner of turn 13 and 14, heading into the final couple of chicanes here and set themselves up. They have broken away from Mike Doty and Michael Davis as they run out of turn 16 to put one lap up on the board. And across the line, Pugh, Lyda, Elwood, your top 3.
Just lockstep and working together at this point, especially Elwood. He's right over the number plate in the back bumper, it looks like, of Pugh. Just trying to pressurize him into any mistakes here. And wait to see if there's any slip-ups. Try and use that momentum that we touched so much about to help them break away.
Here they come through the breakaway as they work down the short chute over into the hairpin. So far, so good amongst your competitors as Elwood tries to stay tucked up behind him and looks to show the nose a little bit as Pugh goes defensive to keep him on the inside lane. Doesn't want them to make that easy path down to the bottom. He wants them to go the long way around as they crest over the top of the hill. Nose to tail, no pressure just yet as they head off into turn 13 and 14.
Not too much pressure to worry about yet, outside of, Elwood's pressure. But that second grouping of karts starting to squabble a little bit right now for the back portions of it. They've lost more than a second and a half with some of that squabbling.
It really has. Mike Doty leads the charge in that group. There you see Michael Davis and his Tony Kart right there as well. They'll go side by side as Davis tries to get the 4th spot away from Mike Doty. And will complete the pass heading into turn 3. And then right behind you have Adam Dargis in the 6th position, who's trying to keep pace with those two ahead of him.
Yeah, so far, lockstep again amongst them. Davis, remember, coming off the I'm going to pump up the crowd and nearly sends it into the grass while doing so type of situation. So seems to be pretty clear that he's very much into the hype, very much building the hype, very much building the momentum in his kart to be able to gain positions and pick off drivers one by one as time progresses here to try and get the first spots outside the podium in the 99 kart.
Yep, that 99 Tony Kart now as a little further behind. There you saw James Ashbrook try to get around the 22 of Adam Dargis. He was close enough to try to set something up, but not able to make it work. He'll stay tucked up behind as they come through the final couple of corners in turn 16. And we'll have to stay in that 6th spot for the time being, as here comes your race leaders. Elwood thought about showing the nose. He's going to now push TJ Pugh to give him some separation from Matthew Lyda.
No place to really fully commit to it, though. That's the problem right now for Elwood. The speed's just not fully there. The momentum is. But Lyda, we already know, likes to wait until the final minute usually, likes to plot. He's one of those plotters to plan things out successfully we've seen so far in this class. Just no place to, well, break the plot and try and write the script, so to speak, of a set.
Absolutely, and we watch on these three drivers battling it out. They're just going to be a little bit calm, patient, wait for the opportune time to strike and see what they can do here. Elwood showed a little shake right there. We'll pick up the battle right there further behind as one kart goes a little off-roading further back. That was Ben Cotton in the 73, but meanwhile, the 22 of Adam Dargis moves up into 4th place after getting around both Davis and Doty.
Same for Elwood. So Elwood saying, okay, now I feel like lean for a little bit, see what this looks like. We'll see if there's any swap arounds there eventually, again, for the pass back. But that 22 kart of Dargis able to take advantage a lot as a result of all that squabbling. Davis having to try to hold everyone back like a hornet's nest.
And with that, Dargis will pull away from the competition. Elwood leads the charge. Pugh is still second. Lyda being patient and confident in the 3rd position, as Dargis and Nick Hewlin is right there in the 43 machine. Puts on a good run inside the top 5 for him. Good points day for him.
And the funny thing is, when talking about some of the sim race connections, that's where you see the name Elwood, a long time racing in the go-kart scene, of course, for more than a decade for his family's team, as well as having a design firm that was started as a hobby that turned into an actual business. Back in 2013 was 21. iRacing did profiles on him, in fact, about that said business, about how he sketched the cars, how he sketched designs and paint schemes on paper, and was one of those first sim designers to go to reality, a part of what's become a boom today of paint scheme designers that have worked in real-world stock car racing.
Yeah, Alan Elwood, a former teammate of myself as well, back in the day in the early sim racing career, so good to see him out here showing the way once again as he will put the pressure on and continue to lead the way here in your 206 Masters, as he has a little bit of pressure from TJ Pugh and Matthew Lyda, as they will just be calm, cool, and collective. But there's a hornet nest still between Dargis, Davis, Hewlin, and Doty as they work their way toward that second hairpin as they try to battle it out for the 4th spot.
Yeah, right now 7 seconds, though, the buffer for the time being, with 3.5 minutes to work with plus the 2 laps. Here comes Pugh. Just couldn't make it go pew-pew to the side.
Nope, could not make it work, and I gotta see, I don't see a bumper. I see the metal bar right there behind Alan Elwood, but I don't see the actual plastic bumper bar on the back bumper of Alan Elwood.
Haven't noticed it either throughout this one, so there hasn't been any signals for a mechanical flag. It's more so, I think, right now just Elwood. I think it's fine. I think it's fine. We'll see if how it is post. It's more so where's the number plate, if anything. But right now, everyone else just focusing on the racing itself. There's not much you can control on the racetrack.
Absolutely. As we watch these three battle it out there, you see in the back of your screen Dargis and Davis battling for the 4th spot, as Michael Davis has gotten a little bit of a lead away from Doty, Stugen, and Ashbrook, as those three will battle for the 6th spot.
Yeah, a lot of squabbling going on in the back of the field right now, but the front of the field seems content. And that's the part of the big difference. If you've got speed, you can afford to be the plotter situation. If you have time, you can plan things out, think big picture, be able to think all sorts of those different buzzwords. But if you're in the back, you don't have the time to be able to wait around, and it costs you time as a result because you're trying to make up so much ground. But these types of karts don't necessarily say you can gain 10 spots in one corner. It usually takes a full race or two. We've seen in the pre-final or final in general to make up a lot of the ground if you have any trouble in one of the stages, the qualifying segments, or better yet, during the pre-final.
Absolutely, as we keep an eye here and watching these three competitors. They have a little bit of a breakaway by about a kart length over Matthew Lyda between Pugh and Elwood. But if you remember, for those of you who watched the last round, this was the same situation that we could see ourselves in. Closing stages, Elwood and Pugh seemed pretty confident where they were. And then here comes Matthew Lyda, who's just able to pull a rabbit out of the hat and sneak away with the win. So we'll see how this all plays out here in the closing minutes. 1 minute and 10 left to go. So they should be about 3, maybe 4 laps to go.
And we'll see what it's looking like when it's time to come around here. Looking like under a minute already on the clock. Pugh starting to reach out almost to that back bumper and try and plot out the move. At this point, he wasn't afraid to wait till the last lap through turns 8, 9, 10, and 11. Make a brave move in a place not expected by the leader at the time in Lyda. He might try and do the same thing here.
He's going to see what he can do and set himself up for a good run here in the closing laps as we watch on. Elwood stays glued to the bottom of the racetrack, only going up the track briefly as trouble for one driver. That's Adam Dargis out of the race.
That's unfortunate. Already got to a race high 4th, but at this point, Dargis, not much you can really do with you being out of the race off the track right now compared to what Ford Davis back in that 4th spot, by the way. How things have played out after all of that squabbling, that drop kicked him back to 6th or 7th. Pugh thought about a small poke there. Looking like we'll get the 2 to go signal here with the clock on all zeros.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll see as they come out of the final corner. 0 on the clock. 2 laps to go for your race leader, Elwood, Pugh, and Lyda leading the charge as they head off into 1.
No charge to the inside yet. Lyda thinking about one charge to the corner. Not able to make the lunge yet. Still boxed in, still stuck, still waiting in position to figure out when's the best time to go. Because if he goes, it's not going to be for the win likely unless there's a huge lunge. It's likely going to be a battle for a second step of the podium for the points. Elwood doing a perfect job right now defensively as there's Pugh having a little bit of a moment.
He tried to look to see if he can get around Alan Elwood for the race lead, but not close enough to try anything just yet. They'll crest over the top of the hill here, heading down the corner and work their way through. Pugh thinks about it, but can't make it work. Lyda all over the back bumper of TJ Pugh for that second position. Elwood being very smooth and consistent, hitting his marks as they come out of the final corner here with the white flag in the air. You'll see it on screen as they come across the front straightaway here. One more attempt for the drivers of Pugh and Lyda, and one more attempt for Elwood to go on the defensive as they head off into 1.
Pugh thought about an outside move for just a split second. Not going to make it work if that stays. We haven't seen the outside be prevalent for passing today. Lyda now pushing the back end of Pugh, though. Right now, there's the poke. There's the non-expected move. Here comes the pass for the lead.
Pugh will move up to top. Will take the race lead as here comes Lyda. He thought about going around the outside, couldn't make it work, and Pugh is starting to stretch it out a little bit ahead of Alan Elwood. Could the same thing happen? Elwood giving signals to Lyda like, let's go. We have a chance to maybe go and take this fight to TJ Pugh. He's going to give a little bit of a push as they come cresting over the top of the hill. Heading down, Elwood thought about going to the inside, can't make it work just yet. Sets himself up to get a good crossover possibility into the final couple of corners. He'll look to the inside, side by side as they head into the chicane. He has the advantage, pushes them, out of the way. It's 3 wide almost, as here they come through the final corner. And could it be an absolute repeat out of turn 16? It's going to be a drag race between Elwood and Matthew Lyda. Here comes TJ Pugh around the outside, side by side as they cross the line. It will be Alan Elwood who will redeem himself after the last race and gets the win here at MCC.
How about that? Elwood getting a little bit of the elbows out himself on the crossover in a 3-wide move just about in the final corners. Just saying, if you aren't expecting this move, I'm going to make sure to send said move. Took a page out of the 68's playbook.
Certainly did, and with that, as the field will work their way around the circuit, here is your final result. Alan Elwood, your race winner, followed by TJ Pugh in second. Matthew Lyda in third with Michael Davis fourth. Mike Doty will round out your top 5. James Ashbrook, Nick Hewlin, Ben Cotton will finish in 7th and 8th. Adam Dargis, DNF. Unfortunately, he'll come home in 9th position. What a way to kick off your finals here today. We're going to step aside, take a quick commercial break, but when we come back, it is time for your 206 Junior Finals here next on Kart Chaser.
Brandon, why are there all these charges for just over $200 from Acceleration Kart Racing's website?
That's because AKR gives you free shipping on orders of $200 or more within the continental US.
Okay, but I thought you were just getting a pair of gloves. That's what, 70 bucks?
But if I'm getting a new pair of gloves, I might as well get a new pair of shoes to match. And then on top of that, I'll get a neck brace because with the shipping, it's basically free.
Yeah, I do not think the math checks out on that.
Everything you need, all in one place and shipped to your door for free for orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Spend responsibly. Shop AKR.com.
I need a new 219 chain. I need a 77 2/3 sprocket. I need some more chain lube, and I need it probably as soon as like tomorrow. Dude, are you even listening? Like, we need this to run this weekend.
Want anything else?
What do you mean?
I already got it in the car on Acceleration Kart Racing's online store, bro. All orders over $200 get free shipping.
Oh, throw in a set of tires.
Done.
Everything you need, all in one place and shipped to your door for free on orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Shop AKR.com.
Are you looking for an advantage in your competition? Well, Car Class has done the hard work for you. We've traveled to your racetracks to give you the inside knowledge. So what does Car Class offer? We've got drone footage that captures the racing lines, visual markers for your braking points, acceleration zones, and the best overtake opportunities on your racetrack. Pedal cam to show you where to brake and when to accelerate, and 360-degree footage to make sure you don't miss any parts on the racetrack. We've covered 13 racetracks in the United States. And Australia, you're up next. So visit carclass.com to get your track information.
Welcome back to Kart Chaser coverage of the MCC Pro-Am Karting Championship, as we are set for your 206 Junior. Adler Klein, Ace Rowland, Lila Beck, Joe Shepard, and Law Cotton. Your 5 karts about to do battle for the next 10 minutes plus 2 laps as they work their way out of the final corner. And let's see if we can get a clean start to kick off the action here in your 206 Juniors, as they work their way into the tram line, getting set, ready to go, racing, and everything looks clean and green. Do we get the green flag? Yes, we do. Green is out. We're racing for the next 10 minutes plus 2 laps, and Adler Klein in the Tony Kart checks out on the field to get the race lead away from Lila Beck in the field, as now we see around the outside goes Ace Rowland moving up to P2.
Good launch for Roland through the air corners, though, for the outside. That's usually very tricky to do. How about a pass attempt for the outside? This opens up the door for Lila Beck, but the switchback going to Roland for the next corner here. Right now, Lila Beck going very aggressive to start off this one.
Yeah, Lila Beck being very smooth and aggressive. He wants to hold on to that third position as best she can and going to have a good fight on her hands as Joe Shepard is also right there in the mix in fourth position. Locke Cotton just being patient, learning some laps, logging some laps around here. And Adler Klein in the Tony Kart versus Ace Rowland in the Cosmic has a big wide slide right there by Lila Beck.
Bit of a slide, but not too much time lost. Right now, Shepard providing some pressure, though. If anything, Shepard needs this to close up because Beck is starting to struggle a bit. All while, yet again, the leaders are squabbling like they did the last time. How about 2x2?
2x2 heading into turn number 1 and 2 now, and now it will be the driver of Ace Rowland in the Cosmic taking over the race lead. But here comes Adler with a big push as they come out of turn 3 and 4, sending it up through the field, and now looks around to go the outside and to the hairpin with the driver of Joe Shepard right there. Contact between him and Lila Beck.
A lot of bumping and banging amongst them right there, but all of them able to hold on to it at least with 8 minutes to work with. Right now, Klein just right now is just trying to set things up right now on the placement, try and set it up for a pass back. We know Klein's got the speed. The thing is, these karts have been going back and forth based on the momentum. Not one kart has fully been able to maintain momentum and control of this race.
No one has been able to maintain that lead here for long periods of time, and we could see that same thing happen once again in the 206 Junior Finals as they work their way out of the final corner. 7 minutes, 40 seconds to go, and as they cross the line here, it's going to be once again Ace Rowland leading the charge. Klein thinks about setting something up, maybe going into turn 1. Not able to. Will keep following in second place.
A bit of a lunge, though. Klein, great send through turn 2. Made it stick to the inside as they worked their way to the course. Yet again, Klein has proven the kart's fast in single kart speed. But right now, the kart needs to be able to hold off a hornet's nest of drivers because Rowland and Shepard in particular, we've seen are uber aggressive to try and do something here.
Yes, they are, and they're going to try to be that same way and aggressiveness bring out in order to try and see if they can hunt down Adler Klein as they crest over the top of the hill. Under 7 minutes to go as they work their way around. Joe Shepard thought about it. Big slide right there by the driver of Ace Rowland.
Not too bad of a slide, at least. Not too bad to flip through in the right liner section. But right now, we'll see what they elect to do in terms of the battling now. Rowland seems to be more focused on closing up, try and close up draft, try and crouch down to keep aerodynamic as aerodynamic as possible. As right now, Shepard provides the push.
Shepard will push him a little bit, but now we'll lose a little time now to Ace Rowland as everyone's separated by about a kart length and a half from each other inside the top 4. As it's still Klein, Rowland, Shepard, and Beck.
Just lockstep right now, and we've seen some great stuff from Adler Klein all throughout this race day today, especially with some of the battling, especially with some of the shuffling, with how things have looked so far. It's going to be interesting if this maintains itself here with Klein as this goes on now. Still keeping an eye on the lockstep, coming around halfway through this race this time by. Right now, no one willing to keep it like it was high tempo in the last race. It looks like Rowland more so focused on just closing, and now he's got help. Here comes Shepard with the push to Rowland.
And with that, Rowland will get the race lead away from the driver of Adler Klein. So now the Cosmic driver has to now go on to the defensive as Klein now tries to get back to his back bumper, give him a little bit of a push, see if he can send him in a little bit deeper and to the hairpin. Nope, not able to, as Joe Shepard and Lila Beck try to see if they can work together to get around Klein.
Yeah, right now I think if anything, Shepard's been more cooperative with Rowland than he has been with Klein. I wouldn't be surprised if they try to reshuffle Klein out again. Klein's been really good to be able to make passes on his own, though. Hasn't really needed as much help compared to Roland.
No, he hasn't. As here comes Klein once again to the inside. Beck as well will follow. And around they go to the inside. Will they both complete their passes? Yes, Beck thinks about going for a 2-for-1 special. She wants to move into second. Can't quite make it work. She'll slot back to third as Adler Klein retakes the lead. Ace Roland gives a little bit of a wave of a finger to try to get them to go moving forward and continue on their way.
Yeah, wants help from Beck at this point, because that's what the main thing is, I think. Roland needs help from behind to get a pass done, and that's going to be the tough thing, because it's just trying to find competition from their competitors, try and help one another to push a competitor to the win. That's going to be the hard part in all this.
It really is. They're trying to find your dance partner, trying to see what you can do and hold on and to your position, as well as also trying to find a way to get ahead of your competition for those who are second on back, as Lila Beck is one of those drivers who's got some help from behind from Joe Shepard, but also has got to be careful not to open the door to where she can lose that spot.
Yeah, right now you see almost the head movement saying, go, go, line up, gotta line up, we're losing them. This is right now going exactly where Klein needs to go. Beck just doesn't seem to have as much push to be able to give the help that the 8 wants here with 3 minutes to go yet.
Yeah, it's not going the way of these 3 drivers as Klein is starting to pull away. We'll see what the time is as they come across the line. It's still about a kart length as Joe Shepard looks to the inside of Lila Beck. About 3/10 between Klein and Roland.
Yeah, and that's growing right now, because right about the separation was where Klein really started to set the tempo a little bit during some of the sessions earlier on today. I think this is going to be where it's going to be very tricky. Shepard's now back up to that 3rd spot, though. That's going to really help Roland. Potentially, it's going to come down to a lot of teamsmanship and a lot of working together amongst these two, I think, for them to have a shot to be able to pounce for the race late and make it interesting.
It's going to be interesting to see how this all plays out in the closing stages. Joe Shepard goes on the defensive. That opens the door around the outside for Lila Beck. As Beck tries to fight. Oh, contact! Around she'll go. Tough break. She'll try to get herself all wound back up to get back on the track, but that opens the door for Lock Cotton maybe to get the 4th spot. Tough break for her as she was looking at a podium position there.
Yeah, not going to make her happy, to say the very least. They're trying to pinch. Just hopped on the side of the bumpers. And now that's going to push Beck indeed all the way down the pylon as a result of that contact. Now that's going to mean Roland's lost his help too, because the contact with Shepard.
A little bit of a warning flag given out to Ace Roland for swerving. He's got to be careful. He can't be doing that too much here, because that can cause some big issues. So right now he backed off a little bit. Adler Klein still your race leader by about 0.3 of a second as they come around with 1:20 to go, plus 2 laps.
Running tight, on time, left to go on this clock. Right now, Roland going to have to do it all on his own. I don't know if this is going to be down on the pace. You can see every moment Roland just putting the head down, trying to find every little bit of straight line speed he can. That seems to be helping a little bit, just a little bit, to be able to maintain momentum to get the climb.
Just a little bit here as they come out of the final corner. It's going to be about 3 laps to go for your race leaders as they come out of the final corner, make the run across the line. It's now a 2-horse race as Ace Roland and Adler Klein battle for the race lead.
Can Roland find a way alongside? Can he find a way to get there? That's the thing. Seems to be able to maintain this gap right now, but it's been the back half that's been also critical to close up the gap. Still about 2 to go when they get to the stripe. Right now, this is Klein's wheelhouse, this part of the racetrack.
As now as they work their way through, they just got to tiptoe and make sure they hit their marks in the closing laps. For Adler Klein, he is doing so and has done phenomenally since the drop of the green flag, being patient when he needs to be, being aggressive when he needs to be. As they crest over the hill, they'll work their way through. About still a kart length separates them as they enter into the braking zone of turn 13 and 14. And he will maintain the lead here as they come around to get the white flag. It should be, or at least the 2 to go signal, actually. 2 laps to go for them as they come out of turn 16 and make the run to the start-finish line. Big run right here by Ace Roland as they work their way across the start-finish line. He'll look to the inside, can't do it. 2 laps to go.
Not close enough to realistically make the pass cleanly, so gonna have to try it again. Roland seems to have figured out something again for the back half as touched upon. If he can keep himself aerodynamically straight down, keep his helmet down, make it where the draft goes over top of him, make the kart very airline dependent when it comes to the straight line. Seems to be a lot better. Klein's doing that about 5 seconds later for the front straightaway, and that's becoming all the difference for Roland to be able to close up straight line speed to the back half.
It really is a big help right there for Klein and Roland, as Roland is going to get a big run here. See if he can set himself up into the corner, but it's going to be a tall order as they come down into the braking zone. Not close enough for Roland. He's got one more opportunity here as they set themselves up out of turn 16. White flag in the air. This time around it should be. And as they come out of turn number 16, here they come, white flag, as they work across the start-finish line side by side, and no go for him there. He's got one more chance, though. Ace Roland still holds second spot behind Adler Klein.
Roland, I think, tried to send it from a similar distance as before. Just wasn't going to work if he tried it fully. Right now, trying every straightaway now to see if there's any difference right now. Seems to be making some difference right there. Watch right there. Seems to give him an extra couple miles an hour almost.
And will he try it into the hairpin? No, he cannot make it work there. He's got a couple of other spots to set himself up for a good run as they work into the corner and crest over towards the top of the hill. It's going to be exciting to see how this all plays out. And so far, Ace Roland's going to try to get a run onto the inside into the corner. Not going to work for him there, but he's got the other big passing lane as they come into the corner, and he goes a little bit wide, try to set himself up for an over-under into the final 2 corners. He'll try to set the pass out of turn number 16. Little bunny hop right there by Adler Klein, and as they run towards the start-finish line, he'll go around the outside. Checkered flag, he knows it. Adler Klein will win here in your 206 Junior.
Nicely done by Klein. We've seen it in practice. We've seen that come into play. If you give him clean space, he's going to be able to try and hold on and be able to hold on in this race. Just outright domination as already back to the pit lane before this race even comes to a close yet for them.
Tough break. It will be Adler Klein, Ace Roland, Joe Shepard, your top 3, Lila Beck, and Law Cotton will be your top 5, as those will be your finishers. Next up, it's time for the 206 seniors for their 10 minutes of fun, as Law Cotton will actually get the 4th spot. Lila Beck coming down pit road before taking the checkered, so a tough break for her. And we will step aside and come back for more racing action here for the Pro-Am Karting Championship at MCC, only on Kart Chaser.
So you finally want to get behind the wheel, huh?
Yeah, I've been shooting for 3 years and I've never got to drive.
Well, you're going to need some more gear than just your helmet. Why don't you go to shopakr.com. They got their inventory online, and they'll ship it the same day if you order before 5:30 p.m. Eastern.
They got shoes?
Yep.
Gloves?
Yep.
Rib protectors?
Got those too.
Can they make me go fast?
No.
Here at Acceleration Kart Racing, we've got everything you need to get on track. What happens next? Well, that's on you. Check us out online at shopakr.com. This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself, quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
Welcome back to Kart Chaser coverage of the Pro-Am Karting Championship here at MCC Cincinnati. And it's time for your 206 seniors. On the pole is Matthew Maccabee with Benjamin Leida in second, Nolan Holliday in third with Braden Heber in fourth position. Fifth place is Peyton Klein, followed by Colin Evans sixth, Riley Davis, Gavin Degenhart, William Shep, and Shane Hambrick, your top 10. And Jeff Crutchleo will be your 11 kart field.
And we've seen Maccabee do a good job when it came to the last lap, last race for this class. That pre-final coming on to an aggressive battle between him and Ben Klein, or better, Ben Leida. So we'll see if Leida is able to get the upper hand this time after trying to be the aggressive late on Maccabee.
And with that, they will enter out of turn number 16 to set themselves up for 10 minutes of fun, plus an additional 2 laps. Officials giving them a slowdown. Maccabee giving a thumbs up, ready to go racing here as he'll start from the pole. And comes down across into the tram line. They will go to start the action. And everything looks clean and green. Will we get the lights? No, we will not. Try again.
Yeah, didn't get the lights, so let's take a look at the track map once again and touch upon this circuit a little bit. Turn 1, a prime opportunity off the start on the inside. We've seen some passes today towards the mid-pack in turn 2 as well. Then you work your way through the middle sector, so to speak, through 3, 4, all the way to turn 10. That's a very technical portion that requires you to be very precise on the racing line, as we've seen. Now turn 6 and 7 in particular is going to be an opportunity for drivers if they're bold enough to send it. Usually single file for 8, 9, 10, and 11. Before you go up to the main passing chance, you see where the Rondo line section is. That's around where turn 12, 13, 14 is, where they have such a grip roll in turn 13 that it really flips some of the carts over with how much they lift the tires up off the ground. That's your prime opportunity to pass, though, if you get to the inside by 12 or 13. Usually golden for the drag race by 15 and 16.
Absolutely, and it's really some great racing here at this circuit as you see the lights flashing. Oh, that's one of the great things about MCC circuit is the amazing electronical features to help out with flagging and racing here with the leader light system, as well as the light system that we'll see on the start-finish line to let us know how much time is left, how many laps to go per se, especially when we get to the 2 to go signals. So great work by the entire team here at MCC Cincinnati as they enter into the tram line. Everything looks good. Can we keep it straight and narrow and keep everyone ready to go racing here? So far, looks okay. Green flag is out, and we're racing. Maccabee leads the charge into turn 1 with Leida around the outside trying to get a good run set up in turn 2 and 3. Not going to work as Maccabee leads the way, and then Leida, Holliday, Heber, and Klein, your top 5.
Already some being pushed off into the grass there towards the back, but Maccabee, perfect launch, perfect run so far. Holliday and Heber seem pretty aggressive on each other side by side, trying to settle things out before it calms down for a bit. Also picking up spots is Klein.
Klein trying to see if he can set himself up for a good run here and set himself going through the middle of the back straightaway up to the top of the hill. So far, no one's going to challenge at the moment inside the top 3. They're going to try to log some laps, set themselves up for a good bit of a run, and continue on their way as they head into the S's.
And we've had one kart go off the 774. Crutchleo was the one getting pinched off before. While he got pinched off, I think maybe based on the hand gestures, not what Crutchleo wanted for the final.
No, it's not the case. As a little further back, the battle for P4 happening between Klein and Holliday. Holliday was able to get the spot, I believe, ahead of it. And then right there behind, you have Evans and Davis battling for the 6th spot.
Yeah, a lot of aggressive battling starting to really squabble itself out there. Some of the sends right now on Klein. That's Holliday getting to the inside. All you have to do is make sure you make the passes and the right moves. It's almost like the chess match yet again. You pick the wrong moves, you end up getting checkmated before you have a true chance to be able to battle for the race win. Already that top three really starting to stretch their legs, it looks like, though, as Heber seems to have closed up to that pack. As here we go for the lead.
Here we go, new race leader, possibly, we'll see, as Lida leads the charge. Braden Heber trying to move up into second, but Maccabee will defend for the moment and take over that second spot, as the 935 of Peyton Klein also trying to reel his way back into this battle, along with Holiday as they come across the start-finish line. Everyone now trying to jockey for positions. Lida once again leads the way here, but Maccabee sets himself up for maybe a pass going to 3, gets a little shaky right there, falls back into the clutches of Braden Heber.
Seems able to stay lockstep for now, though. Maccabee, we know, has great speed to be able to make passes back in that cart today. Hebert seems great in the popcorn seat, though, with how it's looking. Already Holiday closing up as well. So some of those single-digit numbers really showcasing their speed now as of late in this class.
Keeping an eye here on this group of 4 as they come up to the top of the hill, watching on as Peyton Klein is also trying to make it a 5-cart battle. So far as Lida holds strong, Maccabee shows the nose to the inside, can't find the opening. He'll have to back off and see if he can set up out of turn 16. Same thing with Braden Hebert.
Yeah, Hebert seems to be just waiting his time, biding his time right now with how it's looking here, Braden. So, see how long that lasts right now with the way things are shaping up in this race, with how long things are looking in terms of the patience game for that respective grouping right now. Already seen Holiday jump on by as well in the midst of all that to be able to make the pass right on by, to be able to make the slipstream work. Now we'll see if Holiday is able to push the tempo a bit.
Holiday is trying to do so in that 4th spot as he's trying to put the pressure on Heber. And now he will move up into that 3rd position, as you see on screen. Heber trying to fight his way through. So far, no pressure for your race leader of Ben Lida for the moment. Not to say something could happen here as they head down the hill into turn 13, 14, 15. So far, everyone's just going to mind their P's and Q's here as Maccabee looks around, can't quite make it work. He'll slot back in second.
Yeah, just the patience game working out, right? And that's the main thing right now, is waiting to see when the right time is to go, when the right time it is to break around. Already coming up towards time here. We'll see how long this plays out. Of note, Riley Davis has moved up a spot 2 in the back grouping. See some of that squabbling for about 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th.
Yeah, Riley Davis along with the driver of Colin Evans, Gavin Degenhardt, all battling for position, and they're going to try to see what they can do. But so far, Davis is going to maintain that 6th position for the lap.
Yeah, this is such a tricky time for some drivers when it comes to this racetrack. It takes a lot of rhythm, it takes a lot of patience to be able to do the right moves. It takes a lot of plotting, as we've seen today. You almost need to be having the right mix of smarts, but also brawn to be able to make the move stick with some of the right amount of aggression. You do it wrong, you end up going backwards quickly. Now it looks like some hand gestures in the 2nd and 3rd grouping here amongst the leaders, as it looks like Holiday wants to think about going. He wants to go.
Yes, he's going to try to do so, as Holiday will move up into that 2nd position and now see what he can do against Benjamin Lida. Could he possibly challenge for the race lead here in the closing minutes? 4 minutes to go, plus 2 laps, heading into the braking zone. And how about Heber? Gets around Maccabee for 3rd, but Maccabee gets into the grass a little bit. Contact, gathers it back up as your top 2 break away.
Now it's on for especially Lida and Holiday, rather. Holiday in particular seems to be almost trying to push Lida, try and make it the 2-cart breakaway now that things have fallen apart for Maccabee.
And with that, now Maccabee will fall further back behind the line here and see what he can do as we watch the battle for the race lead between Holiday and Lyda as they come through turn 14, 15, and up through 16 as they try to hit their marks. 3.5 minutes plus 2 laps to go.
So CK&I driver trying to provide some pressure, and Holiday here with 3 minutes to work with seems to be content just to ride on and see what happens now. Not trying to get any major draft differences yet. Just riding along, as we've already seen Benjamin Lyda look so strong in races today. This seems to be the case right now, where it's going to be needing to, again, wait for the right chest piece to show its placement to be able to make your move.
Yep, it's all about waiting for the opportune time, setting up that, like you said, that big chess play that you're about to make here to try and take the win, steal the win away for maybe someone like the driver of Nolan Holiday, who wants to get this win away from Benjamin Lyda as they come over the hill down into turn 12 and 13. They're going to really fight this out here in the closing minutes as they work their way through. Should be 4 laps to go for your leaders.
Running tight on time right now. If Holiday wants to be able to get the giddy up right now and find a way around, not too many places to do it at this point right now. It just seems like he is a touch faster, and only the touch. Now he's right there touching the back end of Lyda, just about with how close he's been able to pressurize things. So now exactly where it needs to be.
Keeping an eye on the competition here as we watch the drivers battle it out. No changes as Maccabee holds third over Braden Heber. Peyton Klein has a little bit of a gap over Riley Davis for the 6th spot. And keeping an eye as everyone's just trying to get to the end. Jeff Crutchleo, though, is out of the race. He did not actually take the start of the flag, so we have 10 cars still out on the track.
Yeah, it was a rough one for Crutchleo with a couple of laps, I believe, though. That might have been part of it. But still, all of this is with Maccabee really just trying to play defense just to hold on to a podium with how things are looking. Heber has provided a ton of pressure. The bowler looking to find a way to roll a strike to get a spot on the podium.
He's going to try to see if he can set himself up for a chance at the spot at the podium as we get 1 minute plus 2 laps left to go here. So 3 laps to go for your race leader of Benjamin Lyda. Here comes Holiday, though. He's going to try to get right on the back bumper, see if he can set something up into the hairpin. Shows the nose, not able to do so.
Yeah, just providing a little bit of pressure, pressurize the mistake. Hope someone slips up, hope specifically Lyda slips up, should say, in the midst of this, and be there when he's ready to make the move. Make Lyda know he's there. Make Lyda realize he's going to make a move the second anything goes wrong. So it's just choosing the right time to make this pass.
It is all about making that pass when it counts here as they snake their way through the S's out of turn number 16. 2 laps to go up on the board as they come across the front straightaway here. And so far, Lyda's got the advantage, but here comes the driver of Nolan Holiday. He's going to give a little bit of a push, see if he can set something up in turn 2 and 3.
Yet again, he's been providing the pressure. He's got a chance to send it if he so chooses. Be able to get Lyda off guard here, but the problem is, you do it too early. You allow Lyda to make the pass pretty quickly. Doesn't seem like he's willing to show his hand too early here and let Lyda have a chance. Might be waiting for that final lap, if not turn 13 again.
Here they come through as they snake their way through the S's there in the mid-pack of the straightaway. And now sending up to the top of the hill. Can we see anything for your driver here of Holiday to set up a run? But here comes Maccabee and Heber. They're going to try to put the pressure on.
They're in a prime position to bounce up if anything overboils, so to speak, when it comes to your race leaders. But coming up to the white flag this time, Lyda got some separation. Holiday did not get a good turn 14 exit.
How about Maccabee? He's going to get a good run here. He may challenge for second.
Not yet, though. That's the thing. Not yet. If that comes into play, that takes away the lead again. We've seen a 2-for-1 work for one class. What happened here? No, because it's time to go for the lead now. Crossover, Lida waiting for its moment, going alongside as Holiday to the point. There's what Maccabee needed to get to second.
Maccabee gets that second place here as he will now try to get it away from Ben Lida in the closing corners of the race. He's got some help, though, right there behind by Holiday as well as Heber. Your top four all right there, nose to tail as they come up to the top of the hill. Maccabee looks to the inside. Lida tries to go defensive, but it's not going to work as now they try to cross each other over and contact almost. That's going to send Lida all the way back to P4. Maccabee has the race lead as they come snaking through the S's for the final time. Out of turn number 16, Heber tries to get second away from Nolan Holiday, but for Maccabee, he will be able to take home the checkered flag and win here. Across the line for second, it'll be Braden Heber. Benjamin Lida and Nolan Holiday drops all the way back to 4. Then it's Colin Evans, Gavin Degenhart, Peyton Klein, Shane Hambrick, then Riley Davis. Oh, trouble for one driver. That's the 66 of Riley Davis. He will not get the finish he wanted in P9 right there. He will come home in 10th as William Speck will come around and pass him as they come around to take the checker flag. So we got a little cleanup to do. We got to go get Riley Davis out there on the track. We'll step aside for a quick commercial break. When we come back, it is the 206 cadets for their finals next on Kart Chaser.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
Are you looking for an advantage in your competition? Well, Car Class has done the hard work for you. We've traveled to your racetracks to give you the inside knowledge. So what does Car Class offer? We've got drone footage that captures the racing lines, visual markers for your braking points, acceleration zones, and the best overtake opportunities on your racetrack. Pedal cam to show you where to brake and when to accelerate, and 360-degree footage to make sure you don't miss any parts on the racetrack. We've covered 13 racetracks in the United States, and Australia, you're up next. So visit carclass.com to get your track information.
And welcome back to Kart Chaser coverage of the Pro-Am Karting Championship here at the Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati. Taylor Burris here along with Justin Prince as we get set for our final 206 category race with the cadets now about to head out onto the track. 4 karts about to do battle for the next 10 minutes plus an additional 2 laps, and the sun's already really up high in the sky. Temperature starting to go higher and higher up, and away they go to start your pace lap here. Get set and ready to go racing. Justin, it's going to be the following drivers: William Richards, Liam Richter, Drew Schneider, and Colton Hoops.
We've seen Richard really run away before after settling on in his kart. I think Richard's going to be very difficult to be able to beat here based on the speed we've seen already.
It's going to be interesting to see how this all plays out amongst our competitors as the field works their way around. Well, we'll see if Mr. Bandit out there, if Richards continues on his way and continues his form of dominance, or could Richter and Drew Schneider have something to say about your race leader as they will crest over to the top of the hill and get themselves set up in formation 2x2. They will go in a row of 2. As we watch Richard and Richter leading the field. And you got Schneider and Hoops. And we'll see how the action goes in your cadet category.
Yeah, this is going to be where the start's also critical. We've seen that already come into play already. You take it away from Richard, you can open up the door for what could be a wild one.
Keeping an eye here as they will come around. Everything looks clean and green for the most part. And green flag is out. And we're underway for your 206 cadets. And William Richards picking up where he left off. But here comes Drew Schneider as he gets the second spot away from Liam Richter.
Yeah, not bad for Schneider, it seems there. But now this is exactly what I'm talking about. You need to find a way to get around Richard quickly before the speed really settles on in.
Yep, everyone's just trying to work their way around here, and so far on this opening lap, William Richards holds strong as I heard a little bit of tire squealing on the through the camera there, but everyone's going to keep it straight and narrow as Drew Schneider is going to try to see what he can do, if he can have anything for William Richard.
Yeah, that's the one thing right now. It seems like William Richard has an absolute zoom kind of kart. Going to run away by 2, 3, 4 kart lengths already in the span of a minute. Already looking like Snyder's getting way too loose, though, through that run through 13, 14 for the kart to stick.
Yeah, it's going to be a little difficult to see here as they come around and put the first lap on the board. And everyone's just going to mind their P's and Q's, start to log some laps. We'll see how this race plays out, Justin, as we watch your top 3 battle it out. Drew Schneider, Liam Richter now do battle for second place as William Richard has stretched out to over a second lead.
Yeah, just a solid separation, growing quickly at this point. So Snyder doing exactly what he needs to do, but Richter really wants that second spot back, I think, at this point, because he's pressurizing Snyder significantly through these corners.
Putting the pressure on as need be as they crest over the top of the hill. Can Richter set something up here into turn 11, 12, and 13? Not able to this time. He'll have to just stay tucked up behind the driver of Drew Schneider in the 11.
Yeah, right here is what I'm talking about. You see that drift right there? That's what's destroying Snyder's run right now. Just can't get the rear tires to fully grip the racetrack. That's opening up the door perfectly for Richter because he isn't sliding the tires.
And he almost got that second position away from Drew Schneider. Not able to make it work, so he'll have to try again here and see if he can set himself up for a good fight to the finish here, as he will now try to cross him over, heading into the hairpin. Goes back in line, thinks better of it, not going to push the envelope here just yet.
Yeah, just there's a lot of time to do it. That's the thing. Again, I know we emphasize the time a lot, but there's 7 minutes. It's not like there's 7 seconds to get the job done and you need to make the pass right this second. You have time to think about it and set it up and wait to see if Snyder continues to make mistakes right here with the way things are progressing. That looks to be what's going to be happening here once again, with Richter really trying to get the lean on and set things up the next time he slides out of 14 maybe.
He will see what he can do, but he's not close enough here, so that could be a big cost for him as Drew Schneider has pulled away by about 2 kart lengths over the driver of William Richter as William Richards continues to pull away. Currently 2.8 seconds separates him from the rest of the field.
Yeah, Richard just has absolutely ravished the gap around the racetrack. We'd seen the gap, what, 5 seconds just about for one of the classes earlier today. He seems to be in the ballpark to do the exact same thing over this course of time with how quick he's just been able to run away.
Yeah, he's put on a stellar fight here, a stellar drive for the 587 machine. And he's going to continue to do so as he stretches that lead out further and further. Like you said, it could be a 5 to 6 second lead by the time the checkered flag falls for the driver of William Richard.
And seems so comfortable he can just make adjustments to his car while racing along to the lead. Doesn't need to worry about the pressure from behind, can just make the tweaks, can make the adjustments, all while he runs away from the rest of these drivers in the cadet category. Snyder finally seems to have gotten the tires up to temp, though, to stop sliding them to the point of losing time.
Keeping an eye on the competition as they work their way through, and Drew Schneider still holds that second spot, Liam Richter third. Colton Hoops, we'll give a little shout out and love to him. He's improving on his lap times occasionally. He just ran some laps here, and he's going to continue to learn a little bit about this track, see what he can do as he progresses through his career in the world of karting.
Yeah, and that's the important thing to mention. Again, this is all about being able to learn, be able to plan things out. William Richard just a couple weeks ago picked up a cadet Saturday feature win Cup Karts North America competition. He's been a winner in CKNA North Action after all. He's very competitive. He's very strong. He's one of the rising cadet superstars potential to keep an eye on in recent times here with how things are looking and how powerful that kart seems to be.
Yeah, that kart is absolutely just set the fastest lap of the race last time by. Let's see if Richard can improve upon that. He had a 1:08.13 as he comes across the line, 4 minutes plus 15 or 4 minutes 15 seconds. He just did the 1:08.7, so he's still just staying Mr. Consistent.
Extremely consistent. Once again, 1:08. Others are in the 1:09 second bracket. That's why this gap's going up so rapidly right now. He seems to have really learned this racetrack to near perfection, to be able to keep turning laps like this, to be able to keep running away like this in this style of racing. It's been unreal.
So we'll keep an eye and watch the action here as these drivers with 3 minutes and 30 seconds plus an additional 2 laps will continue looping around the circle. We'll give you updates as we draw closer to the finish as Drew Schneider continues to try to pull away from Liam Richter.
Yeah, Snyder seems to have been, as talked about, been able to really find things. Been able to find the rhythm that he was so lacking earlier on in this race in terms of the rear protection. Just a full straightaway difference still. That is remarkable. As the sun starts to really settle on in, 3:30 already, local time just about. Snyder up a second a lap over Snyder, or Richard should say over Snyder. It's been flying on by.
Yeah, currently right now it is a very toasty 88 degrees, and in fact the heat index makes it feel like 90, so you're absolutely cooking in that race suit on the racetrack. So they are going to work around the circuit.
Yeah, but hey, it's a beautiful facility. To give a shout out to the facility here, every time seeing this landscape, every time seeing the racing here, it puts on strong racing. It's got some of the most modern facilities in the country, hosting national competitions left, right, and center. It's got that beautiful bar section as well, I believe, in grill section here on the racetrack for fans to be able to watch from above pit road. It's got a beautiful, beautiful landscape to be able to race into the backdrop amongst the treetops, and it's why it's one of the top tracks in the region.
It really is, and we can't say a big thank you to the great Sean Bailiff and the entire Bailiff family for all the hard work that they do to manage this circuit. Plus, it doesn't help that you actually live on the facilities. I mean, the whole Bailiff family literally just lives a couple of feet away right here on this circuit. So, great operation for them to come out here and test and improve on their karts with the Kart Republic
as being part of the Trinity Karting Group, and we'll see what they're able to do when they come out here for the Stars Championship race next weekend as we continue the racing action, as the karting season's really kicking off into high gear, as we're only a few weeks away, though, till we end the SCUSA Pro Tour Series in a few weeks' time, as we'll be heading back up to Indiana for the Summer Nats and the conclusion of the SCUSA Pro Tour.
Yeah, they put on some great racing here, too, when thinking about the Pro Show past couple weeks, too, and expecting a lot more here in the state of Ohio, and thinking about some of the UKPC, some of the other classifications. I think I'm going to phrase it better in terms of that we've seen in the past few weeks. This racetrack is going to be put through its paces yet again by next week, again with the Stars, to look to see if they align perfectly.
Absolutely. And then, of course, we have some more great racing action heading into the month of August, as well as one of the biggest karting events in the country. The IKF Grand Nationals will be heading out to Amarillo, as you'll see the Kart Chaser crew getting ready to bring some exciting coverage there, as we'll see a lot of the 206 and KA competitors coming out that way to battle it out for the Great Duffy and have a chance to see who will raise the trophy up. And it's great to see that that series is being utilized and brought back in full force here for the past 2 years. And you'll see it all live on Kart Chaser the first week of August.
Well, the clock has reached full zero, so 2 laps to go on the racetrack. Seems like Richter's had something happen where he's lost a ton of time in that battle trying to keep up with Snyder. Richter dead last on the racetrack, Taylor, during that discussion, back behind Hoops, in fact. Might be able to at least salvage third if he is able to get completely back to going.
Yeah, he is working his way through. As we watch on, Drew Schneider still holds second position by 11 seconds behind. And Liam Richter is closing in quickly on Colton Hoops. So he should have enough time to get that third spot away. We'll see if we can pick him up there. You see right there on front of your screen, in front of your race leaders, as they come cresting over the hill here with the 1 lap to go next time by for your race leader.
Yeah, William Richards just been a rocket ship today, and just showcasing why he's one of the best when it comes to this right now from the region. Richards seems dialed in, seems perfectly composed, just has to do it for one more time.
Here he comes out of the final corner to get the white flag, and William Richard will have a smooth sailing. Just to update, Liam Richter just got around Colton Hoops for the third spot, so he will come home on the podium as Drew Schneider comes around in second place. He's just got to be careful and not make a mistake like Richter did earlier. So we'll see what he does as William Richards continues to charge and push down the fast lap after fast lap. He finally dialed it back, but only a 108.51. He's still been in the 108s for the entirety of this race as they come around the circuit here for the final time.
Might actually lap possibly Hoops here with the way the pace is settled out here, but wow, what a drive is all you can really say, and just marvel at the speed. 13 seconds over Snyder.
Absolutely. As he comes over here, he's going to come and try and put maybe Colton Hoops a lap down. He could possibly do it before he takes the checker flag. Sets himself up, and nope, not yet. He could try here as Hoops almost goes a little too wide. And as they come out of the final corner, your winner in your 206 Cadets is going to be none other than William Richard, and the Bandit will take home the flag and win at MCC.
Domination station over Snyder, to say the very least. Absolutely flying around this racetrack. There's Snyder there. Snyder seemed like he found what he needed to for the long run and just ended up keeping it planted to at least get second step.
He does, and then Liam Richter will come around and will take home that third position. So he will get on the podium and get some points, but tough break for him. Then, of course, Colton Hoops will come around and finish fourth position. When we come back, that's it for the 206s. Their day is done. It's time to go KA racing. They're next on the docket with the KA 100 Masters, next on Kart Chaser.
Brandon, why are there all these charges for just over $200 from Acceleration Kart Racing's website?
That's because AKR gives you free shipping on orders of $200 or more within the continental US.
Okay, but I thought you were just getting a pair of gloves. That's what, 70 bucks?
But if I'm getting a new pair of gloves, I might as well get a new pair of shoes to match. And then on top of that, I'll get a neck brace because with the shipping, it's basically free.
Yeah, I do not think the math checks out on that.
Everything you need, all in one place and shipped to your door for free for orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Spend responsibly. Shop AKR.com.
Colin, I need a new 219 chain. I need a 77 tooth sprocket. I need some more chain lube, and I need it probably as soon as like tomorrow. Dude, are you even listening? Like, we need this to run this weekend.
Want anything else?
What do you mean?
I already got it in the Kart and Acceleration Kart Racing's online store, bro. All orders over $200 get free shipping.
Oh, throw in a set of tires.
Done.
Everything you need, all in one place and shipped to your door for free on orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Shop AKR.com.
Are you looking for an advantage in your competition? Well, Kart Class has done the hard work for you. We've traveled to your racetracks to give you the inside knowledge. So what does Kart Class offer? We've got drone footage that captures the racing lines, visual markers for your braking points, acceleration zones, and the best overtake opportunities on your racetrack. Pedal cam to show you where to brake and when to accelerate, and 360-degree footage to make sure you don't miss any parts on the racetrack. We've covered 13 racetracks in the United States. And Australia, you're up next. So visit kartclass.com to get your track information.
And welcome back to Kart Chaser coverage of the Pro-Am Karting Championship here at MCC Cincinnati. KA 100 Masters. It's going to be the Kutchers on the front row, followed by Zach Corder, Corey Albright, Scott Carapelletti, Chris Gorman, David Golina, Paul Meese, Mike Doty, Kevin Simonellic, and Neil Hamilton, your 11 kart field, as they enter into the tram line for 10 minutes of action plus an additional 2 laps. And they come through. Everyone's giving a little wave like, hey, let's slow down, not make too much contact. And we get green flag, and we're racing for your KA 100 Masters.
Not bad for the Kutchers as they battle it out up front. Now it's going to be the question mark how everyone else tries to battle it out. We've seen Zach Corder get boxed in for a fair bit last race. Does he find a way to break out of the box and try and see if he can break up the Kutchers?
He's going to try to see what he can do, Zach Corder, but Corey Albright will move into that top 3 spot here as they work their way through. Now 4th spot as Zach Corder is going to put the pressure on him. Corder has a good run as he sets himself up over to the top of the hill. Can't quite find the opening needs, though, to get into 2nd place for the time being.
Yeah, there's still the time. But better yet, I think Corder is going to be one of those to keep an eye on to see when he makes a pouncing move, when he makes a dive to be able to make the pass. The 290 with some problems with Hamilton again.
There's another driver as well, but how about this? Andy and Chris Kutcher battling for the race lead here. They're going to swap the race lead a couple of times heading into turn 1 and turn 2, which opens the door for Zach Corder to take over the race lead here for the time being, as he'll move up to 2nd. Will he try to send something into the hairpin of turn 3 and 4? Not able to for the moment. He'll now stay slotted in the 2nd spot.
And now this gets fun. Now that the Kutchers are broken up for the first time really today, can they get a pounce back? Better yet, can Corder find a way to lead for the first time today? He seems like he's a little bit quicker in these corners right now. In terms of his speed, it's just going to be how long it takes to make a pass.
Yes, indeed, as they work their way through the S's right here. Climbing over the curbs they will go. So far, no pressure as a couple of karts go off track a little bit, gather themselves back up, and continue racing. Got some side-by-side action for the 4th position right there between Scott Carapoletti and Corey Albright. Chris Gorman also in the hunt as well, as he'll try to slide his way up a couple of spots.
Yeah, not too bad right now, but Zach Corder, we touched upon him earlier on, has solid speed we've seen in different levels of racing up towards the back of the pack right meanwhile. Starting to have some squabbling here and there, but right now just all getting settled into a single file line, getting themselves ready for the back half of the course.
Absolutely here as the field works their way around the circuit, up cresting up to the top of the hill. There you see the 261 machine of Corey Albright trying to hold that 5th position as he's got pressure from Chris Gorman. As Gorman tries to find the opening he needs to get around that position. He's also got pressure from Golina and Paul Macy, who is trying to work his way into that top 5.
Looking like already the moves on for some of the others, though. Just trying to find a way to make passes right now, or some of those in the back saying, I've got nothing to lose, got to make a move, got to make a move. But all of that's with, right now, it looks like, I believe that is Albright and company that are amongst the squabbling on screen.
One thing also to keep in mind is, Justin, we could see our race leaders have to deal with lap traffic, as there's a big slide right there for the driver of David Golina and Corey Albright as they come out of the hairpin. Those two are having a spirited battle for that 5th spot. Corey Albright also in the mix.
Another slip, another slide to be able to make the pass. And again, shows the aggression. Drivers are willing to have the desperation almost to make some of these passes stick over the course of the next 6 minutes.
Absolutely, but as we say, well, I was about to say, lap traffic's not too far ahead of these drivers of Mike Doty and Neil Hamilton. This could provide a little bit of some scenarios to see how they negotiate, especially with the drivers of Zach Porter, who could utilize the lap traffic as a pick to get around Andy Kutcher.
We've seen a couple people utilized as picks, not too many so far on the day. We'll see who's smart when it comes to those passes. That's going to be a huge question mark, I think, the rest of the way with how this goes is, will everyone's brain power maintain itself to be able to maintain the runs that are needed to be able to stay up front? Right now, we've seen through Andy Kutcher's race, he's got the composure to keep it up here. The thing is, does Zach Corder have the aggressiveness down to make the pass?
He's going to try to see what he can do and set himself up for a great pass out of the final corner. He's going to get some toe, maybe a push from Chris Kutcher. Not going to work this time. He's going to stay tucked up and staying in the 2nd spot for the time being as they work their way into turn 2. No pressure right now for any one of your drivers inside the top 3. It's all about just trying to see what they can do to gain an advantage on their competitor in front or keep their competitor behind.
Yeah, especially with how this is playing out. It's almost like a chess match, right? Again, the chess pieces are about to get scrambled by a brick wall of that traffic. That's going to probably come within the final 2 laps, as you said. With how things are looking on the pace, right now they're closing up on the traffic, a second a lap.
Yeah, very quick work. So they're closing in on Doty and Neil Hamilton, 2 drivers who got involved in an incident. It could happen on this lap right here as they come out of the final corner. 4 minutes plus 2 laps to go for your race leaders as they come across the front straightaway. And Kutcher and Corder are still trying to hold strong as they work their way through. Little tap of the helmet there for Corder to work with Chris Kutcher to say, hey, let's try to catch back up to Andy and see what we can do, if we can challenge for the race lead or not, as Chris Kutcher sets the fastest lap of the race.
Blue flags are ready for the lap cars. They're squabbling in front of the race leaders. One driver says, I'm going to let you go. I believe that was Doty. Hamilton, I don't think is making it so easy right now. Just said, I'm making a pass attempt now with this traffic.
And we see a little hand signals right there by Andy Kutcher, like, hey, let us by. They're causing up the big pile up right here. If you're not careful, they'll let him go as, off the track, the driver of, I believe that is Neil Hamilton off track as Mike Doty will get the 10th spot.
Yeah, not so appreciated by the leaders. Not too much space there. But hey, you know who's closing up? Carapoletti is slowly but surely with that closing in the drafting distance.
Yeah, he is right there. He's currently 0.8 of a second behind Chris Kutscher to get that sniff of the draft right there. So this could be interesting to see how he could find his way into the race or into the top 3.
Yeah, oh, a bit of a twist up there. Zach Corner having an issue. That opens up the door perfectly for Chris. Not sure what happened to Zach Corner there, but he did not look like he was comfortable, and that's exactly what Carapoletti needed to close up. Carapoletti should say.
Yeah, tough break right there. He's going to have to gather it back up as he will drop to the 3rd spot. Corner now having a little bit of help right there behind from Scott Carapoletti as he tries to set himself up for a chance of a podium finish.
And we've seen flashes of what Carapoletti could do last race to be able to get himself in position for this. He's just been biding his time this whole time, waiting to see what was going to happen with these karts in front. But now it's the Kutcher's 1-2 because of Zach Corner's mistake with under 2 minutes to go.
Ooh, this is going to get interesting to see here what the Kutchers can do. Andy Kutcher holds on. Chris Kutcher right there behind. Quarter tries to send it in a little bit deep as they come out of the hairpin. He gets a great run. He's right there on the back bumper of Chris. Could he send it into this second hairpin? Nope. Thinks better of it. Thinks he's going to try to work with Chris to close the gap on Andy Kutcher for a chance of the race lead.
Kind of have to at this point with how big the separation is. You go side by side for too long, you might not get a chance to get up to Andy Kutcher here with how much time is left to go. Looks like we'll get 3 to go at the stripe with how it's looking.
That seems to be the case here. It's now just at the minute mark now, so it will be 3 laps to go for your race leader as Andy Kutcher comes out of the final corner with about a 0.3 of a second lead over Chris. Zach Quarter, Scott Carapoletti is starting to fall off from your top 3 at the moment as they head off into turn 2.
And this field stayed pretty relatively close compared to some of the others. This has been one of the closer packs today. Here's the move. Chris taking the move. Andy Kutcher shuffle back to second. No pass back compared to the pre-final yet. Now he goes for the pass. It slides the rear tires. Then a checkup and they make contact.
Contact indeed for the driver of the 279 of Chris Kutcher. He's going to fall back. This opens the door especially for Zach Quarter and Scott Carapoletti. Here comes Quarter down to the inside, side by side as they go down the hill, and Zach Quarter sends it in deep. Kutcher crosses him over, crossover once again, heading into the corner. More contact. Here comes Carapoletti to pick up a 2-for-1 special.
Carapoletti in the perfect spot. Everything boiled over, and this is why you need to be in the popcorn seat. The popcorn just boiled over, but we still have 2 laps to go. Here come the Kutchers.
And with that, Andy Kutcher and Chris Kutcher both take away the race lead away from Scott Carapoletti as they will now do the do battle once again. How about that? Those two making contact 1 lap, losing the race lead, and now back at it here with 2 laps to go.
Now is it going to be down to Andy or Chris yet again? We've seen before Andy held off the charges initially from the pre-final. Already they've made contact this race though, so they think the give and take may be burned up just a little bit. They're lucky that it's still 1-2 for them.
1-2 for the time being as they work their way around the circuit here, heading into the corner. They're going to hold station for the moment. We'll see if anything explodes in this final lap between them amongst the competition. How about David Golanya? He's now closed his gap between himself and the top 4. He could be in shot of a podium finish if it gets a little too hectic as they get the white flag one more time around for the Kutchers.
Will it be Chris or will it be Andy? That's the question. Swap behind in the battle going on for 3rd, but right now, Chris not close enough yet. That move seen Zach Quarter make the move. Now, can Chris find a way to make a move on Andy? Andy not going defensive here. Seems confident in his skill set. Chris not close enough to lunge yet.
Yeah, he's not going to try anything just yet here as Scott Carapoletti has dropped back to the 4th position Zach Quarter was able to get around him for third at the moment as they come cresting over the hill for the final time here in your KA 100 Speed Masters category as they snake their way over. Here they go. Contact. Chris Kutcher tries to get around Andy. Andy's able to hold off as Zach Quarter ready to capitalize. It's going to be a drag race to the start-finish line. The 279 of Chris Kutcher comes out of the final corner to win in this category.
How about that for Chris? Absolutely. Needed it to boil over. It boiled over a couple times over that race. And in the end, Chris Kutcher puts on a stellar finish.
Absolutely great fight to the finish between Chris Kutcher and Andy Kutcher, but Zach Quarter will sneak on with a second place finish here. And with that, we'll give you a quick rundown of your full field as they work their way through. Chris Kutcher, Zach Quarter, Andy Kutcher, Scott Carapoletti, David Galagna, Corey Albright, Chris Gorman, Paul Meese, Kevin Simonellic will be your top 9. Neil Hamilton and Mike Doty, 10th and 11th. With that, we're closing in further and further to the big shows as next up on the docket, the KA 100 Junior. They're next, only on Kart Chaser.
So you finally want to get behind the wheel, huh?
Yeah, I've been shooting for 3 years and I've never got to drive.
Well, you're going to need some more gear than just your helmet. Why don't you go to shopakr.com. They got their inventory online and they'll ship it the same day if you order before 5:30 p.m. Eastern.
They got shoes?
Yep.
Gloves?
Yep.
Rib protectors?
Got those too.
Can they make me go fast?
No.
Here at Acceleration Kart Racing, we've got everything you need to get on track. What happens next? Well, that's on you. Check us out online at shopakr.com. This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
We welcome you back to Kart Chaser coverage of the Pro-Am Karting Championship here at the Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati. It's time for your KA 100 Junior, and here is your starting lineup. It's going to be Homer Hemed on the pole position, followed by Indy Anderson second, Tyrone Kemper Jr. in third, with Isaac Gardner in fourth position. Isabel Simpson will be in P5 with Marco Romero in P6, Adler Klein in seventh, Julian Pollard in eighth, Josiah Phillips in ninth, Marcus Batshun in 10th, and Kai Mars, your winner in the pre-final, is going to be starting Shotgun Charlie in 11th position.
Remember, that's because of the rear bumper issue, that with the mechanical flag at the very end. Heeman ended up picking up the official win. As a result, that's going to be big for the points and bigger for Mars's race.
Yes, indeed. So we'll see how this all plays out as they come around the circuit here to get started for their 10 minutes plus 2 laps of fun for the KA 100 Juniors. We still have quite a bit of racing left to go with the Pro Shifters, the Micro Minis combo, and then the finale with the Pro-Am KA 100 category next up and the conclusion of the day. And then, of course, the rest of the go. But we're about to go at it here with the Juniors. And nope, not good enough. They're going to have to go around again.
Way too early for the launch that time. A little bit too eager. But hey, we're eager to see how the racing goes here too, especially what we've seen for Kemper Jr. They'll retry this again.
Re-rack him and restack him, try again. And hopefully we'll get a good, clean start to the race. And as they work their way through, so far so good. We'll see if they can just keep it clean and green. But yeah, Justin, some great racing here in your KA 100 Junior category all day today. Anderson, Heeman, Tyrone Kemper Jr., and Kai Mars, some of the 4 drivers to keep an eye on today's race.
Yeah, it's going to be an intriguing one, I think. We've seen Kemper Jr. be so aggressive. He lost spots at the very end with the aggressiveness. Heeman just was in prime position to be able to pounce from the initial run. So we'll see how this really plays out now by the time anything comes around. So remember, Kai Mars going to be very far back in this field. He's going to be flying on through after having a bumper rear attachment. You see that 806 Kart having to start really far back after the DSQ.
Well, we know one thing is he has definitely got the speed to work his way up through the field and have a chance of winning here today as they come over towards the S's, turn 16, and let's try this all again. Out of turn 16, officials giving them the slow down. Hey, you're not going slow enough. You got to slow it down a little bit further. You still got a bit of work to do. Here they come into this tram line, into the start box. Officials tell them to slow down a little bit more. And mind your P's and Q's here. Don't be doing too much bumping, banging here on the start. And do we get the green light? Yes, we do. Green is out, and we're underway as they head off into turn 1. And already the Kart Republics are doing battle as they should, heading over into turn 2. And it's going to be Homer Heeman who will lead the charge. Indy Anderson slots into second with the driver of Isaac Gardner in 4th, as Tyrone Kemper Jr. tries to get the 3rd spot away. But here they come. Heeman trying to hold up a hard-charging Indy Anderson.
A lot of back and forth going on the racetrack already, as to be expected. How about back and forth amongst teammates? Why don't we? Bit of a send from Anderson, wanting to lead this time. We'll see how Heeman handles that now that there's pressure for Kemper Jr., Mr. Aggressive.
Tyrone Kemper Jr. comes cresting over the top of the hill as Indy Anderson is going to lead the charge here. Homer Heeman is trying to hold off and be the good teammate to see if those two can work away. Nope. He thinks better of it. He wants to lead the first lap as he will take the spot away from his teammate of Indy Anderson as Isaac Gardner and Isabel Simpson watch on in 4th and 5th.
Ton of teammates in the choo-choo train, but Kemper Jr. again has the pace to get alongside for turn 1. No place to be able to squeeze on by yet.
How about Kai Mars started P11? He's now inside the top 5 after just 1 lap. Safe to say he has the speed.
Yes, indeed. And right now, a lot of squabbling still in the midst of this right now. This has been an exciting one, to say the very least, with how this has played out. The top 3, despite all the squabbling, has already jumped up here. As you can see, some of the parents even up on the RVs. That is the dad of Marco Romero cheering on his son in the midst of this field, in the midst of a hornet's nest.
Absolutely, here as we watch these drivers do battle as they come working their way through the S's. Marco Romero, who we've seen racing for the past couple of years, puts on a stellar drive here, and he's looking to try to work his way further up inside the top 10 as they work their way across the start-finish line. Homer Heeman comes across. He sets a flying lap, but Indy Anderson responds along with Tyrone Kemper Jr. Kai Mars, he's now in 4th position.
Looks like Kemper Jr.'s almost tapered that aggression, so to speak, wouldn't you say, Taylor? Because, well, never mind. He just did a 2-for-1 special for the race lead.
Yeah, I wouldn't count on him tempering off his aggression. He's going to be aggressive here as we see the driver of Homer Heeman get right back on the throttle to try to get around, as well as Indy Anderson, who is in 2nd place. Those two going to battle hard with Tyrone Kemper Jr. That's the one thing with the KA Juniors. They are those drivers who are looking for their opportunity to get them the chance to run in the KA Seniors or even an X30 Kart later on down the line. They are going to be aggressive to showcase they have what it takes to be the next big superstars. Contact between teammates here between Heeman and Indy Anderson.
Oh, that was a rough one, to say the least, through the corner. Looked like at that point Heeman went over top of Anderson's kart, and that's just opened up the door. Look who's in 2nd in all of that. Mars is driven through the field.
He is one of the top contenders here in KA category, and he is going to showcase that here as he goes head-to-head with Tyrone Kemper Jr.
Yeah, that was not the prettiest of incidents, to say the very least, once again, for the race lead. You do not want to see contact up for the point. Fortunately, that seemed to be the case, but Kai Mars showcasing the speed in that kart, to say the very least, with how fast it is to be able to go zoom to close up these gaps. Last time by, 1:04. That was 4/10 quicker than the leader, as right now that's also put Romero in the top 5.
Yeah, Marco Romero sits in 4th. Isaac Gardner, there you see in the TKG. Romero in the Fernando Alonso kart. He is trying to see if he can have a shot of a podium here. A good day for him if he can pull it off as they come across the line. Under 6 minutes plus 2 laps to go as Kai Mars sets the fastest lap of the race.
Yeah, they just oh, more contact. Romero having contact from behind.
He's going to keep it going, but he's going to lose some valuable spots there as trying to see where Isaac Gardner is. I don't think he was the one who got a little bit of help from Marco Romero.
Yeah, this is becoming very aggressive, almost too aggressive from some of the drivers. That was indeed, believe, Gardner in that. Now, the battle is on. Fear the white bumper is the phrasing from Kai Mars. In terms of seeing that kart close on up, just 11, 12 years old, and is now ready to go on the pounce for the diamond lines.
Here they come through out of turn 16 as we watch Tyrone Kemper Jr. and Kai Mars do battle for the race lead as they come across the line. 5 minutes plus 2 laps to go for your race leaders as we pick up Marco Romero. He'll move to P3. Isabel Simpson in 4th. Josiah Phillips moves into the top 5. Adler Klein, we talked about him earlier today. He sits in 6th position.
Yeah, Klein quietly has got himself back up there as well. Good job by Klein so far today. After seeing before today's action how the points were really shuffling out in this class, with Klein up in 2nd. This is exactly what Klein needed, by the way, here, Taylor. A race to go his way, and right now, all his Air Championship rivals, well, we've seen how crazy it's gotten.
It certainly has gotten crazy as Tyrone Kemper Jr. tries to hold the defensive line, hug that inside line as best he can to keep Kai Mars behind him as he will continue to fight and hard charge his way through as they come out of turn 16. 4 minutes plus 2 laps to go for your race leader of Tyrone Kemper Jr. and Kai Mars. Marco Romero right there, you saw on the back of your screen. He's got to hold off a hard-charging Isabel Simpson and Josiah Phillips.
Yeah, Phillips right now quietly has done well, but here we go for the lead. Kai Mars wants it up front.
To the lead, Kai Mars. Beautiful pass along the inside. Can Tyrone Kemper Jr. respond as they head into that second hairpin? Not quite. We'll see what he can do as he sets up as they come down the hill. That's a good passing opportunity for our drivers we've seen time and time again here today as they come cresting over the hill. Will he do it? Nope. Going to stay tucked up for the moment and see what he can do here in the closing minutes.
Yeah, this battle's nowhere close to done. We've seen with Kemper Jr. He's very fast to make passes, but he's also up for grabs a lot more for pass attempts back. That bumper staying very secure for Mars, though, for this race. Here comes Kemper Jr.
Battle for the race lead, and Tyrone Kemper Jr. will take it over once again ahead of Kai Mars with 2 minutes and 45 seconds left to go, plus an additional 2 laps. And Tyrone Kemper Jr. now set where he feels comfortable up in front. You've got to be careful because we know Kai Mars can set something up real quick to get that race lead back.
Very quickly, absolutely, right now, with them being lockstep on the tires right now. Stay within a kart length of each other with how things have played out so far. But can Mars build up the momentum back? We've seen that be the case a lot of times here today. They still have a good 2 minutes on the clock. Still plenty of time to race it out before the laps come into play.
He's going to try to set himself up here as they snake their way through the espers of turn 14, 15. Out towards 16 they will go. Kai Mars tries to get a good run. Can't get it working for him just yet. He'll stay tucked up behind the nose of Tyrone Kemper Jr. here for the moment. under 2 minutes plus 2 laps to go for them as they work their way through. Romero will hold third. Josiah Phillips moves up to P4 after getting around Isabel Simpson. And Adler Klein drops back to P7. Indy Anderson trying to fight his way through the field after contact with his teammate of Homer Heyman.
Should be about 3 minutes, really laps, I should say, to work with basically on the racetrack here. And Kai Mars has a lot of time to be able to plot this out. Romero, by the way, is matching them on lap time, but just doesn't have the draft to be able to make things work unless things boil over again. Great shout to Romero. Despite some of the contact from behind, still holding on to the podium positions.
Yep, a good way to kick his day off. We'll possibly see him at the Stars Championship Series here in a couple of weeks or in a couple of days. So we'll keep an eye on that as he sets himself up for a run in the Stars Championship Series. Across the line, just under a minute plus 2 laps to go, so we'll have 3 laps left to go in the race.
Yes, indeed. So make it, yes, 3 laps. Yes, so very quickly getting around the racetrack. Now, looking like Mars a little bit better through the corners right now through turn 4. Can he get a run through turn 7? He's trying something on a diamond line to see if there's a setup available.
Not going to work quite yet. He's going to have to try something else here as they come through the S's over towards the top of the hill here. As they crest over, could Kai Mars set something up here? No, he's not close enough. Kemper looks over his shoulder. Got to be focused in. Lock it in a little bit there, Tyrone. You don't want to have the opportunity like that Kai Mars tried to get around Kemper for position as they snake their way out of the S's over towards turn 16. Coming out of the final corner. 2 laps to go for your leaders.
Plenty of time to be able to try and make this move. Kai Mars is. Here comes Mars. Here comes a massive defensive move. Kemper Jr. all the way to the left side of the racetrack to defend it.
Oh, big run here for Kai Mars. Will he try something in the hairpin? He's going to go around the long way. Set up a diamond run to get a good run out of the corner to say if he can set it up in the second hairpin. Tyrone, though, being very aggressive with the defense to keep him behind. A little slide right there, but enough to still keep pace with Tyrone Kemper Jr.
And now this is where the pressurizing mistake really comes into play. Last time, Kemper Jr. pressurized himself into multiple mistakes on aggressiveness. Now Kai Mars trying to force Kemper Jr. missed the corner. He did. All the way to curving for contact.
So this is going to get exciting through the S's here where we see contact. Marco Romero closing in here in the closing corners as they come out of turn 16. They should get the white flag one more time around, and Marco Romero, he's closing in on this battle for the race lead. Here comes Kai Mars around the outside. Kemper goes on the defense once again.
We shall run through turn 2. That's going to compromise him possibly for turn 4. Kai Mars might have to get the crowbar out almost with how the lines are playing. More bumper-to-bumper contact to move him.
He will give him the move, but now they're going to go side by side into the hairpin. Kai Mars on the outside, Kemper on the inside. Here they come. How about Marco Romero almost getting that second spot away?
From 2 seconds back at the start of the lap 2. That's how hard they're fighting this out. One more chance to go defensive for Kemper Jr. Here comes Romero for the outside.
He's going to try to send it in deep here to get second away from Kai Mars. And can we see the bump and run? Yes, we will. Contact between the two. And this opens the door for Kai Mars with that big push. Marco Romero, though, is stuck in the grass. And here comes the rest of the field out of turn 16. Tyrone Kemper Jr. has some issues. But for Kai Mars, he will take the checkered flag away and win here in your KA100 Junior across the line. Isabel Simpson on the podium. Josiah Phillips will round out third position. Kemper will get 4th. Indy Anderson recovers to a top 5, possibly. Yes, he will. As Adler Klein, Julian Pollard, and Marco Romero round out your top 8. Marcus Batschun and Isaac Gardner and Homer Heyman as a tough break for Marco's dad. Not happy about the situation there.
And it looks like the tools are already coming out for Romero. As wow is all you can really say, Taylor. Aggressiveness for the win. Who's going to get the official one? Well, we'll have to see.
We will find out later today, but of course it is unofficially Kai Mars, your race winner. Isabel Simpson second. Josiah Phillips rounds out your podium as the rest of the field goes around. But now it's time that we get set and ready to go shifter racing as your Pro Shifter Finals up next on the docket here on Kart Chaser.
So you finally want to get behind the wheel, huh?
Yeah, I've been shooting for 3 years and I've never got to drive.
Well, you're gonna need some more gear than just your helmet. Why don't you go to shopakr.com? They got their inventory online and they'll ship it the same day if you order before 5:30 p.m. Eastern.
They got shoes,
Yep,
gloves,
yep,
rib protectors.
got those too.
Can they make me go fast?
No.
Here at Acceleration Kart Racing, we've got everything you need to get on track. What happens next? Well, that's on you. Check us out online at shopakr.com. This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
Cleanup continues here as the drivers in the KA 100 Juniors are getting themselves situated. So we'll take a few moments while these drivers are getting themselves situated, cleaned up. And once again, take a look at the amazing MCC Cincinnati Kartplex. 16 turns, just under a mile in length. And we saw turn 1 being a passing zone. Turn 2 is a great opportunity. Turn 4, turn 7. And then the complex from turn 12 all the way to turn 16 is where we see the chaos really pick up.
We've seen it really pick up, especially with the last race. That's been the main passing spot, in my opinion, for the best opportunities to be able to pounce without a chance to defend back by turn 15-16. Obviously, in the last race, the aggression levels got a little bit higher than most people expect. But hey, that's the fun when it comes to MCC here in Cincinnati. The racetrack puts on some phenomenal finishes.
It certainly does, and we're going to see it once again happen here with your shifter category. So they're still doing a little bit of cleanup on the track, so we'll say come around, and once the shifter carts head onto the track, we'll give you your full field rundown and get set for today's racing action in your Pro Shifters.
Looks like the karts are ready to go around the racetrack here as we get ready for our next grouping of drivers. It's the Pro Shifters, Taylor. This should put on a blistering fast pace.
It certainly is. Let's go ahead and give you your starting lineup. On the pole is Mr. Larry Pegram, followed by Safa Haddock the third in second. Mitchell Lowry will be in third position, followed by Riley Pegram in fourth. John Distelwig is in the fifth position with Fred Robertson in sixth. Doug Duff in seventh. Paul Rydzetsky is in eighth with Nathan Williams ninth. Gary Mockel and Jeff Carroll round out your 11 kart field.
It should be a fun field to see how the Pegrams battle it out yet again, and better yet, Larry rapid fast in his respective race beforehand, Taylor. In particular, though, Haddock seemed to show some good speed to keep up with Larry. The question is going to be, can Haddock find that extra gear to be able to move on by, so to speak, in the race today for the final?
Well, he's got to make sure he gets a good, clean start here and see if he can challenge the driver of Larry Pegram on that opening couple of laps. If he can do that, he may have something for him here, but Safa Haddock has a lot of work to do. Same thing with Riley and Pegram and Mitchell Lowry. They have a chance to maybe have a shot of a good finish here and maybe challenge Safa for that second place, but they got to get that good start on the opening run.
How good that start gets is really up to them. It's really up to how well Larry does this start. Haddock needs to be perfect with the gears, though, to be able to get the launch, to be able to try and get the run he needs to make this work. Question's going to be, can Riley Pegram make things work to be able to make a pass to get up to the podium positions? We've seen how close she was previously.
And with that, they will come out of turn 15 and 16 to enter into the tram line and line themselves up for one of the most exciting forms of racing here with the shifter karts, as they will take off from a standing start only. And we'll see these drivers rev it up and get set to go racing here. And you'll see it here live on Kart Chaser as the field enters into the tram lines to set themselves up for 10 minutes of fun plus an additional 2 laps.
Just got to get all lined up and ready to go in the right positions here. Some drivers just warming up the tires before they reach the starting blocks and reach their way to the lane. So here we go. It's about trying to keep composure. You see the ritual differences. Meditation almost on the left side of your screen for the outside from Haddock. Just plain focus for Larry and signals to behind with Riley.
Here they go. Everyone's getting checked. Make sure we get a good thumbs up. And we got the thumbs up. Watch for the light. Get set. Ready to roll racing. It's shifter time here at MCC Kartplex. Waiting for the light. There's the first one. And green is out, and we're racing here. A great start by Pegram as he will get the lead away from Safa Haddock, but Safa Haddock looks to the inside. Can't make it work. A couple of drivers have a missed start right there, but they will try to fire back off and get going. But how about this? Pegram, Haddock, Lowry lead the charge with Riley Pegram in fourth position.
Perfect start for Larry to be able to maintain the lead, be able to maintain control of the pack now. Just needs to be able to do it for 9 minutes, right? And that's going to be the tough thing. Him and Haddock were rockets to be able to pull away from the rest of the field previously. World Motorcycle Racer still trying to battle it out. They are absolutely flying from the pack, though, with Lowry already dropping back.
Everyone now just trying to get themselves... Oh, contact right there between both Larry Pegram and Safa Haddock, the third, as he is able to gather it back up, but pushes in the bumper a little bit on the nose of that 292 TKG machine.
So now it's on to see, though, can Haddock find that extra little bit of spark that he was missing before? He seems to be close enough at least to get there on because of the late braking. But Pegram's been much better corner exit up in this group.
He's been showing a good pace here, and Safahadik putting the pressure on him as they set themselves up for a run as they come out of the back half of the course here. But Larry Pegram's going to do what he does best and start to try and pull away from the competition. Mitchell Lowry right there in third has a good fight to stay ahead of Riley Pegram.
Yeah, right now Haddock the third just getting a little bit squirrely in the midst of this draft, almost a little bit too slidey in the pack. You can almost see the hand signals for Lowry, though, wanting to try and work together with Riley. The problem is Riley, if anything, wants to try and find a way just to get around him to make it a 1-3 for the Pegrams on the podium.
Pegram is going to try to see what he can do here as he holds the lead. Safahadik right there. Mitchell Lowry has a little bit of breathing room right now from Riley Pegram, so we'll keep an eye on this battle as here comes the driver of Mitchell Lowry. And Riley Pegram has closed that gap for sure as they have worked their way through. 7.5 minutes to go.
Yeah, these two just are the kings of the field so far. But you also have Justowick, who is putting on some good battling with Robertson. Right now, Riley getting some pokes along at least on Lowry. A little bit more spark to be able to try and pounce for third. As there's the leaders pulling away now, again, is Larry.
Yeah, Larry Pegram has stretched it out to a 0.4 of a second lead. Safahadik, though, sets the fastest lap of the race for the moment with a 54.486. So really trying to drop the hammer to see if he can find any way to close the gap between him and Larry and see if he can get around Larry Pegram for the race lead.
Yeah, right now, I think that's going to be the tough part, getting alongside. That seems to be the case with these karts. Haddock seems to be one of those that pounces in the final few minutes. We've seen that before the tires really slid to throw away the chance in the last race. Now, seems to be in full push mode, not allowing any chance for breathing mistakes for Larry Pegram.
Yeah, no room for error now for any of your top three in the Pro Shifter category as they work their way out of the final corner, turn 16. 6 minutes and 15 seconds to go, plus an additional 2 laps. Larry Pegram has a good run, but Safahadik still tailing it and working hard, putting the pressure on as where's
Haddock
Safa go? There he is.
Haddock spun it around, nearly hit the back into Larry and just looped it.
Got the aggression over levels kicked into high drive and unfortunately looped it around right there. That will move the driver of Riley Pegram up to P2 and Mitchell Lowry to P3.
And I don't think Haddock is able to get it fired up right now because you've seen the X symbol from them. That usually means it's a no-go. So at this point, the Pegrams are in beautiful position for a 1-2 family affair.
Absolutely, as the magic card of Mitchell Lowry is going to try to see if he can mess up that family affair by getting into second place. But so far, with 5.5 minutes plus 2 laps to go, not looking to be the case here for the moment.
We'll see how things go. Once things get out, it looks like it's done for Haddock. He's out of the cart. Unfortunate for the 292.
Yeah, that will be not a good finish for him. That'll put him in at least 10th position because Paul Rydzetsky is also out of the race in 11th. So that is going to be the case for Safahadik, a top 10 finish for him, but not a good points day as well.
It's going to be a massive swing for the championship with Haddock in second coming in, mind you. This might actually have a chance for Riley to propel herself to second step in the championship. This is prime opportunities. Let's just put it that way. Riley has a lot of positive things coming our way, as we talked about, with right now being someone who made appearances at TCR, already recently switched to sport car racing after racing in the American Endurance Racing Series, the Porsche Sprint Challenge in North America. A top runner in the country in Pro Shifter, a top 5 competitor, and now is in line to be a part of this podium if things keep the way they are over the next 4 minutes.
We'll see what happens here in the closing minutes as another driver has another issue as well. I think that was Rydzetsky, who we touched on, who was off track there. So there you go. As he is trying to negotiate through lap traffic, he puts the 522 of Jeff Carroll a lap down. That's the 07 machine that we touched on, Paul Rydzetsky, out there on the top of the hill.
Hey, it's a good spot to look at the karts, though.
Yeah, absolutely. Good chance to look at the karts, see the track. As the Pegrams will come across the line, Lowry in third position still with 3.5 minutes plus 2 laps to go.
Yeah, right now this is perfect with the separations. A lot of big separations, though, across the field. Still need the karts to be able to last, and better yet, Lowry is still there in case there's any mistake from Riley in this race to be able to close up the gaps. It's still 2-3 kart lengths, and we've seen how good Lowry was at the fence earlier. Might be solid to be able to get the racing itself for the pass down pretty soon. We'll have to see.
Well, we're going to see what Mitchell Lowry can do in the closing minutes here. 2.5 or just under 3 minutes to go. So he's got some opportunities to try to set himself up. We've seen him get by Riley Pegram before. Can he do it again in the closing laps?
That's the huge question, as looks like some of the lap traffic moving away cordially. That time it's Williams. Nathan Williams let him on by. But hey, it's been that type of a day. The Pegrams having this go perfect. Larry's got to be smiling in that go-kart right now.
Absolutely. He's got a firm control of the race lead by about 4 seconds as, trouble. Possibly right there for Riley Pegram. Could have she missed a shift? I think she did. That gives the door for Mitchell Lowry to move up to P2. Nope, that's actually her right there. Yeah.
Yeah.
She missed a shift.
Yeah, had a mistake. Yeah, missed the shift. Slams the shifter now. So something was up there a little bit there. That's going to absolutely be frustrating for her. Still 1-3 for the Pegrams. But now it's well out of reach unless Lowry misses a shift.
Yep, move Mitchell Lowry up to P2 here for the moment as they go rocketing by 1.5 minutes plus 2 laps to go for your race leader of Larry Pegram. As there you see Riley right there in position as they work their way through. As we have 6 karts still on the lead lap. Doug Duff is going to be the next car to be put a lap down here momentarily if the opportunity presents himself. But for Larry, I'm going to keep on logging some laps here with the moment, 1 minute plus 2 laps. So we'll probably get just about 13 laps completed in today's race.
Yeah, very positive day, I think, for Larry when it comes to speed. Has had the pace since the onset. Now just needs to finish the job. Just keep the laps going. Still about 3 laps to work with, as I think, again, Riley still battling it out with her kart as well. Larry still has been able to battle it out perfectly to be able to run away. Still 3 laps to go.
Yeah, she is now 7 seconds behind the driver of Mitchell Lowry, and actually getting in, possibly losing a chance of a podium, because here comes John Distelzweg, who is in the 4th spot. He's only about a second and a half behind.
Yeah, a lot of these karts, remember we talked about this, it's not just about having the fastest kart, it's about having the fastest driver and being able to harness each of these shifts. You make multiple mistakes on the shifts, you can break something. And it's almost like something's happened with Riley's kart in these stages with that misshift initially, to where it's now having problems with the shifts as of late.
And with that, I believe Mr. John Distelwig is going to move up into P3, getting around Riley Pegram.
Not yet.
He will. Not yet. He tried, though. He was close, I think, for a moment.
Yeah, it's still about near 2 seconds on the interval right now on the racetrack, but hey, Larry's got himself going. Perfect run right now. Here's a look at Distelwick, I believe you were talking about. In terms of some of these runs, it's going to be interesting if these intervals hold out to close it out. There's a look right there of the karts yet again in that battle for third step of the podium.
And as they work their way through, we'll pick up your race leader of Larry Pegram as he'll come around to get the white flag one more time around for him, as he is looking to get another win here at the MCC. As he will charge last lap in the white flag in the air, he will work his way smooth and consistent. He passed a Safahatic's kart stuck out there by turn 3. and continues to charge his way forward for a chance of winning the championship in the Pro Shifter category.
We'll see if it's worked out by the end for some of these battles, but for Larry, he's been perfect. He's been outright perfect since the start of the day. That Kart has been laser fast since the start.
And as they come through the final couple of corners, turn 12, 13, 14, and 15, Larry Pegram is going to go and have the perfect day-to-day, a triple threat, and win here at MCC. Checkered flag in the air. That's Sean Bailiff up there actually giving the wave of the flag, I believe, right there, as he will come around. Mitchell Lowry in second, and here we go across the line. Riley Pegram will come home rounding out your podium. John Distawig will be in fourth position.
Yeah, 1-3 for the Pegrams. They're going to be happy about that one. Mitchell Lowry, good shout to be able to hold on to second step. Distawig did a lot of pressure to be able to try and close up, but not much else you can do with how far back the initial deficit was. Riley Pegram on that podium and make it a family affair on the podium today.
Absolutely, and with that, that will conclude your Pro Shifter. We got two more races. It's time for multi-class racing with the Micro and Mini Swift category. They're next on the docket here on Kart Chaser.
Brandon, why are there all these charges for just over $200 from Acceleration Kart Racing's website?
That's because AKR gives you free shipping on orders of $200 or more within the continental US.
Okay, but I thought you were just getting a pair of gloves. That's what, 70 bucks?
But if I'm getting a new pair of gloves, I might as well get a new pair of shoes to match. And then on top of that, I'll get a neck brace because with the shipping, it's basically free.
Yeah, I do not think the math checks out on that.
Everything you need, all in one place and shipped to your door for free for orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Spend responsibly. Shop AKR.com.
Colin, I need a new 219 chain. I need a 77 tooth sprocket. I need some more chain lube, and I need it probably as soon as like tomorrow. Dude, are you even listening? Like, we need this to run this weekend.
Want anything else?
What do you mean?
I already got it in the car on Acceleration Kart Racing's online store, bro. All orders over $200 get free shipping.
Oh, throw in a set of tires.
Done.
Everything you need, all in one place and shipped to your door for free on orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Shop AKR.com.
Are you looking for an advantage in your competition? Well, Car Class has done the hard work for you. We've traveled to your racetracks to give you the inside knowledge. So what does Car Class offer? We've got drone footage that captures the racing lines, visual markers for your braking points, acceleration zones, and the best overtake opportunities on your racetrack. Pedal cam to show you where to brake and when to accelerate, and 360-degree footage to make sure you don't miss any parts on the racetrack. We've covered 13 racetracks in the United States. And Australia, you're up next. So visit carclass.com to get your track information.
And with that, welcome back to Kart Chaser's coverage of the Pro-Am Karting Championship here. Mini and Micro Swift categories are about to head out onto the racetrack. Do want to give a quick update, though, for your IAME KA100 Junior Finals. There was some penalties given out here in this event, and with that, it allows Isabel Simpson to win In the KA 100 junior category, Josiah Phillips comes home second, Tyrone Kemper Jr. third, as Kai Mars receives a 5-second penalty for avoidable contact. Marco Romero was disqualified for having no weight. Indy Anderson as well was having a 5-second penalty for an incident regarding with the 834 of Homer Heeman in turn 13, a couple of laps in the early stages. So congratulations to Isabel Simpson for picking up a win here today at MCC. But now it's time for your Miami Micro Swift and Mini Swift. On the pole for the Mini Swift is Ben Gleberman, followed by Robert Lash, Alex Kutcher, Eli Furnish, Camden Swindling, and William Richards. In the micro category, it's Drake Williamson on the pole with Miles Wilson, Leah Simonellic, Wyatt Huntsberger, Drew Schneider, Jackson Frank, and Brooks Swindling round out your 13 kart field overall.
And so far, an interesting night on the hand so far for the racing. Now it's going to be how things go here. So we've seen some good moving and good battling between Gleberman, Lash, and Kutcher last time when it came to these classes. We'll see if that continues for these drivers here.
Well, we're about to find out as they enter into the tram line. They're not going fast, or going not too fast right here, but it looks like they're going to get the green flag. We're racing here, and Robert Lash will lead the charge heading off into turn 1. Gleberman trying to have a good fight as well, as he should get him out with the race lead out of turn number 2 and 3. As how about Eli Furnish sliding up into P3?
Yeah, trying to make a near 3 wide with that move for a moment, but the other side, right now the Micros doing a really good job off the launch. Already Williamson with a great run to start their race.
Keeping an eye on the competition as they work their way around the circuit here, and already some great fighting. Robert Lash, Ben Gleberman, Eli Furnish, your top 3 as they crest over the top of the hill here. And a couple of carts went off there, but they're able to gather it back up as Gleberman and Kutcher lead the charge into the turn 13-14 complex.
Yeah, yet again, this has been a wrestling match almost in terms of how aggressive they've been willing to battle here. This has been a pack where they haven't been willing to just stay in line and work together. Now, we'll see how this goes, especially since the top 3 have broken away again. Almost top 2 have broken away.
Yeah, right now you see the driver of Robert Lash finally getting around Eli Furnish for the 3rd spot. He's got a little bit of work to do to close back in on Gleberman and Kutcher as he tries to fight his way up, closing in. Meanwhile, it's Miles Wilson in the micro category over Drake Williamson and Drew Schneider, your top 3.
Yeah, great battling around the racetrack at this point, starting to heat up a little bit, but still lockstep with Kutcher. No place to poke around quite yet, just got to keep riding. Not sure what he's looking at towards his left, has something that he sees in mind almost with the head signals.
Here they come around the circuit here as they work through the turn 13, 14, 15 complex, and the 143 of Robert Lash trying to put the pressure on Alex Kutcher to see if they can find their way around Ben Gleberman. And so far, here goes Lash. He'll look to the inside of Kutcher. Thinks better of it, can't slide into place, and he will move back to P3.
Not close enough for the run yet, but Kutcher just doesn't seem as much on the pace quite yet this race in terms of the traction yet. Still 7 minutes to figure it out as here comes Lash, able to jump up to 2nd.
As they do so, we'll go a little further back to the micro category. Miles Wilson has a comfortable lead over Drake Williamson and Wyatt Huntsberger, who has a 1.7 second lead over those two. As he tries to hold on, trouble for Drew Schneider. He was as high as 3rd, dropped back to 5th in class. So a tough break for him. He's got to be careful of that as we pick up a couple of other drivers. That's the Magic Kart, number 3 of Wyatt Huntsberger, who is sitting 3rd in class.
Yeah, interesting how that class is pointed out, but here comes the run opportunity for Lash. He's built up a lot of momentum the past lap. He wants to take it to the point.
Here they come as he's going to try to get that spot away, and he does. New race leader Robert Lash, beautiful pass over Gleberman and Kutcher as Kutcher tries to see if he can set himself up into the hairpin. Nope, not going to be able to. As the Kart Republic machine of Robert Lash leads the charge out of the hairpin.
Yeah, Lash has looked very solid to be able to get the pace out. We've seen with the switchbacks back and forth for the pendulum before. But now, looks like Kutcher, now with all the swapping a little bit, starting to heat up again. He's been able to get the rhythm back out in this race. Compared to Kutcher, who, again, wants to go, is now using contact to move.
Oh, a little bump and run right here, and he will get it. How about the driver, Gleberman, ready to put the fight to Robert Lash and Alex Kutcher. Gleberman leads the charge out of the corner with only just about 6 minutes plus 2 laps to go.
That's not going to be done yet. That's Gleberman and believe actually making the contact, yes. But it's still bumping and running contact that comes into play a little bit. Just a touch bit of a graze to spook your opponent. We'll see how that goes. You don't want to normally necessarily utilize contact and rely upon it for the passes.
Here they come through the field as they work their way around, and Gleberman will hold on. Lash trying to put the pressure on him. Alex Kutcher biding his time, waiting for the opening to see if he can sneak his way through for a win.
Absolutely, here it comes Kutcher now. Looking like now this is the time to poke. Not able to get the full run, but is able to pressurize an error mistake. Yet again, Lash nearly making a major mistake, able to keep the grip in it, thankfully, to keep it from going off the racetrack.
He's going to be able to hold on for the time being as they come across the line here. And closing. Here comes Lash to the inside and makes the pass. 4.5 minutes plus 2 laps to go.
Yeah, now it's going to be where have the tires been cooled down enough for Kutcher to make a full move, to be able to make this gap close up quickly. Lash seems to be comfortable right now at the point, or rather right now the point seems to be very comfortable. Now it's going to be where, how long does this pushing keep going on as Lash is the one with the lead?
Watching on here, no pressure for Miles Wilson. He sits comfortably by 4 seconds over Drake Williamson. So we're going to keep an eye on this battle as here comes Kutcher to the inside of Robert Lash. Nope, going to slide back into place. He'll stay tucked up behind your race leader as they come through 13, 14, and 15.
Oh, some troubles for the 141. Furnish having to get off the racetrack. That's right at the edge of the racing line.
That certainly is. That's a tough break right there for Eli Furnish. He's got to be careful of that. Hopefully officials will come over there and give him a hand to help him out. 3.5 minutes to go for your leaders. Robert Lash holds on to the race lead as he is trying to set the pace here, and he is currently doing so as him and Kutcher are trying to pull away from Gleberman.
Looks like Kutcher wants to go now, doesn't want to wait. Likes to go for the pass right this moment. Oh, and more contact again from Lash.
Getting dicey, getting aggressive, letting the arms and elbows come out as they try to fight their way through. Lap traffic up ahead as well for your race leader. That's Brooks Swindling, who is about to be put a lap down here momentarily. So we'll keep an eye on that as the field works their way around the circuit. As he looks over the shoulder of Alex Kutcher to see if he can see what's going on. Robert Lash tries to send it in. Gleberman does the same. Not close enough to make anything work.
Yeah, now they're going to have to deal with some lap traffic here, one of the swindlings. All that's while, by the way, Wilson has taken off and away in the other class. 5 seconds. That's a lot different than being a couple tenths like it was before at the end there for that class.
It really was. He has showcased a lot of talent and speed here in this race. There's Drake Williamson and Wyatt Huntsberger right there behind them. So big run here for Miles Wilson here today as he looks to get a win. As Alex Kutcher, Robert Lash, and Ben Gleberman still do battle for the race lead in your mini category with 2 minutes plus 2 laps to go.
How will they battle it out yet again is a huge question mark. Lash has made it clear he's not willing to wait. Kutcher's not willing to wait. None of them willing to wait. It took a 2-for-1 special to be able to make the race win work for Gleberman last time in through turn 13. Looks like Lash trying to position himself to maybe get another swap around before we reach that final stretch.
Yeah, this is going to be critical to see how they place their cards at this moment of the race. There's still a minute and a half plus 2 laps to go, which opens the door for plenty of time for things to happen. As Kutscher leads the charge, Lash trying to see if he can find his opening if it presents itself. Gleberman not being too aggressive, wanting to see what happens amongst the top 2 and hopefully maybe make a sneaky run for the race lead.
We'll see if there's any sneaky moves or if it's just straight up a move at the rate it's looking like with the aggression. But right now, Kutscher finally seems to have gotten the speed he needs to be able to get at least a small breather. But here's the problem. Lash is not afraid to set it a little bit more aggressive through, in particular, 10 and 11. Whoever's been in second's been able to make it stick by being that extra bit more assertive, it seems, and gain time for the run to turn 12 today.
Yeah, we're going to see how it plays out as they come out of turn 15 and 16. Let's see if we get the 2 to go signal this time by, nope, 27. So it's going to be a 3-lap dash to the finish. Here comes Lash to the inside, sends it in, will complete the pass on Kutscher, and this opens the door for Gleberman to move to second.
Now we'll see if there's enough time for Gleberman to maybe do something now. We already see Kutscher saying, I've got to work with him. I got to work with him. Close this up. Limit the variables on the distance right now. But at this point, Lash has proven he's led a majority of these laps. He's caught a quick Kart. Gleberman has already proven he's not afraid to, the second the door opens, to jump through the door.
He's going to try to see what he can do here as they come cresting over the hill. Will he leave the door open? For the moment, he will, but here comes Gleberman to the inside. He's got help from Kutscher as they will try to fight their way through. Drop Robert Lash back to P3.
Able to jump up yet again. Now, can Kutscher jump himself up one more time to be able to get up to the race lead with the time left? Only a couple laps to work with up on the board. 2 laps to go.
2 to go for your race leader, Ben Gleberman. He has been able to be smooth and consistent, finding ways to sneak it away here as they come up through the field, as they approach over towards that first hairpin. Here comes the driver of Kutscher to the inside, sends it in, completes the pass, move him back into the race lead.
Again, is that too early though, Taylor, do you think? Because there's still a lot of chances for Gleberman to get that move back done. With about a lap and a half to work with, it's not secure.
It certainly is not secure indeed. We'll see what happens when he crests over the hill. Will Gleberman do the same thing as they hit that bump right there? Robert Lash, though, he'll try to send it into the inside of Kutscher for second, and he will move into P2 here with coming to the white flag one more time around for your mini and micro division as they work out of the corner of turn 16, heading down the front straightaway. This is where Lash really picks it into overdrive. He'll try it again, heading into turn 1, across the line, and will complete the pass on Alex Kutscher. Gleberman can try to see if he can send it in turn 2. Not close enough. This is going to be a dogfight between these 3 competitors.
I think it absolutely is already at this point. Now it's the matter of Lash playing defense. Can he play defense well and well enough to not get poked around? Kutscher seems to be trying to set this up possibly for 12 and 13 again. Already a little poke around, and they've got traffic just up the road.
A little bit of traffic for them indeed, and they're going to try to sort themselves out for a good run as they approach towards the final couple of corners. Here they come down into the braking zone. Lash is able to hold off Kutscher that time. Kutscher, though, sends it in deep through the corner. Side by side, will there be contact? No. Clean, hard racing as they come out of turn 14 and 15. Heading into turn 16, little bunny hops from all 3 of them as they try to get that last little bit coming out of the corner across the start-finish line. It will be Robert Lash who will take home the checkered flag here in your Micro Swift division, or your Mini Swift division. And as we keep an eye on Miles Wilson in the 27 machine, he should be coming around momentarily to take home your Micro Swift division win, as he is looking to do so. Here he comes right there on screen. Nope, we have a battle for second in class. Wyatt Huntsberger and Drake Williamson. There is the 27 of Miles Wilson, who's looking to come around to take your Micro Swift win, and he will do so in style by a significant margin, 5.3 seconds. Checkered flag in the air for him as Miles Wilson will get the win.
Strong performance in the class to run away by 4+ seconds there, just about. Williamson losing a lot of ground compared to the last race, though. That's a little bit stunning at this point of this race day today to see that much of a drop-off.
Absolutely. As they finish here, and it goes as follows. Robert Lash wins over Ben Gleberman. Alex Kutcher will come home in P3. William Richards in 4th. Camden Swindling will be in 5th in overall. Eli Furnish will finish 6th overall, or 6th in class, 13th overall. Miles Wilson will win in the micro category with Wyatt Huntsbarger in 2nd. Drake Williamson 3rd, round out your podium in the micro category. And then 9th, 10th overall will go to Liat Simonelik and Jackson Frank. Drew Schneider and Brooke Swindling round out your field. And a little bit of cleanup has got to go on for Camden Swindling, who's stuck on the track there on the 130. Well, while they do that, we'll step aside, but when we come back, it's time for your Pro-Am KA 100 Senior Final, next on the docket on Kart Chaser.
Brandon, why are there all these charges for just over $200 from Acceleration Kart Racing's website?
That's because AKR gives you free shipping on orders of $200 or more within the continental US.
Okay, but I thought you were just getting a pair of gloves. That's what, 70 bucks?
But if I'm getting a new pair of gloves, I might as well get a new pair of shoes to match. And then on top of that, I'll get a neck brace because with the shipping, it's basically free.
Yeah, I do not think the math checks out on that.
Everything you need, all in one place and shipped to your door for free for orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Spend responsibly. Shop AKR.com.
I need a new 219 chain. I need a 77 tooth through sprocket. I need some more chain lube, and I need it probably as soon as like tomorrow. Dude, are you even listening? Like, we need this to run this weekend.
Want anything else?
What do you mean?
I already got it in the car on Acceleration Kart Racing's online store, bro. All orders over $200 get free shipping.
Oh, throwing a set of tires.
Done.
Everything you need, all in one place and shipped to your door for free on orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Shop AKR.com.
Are you looking for an advantage in your competition? Well, Car Class has done the hard work for you. We've traveled to your racetracks to give you the inside knowledge. So what does Car Class offer? We've got drone footage that captures the racing lines, visual markers for your braking points, acceleration zones, and the best overtake opportunities on your racetrack. Pedal cam to show you where to brake and when to accelerate, and 360-degree footage to make sure you don't miss any parts on the racetrack. We've covered 13 racetracks in the United States. And Australia, you're up next. So visit carclass.com to get your track information.
Welcome back to Kart Chaser coverage of the Pro-Am Karting Championship here at the MCC, and it is time for the big show, your KA 100 Pro-Am Finals, the last race of the day. We're happy to have you with us who've been here all day long watching the action on Kart Chaser, and for those of you at the track, as we get ready for an exciting one. Carter Thompson and Nikolai Dukov are on the front row with Logan Mueller and Blade Fountain in the second row. Row 3 will see Ryan Crouch and Will Steele, Scott Oliver, and Hunter Cole in row 4. Rounding out your top 10 is Riley Pegram and Cameron Estes. Ben Gaunt, Benjamin Lida, Gavin Degenhardt, Colin Evans, Rush Gary, Chase Adams make it 16 kart for the moment. So see if anyone else joins the ranked in the closing moments here as they come across the line, but Carter Thompson looking to bring home a possible 1-2-3 win in the Kart Republics for the Trinity Karting Group as they come out of the final corner. A little bit of slowing down, make sure everyone's good to go. And 16 karts is all I see on the track, so that's what it will be as they enter into the tram line for 10 minutes plus 2 laps to go as they go into the field. Signed up, ready to go. Will we get the green light? Yes, we will. Green is out, and we're racing as they head off into turn number 1. Dukov looking to try to take the lead away from the driver of Carter Thompson here, and so far as they come out of the first couple of corners, it will be the 937 machine of Dukov who will lead the charge. Then you got Carter Thompson right there in the mix as they are just a hornet's nest of karts right there from fourth on back.
Yeah, absolutely buzzing with excitement. That pack right now with how they're battling out back there. But Dukov with a perfect start over his teammate Thompson to be able to try and set the tone very early in this one.
It's going to be the case here as they crest over the hill. Dukov, Thompson, Mueller. It is a Trinity Karting Group 1-2-3. Blake Fountain right there in the 4th position with Will Steele. And then you see this gaggle of cars from 5th on back with Crouch, Steele, and Moore trying to jockey around for position. There you see one of the Stody kart machines of, I believe that is Hunter Cole, as one driver goes a little bit too wide and gathers it back up as they come across the line for their first flying lap around. Scott Oliver moves up into the 7th position. Great recovery for him as he's trying to get some much valuable points for a chance of having a chance to race for the TKG Spec Miata and seeing if he can work his way from karts to cars later on in the year.
Yeah, that's going to be a big opportunity for whoever comes away with this championship, to say the very least, to get a test, to be able to see what they can do in the car, to gain that experience right now. Right now, these two seem committed to help each other try and break away and stay away from the rest of this pack. With how things have shaped up so far today, teamwork so far has been a trouble spot to make the dream work, so to speak. There's the swap for Thompson.
Well, Carter Thompson will move up into the race lead ahead of Dukov as they played a little bit of safe and easy, wanting to try to pull away from the competition. Mueller still holds 3rd. Blade Fountain moves back to P6 as Ryan Crouch and Will Steele break into the top 5.
Yeah, interesting enough, mind you, Oliver was the points leader coming in. Still stuck in 7th spot. It's not been a great day for your points leader. With how things are going for Dukov, that's going to absolutely shuffle those standings. Mueller and company now getting a bit aggressive. Crouch getting a little bit crouchy.
Yep, Crouchy is definitely working his way up through the field right now as he is stuck inside the top 5, but he's got to be careful with how aggressive he wants to be as they work their way up to the top of the hill. Ryan Crouch right there trying to see if he can find his opening and get back up to a top 3 finish maybe as we watch him work his way through. He's up to 3rd now as the 930 machine of Blade Fountain is stuck outside the top 5.
Right now, those top 2, similar to what we've seen with the top spot for Thompson, just running away with it. Crouch doing a much better job in this race already, up the 1 position compared to the last run. Really need to start to see someone like the 944 again move on, though. Oliver is losing track of this pack. It's been a rough one. Again, that seems to be compounding every minute.
It really is as they try to work their way through, but Carter Thompson has continued to pull further and further away from his competition of Nikolai Dukov and Ryan Crouch as they crest over the top of the hill. Little tap of the shoulder right there from the driver of Blade Fountain to try to work with Will Steele and see if they can maybe see what they can do if they can get a top 5 run.
Yeah, we'll see, especially now that they're battling Fountain pretty aggressively. Let's see if Mueller is able to keep on that spot. Able to keep up there, yes. Able to hold on to the 4th spot after initial swap around on the previous lap.
Yes, indeed. So Logan Mueller sits comfortable in 4th. He's got a little bit of pressure from Blade Fountain, though, as Will Steele and Scott Oliver, who are all wanting to get into the top 5 here, especially someone like Scott Oliver, who is in a desperate need of points to kind of cushion his points lead ahead of the rest of the field.
Indeed, right now, with how it's looking right now, Thompson, we'll say, has been a rocket up at the very front, but still, some of these other position battles could get interesting. You've seen a lot of grass kicked up, actually, in that grouping with Mueller Company. All while Steele tries to find a way to tuck in line and take a top 5.
5 minutes plus 2 laps to go for Carter Thompson as he continues to pull away here. He's now crosses the start-finish line here. Let's see what the gap is between him and second place. It's now just right at a second as we see the driver of Dukoff sit there in second position. Ryan Crouch, Mueller, Steele, still your top 5 as they work their way around the circuit. Everyone now just minding their P's and Q's. Third on back is the battle to watch.
Yeah, they've stayed close together. Right now, Crouch is ditching the group. It's more turning into a fourth on back grouping. It's getting harder and harder, Taylor, as time goes on to make a pass in this pack.
It really is, though. It's all a matter of trying to see when is the time to push the envelope or see if another driver makes a mistake, such as we see here between the 977 of Mueller and Steele. They're trying to work together to see if they can have anything for Brian Crouch, as right there you saw Steele get around Mueller for the 4th spot.
Also looked like Mueller let him go. Just said, I think you're faster right now. I'll let you have it for the time being and work to push you. There's the signal. Looks like that's what they've already had the body language to do. Say, we're going to help Steele close up the Crouch, have a chance at the podium.
Trying to make it a Trinity Karting Group 1, 2, 3 here today as we pick up from the 4th position on back as Steele, Mueller, and Fountain working together to see if they can chase down Ryan Crouch for that 3rd position. So far, not going to work. Crouch was about a tenth slower than Will Steele, as Steele set a fat personal best last time by, but he's still got a lot of work to do.
Yeah, right now Crouch has been perfect in terms of his runaway from this pack. It's been tricky to get the moves done. It's been tricky to get the passes done. It's been tricky to get the runs away from fields today. But that Ohio Valley Karting Association driver just seems to be able to set the tone for the pack. Same for Thompson. He's broken the toe of Dukoff.
Yeah, it's now pretty much smooth sailing for the driver of Carter Thompson with just under 3 minutes plus 2 laps to go for him as we watch on and see what Crouch, Steele, Mueller can do for that battle for the 3rd spot, as Steele and Mueller are not really closing the gap. They're actually losing touch to Ryan Crouch.
Yeah, right now I think Crouch just has the speed. Right now it seems very comfortable with how the pace is going after seeing him pick up fast laps before for Crouch. Now he seems to be setting the tone, almost looking like he's a bit surprised with how big the deficit's now gotten to get to him by 6-7 tenths.
Of course, not too far behind. Here you see the battle further back with Blake Fountain, Scott Oliver, the 991 of Benjamin Lida, and Hunter Cole in a Sodi Kart. Those ones are trying to work together, see what they can do in the closing minutes, as it's under 2 minutes to go for your race leader of Carter Thompson.
Yeah, near untouchable with this race. How it's looked so far. Near untouchable for Crouch for his positioning so far now in this one. Just have a couple more minutes to go on the day. It's been an exciting day to say the very least. And then right now, Thompson doing exactly what he did in the last race. Break away late.
He certainly has broken away from the competition as he crests over the top of the hill, 2 seconds ahead of his teammate Nikolai Dukoff, as Steele and Mueller are trying to close in on Crouch in the closing seconds here of today's race. A minute and a half, or actually just at a minute to go when they come across the line.
Yeah, a little bit of squabbling once again amongst some of the teammates, but Carter Thompson with a minute to work with has plenty of time to battle it out. He's been racing this series for a while. First appeared in as far back as 2021 when he joined the Trinity Karting Group at their home track here at the racetrack. Be able to get some experience as high as the juniors previously when he joined the team. He's been able to gain that experience at the home track for the team and be able to become a star. And who's trying to be able to sparkle in SCUSA, USPKS, and the Stars Championship So far, it's been perfect so far for him after the move to Ohio back in 2019. Seems ready to take this win here today in the state of Ohio.
He's certainly going to do that here with 20 seconds left to go. Should be about 3 laps to go. We'll see here as they come through this turn 13, 14, 15 complex. Yeah, I think it's going to be safe to say 3 laps to go for the driver of Carter Thompson. As he comes across the start-finish line, yep, it's going to be 2 laps to go as they hit the 3, 2, 1. Time has expired. 2 laps to go for him.
See how it really plays out, absolutely. But Thompson, he's in a great position. Going to be one of those competitors to keep it on. Same for Crouch next week. We'll likely see. We'll see how the entry lists fall. But right now, everyone else hasn't held a candle yet for the battle for 3rd spot. They have stayed single file. This is the calmest this class has raced in all day.
It really has been, and it's been impressive to see how well they've been racing each other, but also showing this amazing talent that each one of these drivers have showcased here all day today. Crouch looks over the shoulder to see the distance between him and Steele, knows he's got a little bit of breathing room to make it work, as he will continue to hold that 3rd position as they come out of the final couple of corners here to get the 2 to go signal this time by.
There it is on the signal board, but perfect driving from Thompson all of this run again to continue to touch upon. Good momentum built up for the team. How about most of the top 5 here, Taylor, for those Trinity Karting Group machines?
Yep, it's pretty much 1st, 2nd, 4th, and 5th is a Trinity Karting Group team or the lineup here, except for Ryan Crouch. He sits 4th. And, of course, for Carter Thompson, he's the only driver to break into the 58-second bracket last time by with a 58.96. His best lap on lap 10, a 58.951. Incredible drive by Carter Thompson.
Oh, look at this, though. Looks like Steele putting on one more charge. May have cooled down the tires just enough to try this. Is it going to lead to a battle for the 3rd step of the podium, making a team 1, 2, 3 here, coming to the final lap?
Well, we're about to find out as Carter Thompson just sets a blistering 58.829 lap as he will lead the charge here once again over through the field as we watch on and keep an eye on Ryan Crouch and Will Steele as they come snaking over towards that first chicane or first hairpin. A little bit of breathing room between them still as they come over towards that chicane.
Outright dominant again from Thompson from the pre-final and the final today. Both races just taking off long run. He's been the king of the long run today.
He certainly has all about domination here for Carter Thompson as he works his way through turn 12, 13, 14, 15, and he is looking to capture the flags. Checker flag in the air for him as we watch Crouch try to get that 3rd spot. He's going to hold on for dear life. Checker flag, though, for Carter Thompson as he wins your Pro-Am KA100. And across the line, it will be Dukoff, and Ryan Crouch will spoil the party a little bit as he will round out your podium.
Good defense on the final lap after the late charge by Steele after cooling the tires, but Thompson outright dominant in both of the races today for the class. How about that for Carter Thompson?
Absolutely incredible. It will be Carter Thompson and Nikolai Dukov who will come home 1-2 for Trinity Karting Group. Ryan Crouch will round out your podium. Then it'll be Will Steele, Logan Mueller 4th and 5th, Blade Fountain, Benjamin Lida in 6th and 7th, Scott Oliver a top 10 finish in 8th, but still not enough points to possibly maybe even lose it by the end of the day. Hunter Cole in 9th, Ben Gaunt in 10th, Chase Adams, Riley Pegram, Cameron Estes, Rush Gary, Colin Evans round out your top 15. Gavin Degenhardt rounds out your 16 kart field. And Justin, that is it. That concludes all the action here today from the MCC Kartplex, and it is absolutely amazing. We have to say thank you to the entire team here at Kart Chaser for the hard work that they are able to do. And of course, for myself, Taylor Burris, Justin, any final thoughts for you?
I think the final thoughts is we had some great racing action throughout the day today, but hey, some exciting action, some exciting finishes. It was a fun one to close out the 4th of July weekend.
It certainly was. We'll be back here next weekend as we kick off the next round of the Stars Championship Series here from the Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati. And we'll see you next time on Kart Chaser.